way would be contacted separately. We'd likely get resistance from the harmonious way, but indifference or support from the golden lion. As the representatives departed to return to their territories, Liming pulled me aside. That went better than I expected, she said. They're frightened, I said. They're also pragmatic. Fear plus pragmatism usually equals acceptance of change. What happens now? Liming asked. Now, I said, we train the 5. We teach them what Liming and I learned about the void. We create protocols for the rotation. We build a system that can survive my death and hers. So we're building a legacy, Liming said. We're building a future, I corrected. One where the void isn't an enemy. One where the void and reality can coexist. That will take centuries, Liming said. Yes, I agreed. It will. But we have time. Chapter 73. The teaching training the 5 cultivators who would form the core of the new barrier maintenance system became my primary work for the next century and a half. The work was methodical and demanding, a slow excavation of understanding through which I had to guide 5 different consciousnesses toward a single, unified comprehension of what the void actually was. The 5 were Liming herself, Master Qing from the harmonious way, who'd come to the project through a combination of pragmatism and genuine philosophical agreement. Elder Wei from Celestial Wind, a younger cultivator named Luo Chun from Hidden Pearl, and an ancient monk named Xianxia from the Serene Lotus sect. Yes, the monk shared a name with my former companion. When I asked about it, he told me it was a different character, different heritage, no relation. Cultivation history is layered with coincidence. Each of them had to be trained to merge consciousness with the void in a controlled way. Each had to learn to understand its nature, to perceive its logic, to find the balance point where they could maintain the barrier without being consumed by the pressure of containing something infinite. The training was not purely intellectual. It required months of meditation, deep exposure to the barrier structure, exposure to the void's pressure itself, until each cultivator developed an intuitive sense for what was possible. Master Qing adapted quickly. She'd already been thinking about the problem in terms of efficiency rather than opposition. The shift from fighting the void to accommodating it was a logical extension of her philosophy. Within the first 30 years, she'd grasped the fundamental principle. You couldn't defeat something infinite, so you had to find a way to coexist with it. Elder Wei was slower, but more thorough. She wanted to understand every aspect of the void's nature before committing to maintenance. By year 80 of the training, she'd become the most knowledgeable person besides me about the actual mechanics of the barrier. She asked questions that had never occurred to me, perspectives that challenged my own assumptions and forced me to think more deeply. Luo Chun was brilliant but impatient. He wanted to find shortcuts, faster ways to achieve the balance point. Liming kept him from taking dangerous risks, but his suggestions eventually led to improvements in the training protocols. His impatience, I realized, was actually his strength. He refused to accept that things had to be done the way they'd always been done. Xianxia was unexpected. He was a Buddhist monk who'd achieved celestial unification rank through meditation rather than martial cultivation. He understood the void not as a problem, but as something closer to enlightenment, a state of perfect emptiness that wasn't destruction but completion. His perspective shifted how all of us understood what we were trying to achieve. The void isn't trying to destroy the world, Xianxia said at one point. It's trying to return it to the state before creation. But creation is beautiful. Existence is beautiful. So we're not fighting the void. We're choosing beauty deliberately, moment after moment, in the face of a perfect alternative. That's almost religious, Master Qing said. All cultivators are religious, Xianxia replied. We just don't like to admit it. We worship power, or truth, or harmony. I've simply chosen to worship the idea of choosing existence deliberately. By the end of the training period, all 5 had achieved the ability to maintain the barrier without me. It was unstable. The rotation would require constant adjustment for several decades. But it was possible. They could do it. The day I stepped back from the barrier for the first time in 2,000 years, I felt something like death. Not actual death, but the death of a role that had defined my entire existence. The barrier had been my identity for so long that stepping away from it felt like erasing part of myself from reality. I was no longer necessary to the world's survival. I was useful, certainly. My knowledge could still guide others. But I wasn't irreplaceable anymore. The 5 keepers had been trained, had been integrated with the new form of barrier, and they could maintain it without me. The thought was both liberating and terrifying. How does it feel? Liming asked. Terrifying, I said. Empty. That's grief, Liming said. You're grieving the loss of purpose. How do I find a new one? I asked. You don't find it, Liming said. You choose it. What do you want to do now that you're not bound by necessity? I'd spent the entire conversation waiting for this question, and I still didn't have a good answer. Chapter 74. The rest after 2,000 years of continuous work, continuous responsibility, continuous crisis management, I discovered that I had no idea how to rest. Liming offered me a retreat, a small building in the mountains far from the Eternal Flame sect's main territories. A place where I could sit, think, experience the world without being constantly called to serve in some capacity. I accepted it and immediately regretted it. The first month was agony. Without work, without responsibility, without constant connection to the barrier, I experienced something that took me a long time to recognize as depression. My consciousness felt too large for itself. It kept reaching for the barrier, expecting to find the familiar weight of the void pressing against the edges of my awareness. Instead, it found only the faint echo of containment, maintained by others, no longer dependent on me. I sat in the small house. I meditated. I tried to read. I tried to sleep. Nothing helped. On the 40th day, Liming arrived. I felt her approach through the barrier before she entered, her consciousness moving through the networks of power that connected the Eternal Flame sect to its outlying territories. She brought with her a kind of purpose that I'd forgotten was possible, the knowledge that she was coming specifically for me. "You're suffering," she said. "I'm adjusting," I replied. "You're suffering," she repeated. "And it's unnecessary. You can stop now. You're allowed to stop. I don't know how many ways I need to say this before you believe it, but you are no longer bound by necessity. The barrier is stable. The keepers are trained. You can choose to be here, in this place, doing nothing, and the world will continue to exist." "I don't know how to stop," I said. "I don't know what stopping looks like. My entire existence has been defined by the barrier. Without it, I feel like I'm dissolving. When I meditate, I reach for it automatically, expecting to find the weight of the void there. And instead, I find emptiness. Absence. It's like I'm reaching for a limb that's been amputated, a part of me that's no longer there." "Come with me," Liming said. "Stop trying to understand it intellectually. Just come and see." She took me to the lower valleys where the Eternal Flame sect had built a small village around the base of the volcano. It was a place of ordinary life. Farmers, craftspeople, merchants, families. Children played. Cultivators and non-cultivators lived side by side. "This is what you saved," Liming said. "Not some abstract world. These people, this life." I watched them. A woman selling vegetables in a market. A child laughing. An old man teaching a younger man a craft. They were alive because I'd sealed myself. They were continuing because I'd chosen responsibility. "What should I do?" I asked. "Live," Liming said simply. "Stay here if you want. Teach occasionally if someone asks. Travel if you're curious. Fall in love if you're capable of it. Have a life that isn't crisis management." "I don't remember how," I said. "Then relearn," Liming said. "You've had 1,000 years to teach yourself how to be bound. Spend 100 years learning how to be free." So I did. I learned how to know people without categorizing them by their usefulness. It was strange at first to interact with someone and not immediately assess their power, their potential, their value to some larger scheme. To see a person and simply see a person rather than a piece in a larger game. It required training my consciousness to stop analyzing, to stop projecting outcomes, to simply be present. I learned how to appreciate beauty without analyzing its cultivation applications. The village had gardens that took my breath away, not because they were powerful, but because they were intricate, subtle, unnecessary. Beauty for its own sake. I'd spent so long in a sealed state thinking about necessity, utility, function. These gardens had none of those things. They simply existed because someone had decided they should. That decision felt revolutionary to me. I learned how to listen to stories without immediately thinking about what they taught. The villagers told stories about their lives, their ancestors, their dreams. My instinct was to extract the lessons, the practical wisdom, the useful information. But Liming pushed me to just listen, to hear the story for its own sake, to appreciate the narrative structure, the emotional arc, the way a person chose to represent their own life. It was profoundly disorienting. I learned how to be wrong about things and find it interesting rather than threatening. This was perhaps the hardest lesson. When I'd been sealed, uncertainty had been dangerous. Now, being wrong was just an opportunity to learn something new, to adjust my understanding, to grow in directions I hadn't anticipated. I spent time with the villagers. I repaired things. I helped with harvests. I listened to gossip and found it genuinely engaging rather than just information gathering. I met a woman named May, who was a scholar in the village, studying the history of local cultivation styles. We talked one afternoon about philosophy. We talked another day about wine. By the third conversation, I realized I was enjoying her presence in a way that wasn't strategic. "I'm very old," I told her eventually. "I'm also currently healing from 1,000 years of sacrifice. I might not be capable of the kind of relationship you might want. I'm 37 years old, she said. I became a scholar specifically to avoid having to get married. I'm not looking for a relationship either, but I wouldn't mind being friends with you, if that's possible. Genuine friends, not the instrumental kind where people use each other. Genuine friends, I repeated, trying the concept on for size. Yes, May said, just friends who talk and share meals, and maybe occasionally take walks together. I would like that, I said. And we became exactly that. We were friends. Not important friends. We barely appeared in each other's major life decisions. But real friends, people who genuinely enjoyed each other's presence. This was what I'd missed during the seal. Not romantic love or familial obligation, but simple, genuine friendship. The connection between two people who had nothing to prove to each other. I spent 5 years in that village. 5 years of profound, quiet contentment. It was interrupted by a request from Liming. Chapter 75. The call again. Liming's message reached me through cultivation channels. It was polite, but there was urgency underneath the politeness. The barrier system was fragile in ways that only I could detect. One of the 5 barrier maintenance cultivators had failed catastrophically. The monk Xianxia had achieved enlightenment, which, in Buddhist tradition, means transcending the cycle of life and death. He'd essentially escaped existence. He'd walked so far into the void's consciousness, seeking deeper understanding of emptiness, that he'd transcended the need to maintain any barrier at all. The barrier had weakened immediately, and the other 4 were struggling to compensate. The pressure of the void was increasing, becoming aggressive. The careful balance that Liming and I had spent centuries creating was destabilizing in real time. They needed me back. I said goodbye to May. I told her I didn't know when I'd return. She nodded, accepting this without complaint, understanding that I carried weight that had nothing to do with her. Will you come back? She asked as I prepared to leave. I hope so, I said. But I can't promise. I'm bound to something larger than myself. I know, May said. That's why I like being your friend. I never had to pretend you were free. I could just appreciate that you were free within the constraints you carried. I left the village and returned to Eternal Flame. Liming was waiting. The moment I touched the barrier with my consciousness, I felt the problem immediately. The void's pressure had become erratic, testing for weakness in locations where Xianxia's absence had created gaps. The other 4 keepers were exhausted, rotating faster than they should, their awareness thinning dangerously. I'm sorry, Liming said. I know you were happy. I know, I said. But we both understood this was temporary. The barrier will always need maintenance. And sometimes, maintenance requires me. Not all the time, Liming said. We're going to fix this. We're going to find another cultivator who can take Xianxia's place. In the meantime, I need you to reinforce the barrier until the replacement arrives. How long? I asked, though I could already sense the answer in the barrier itself. A month, maybe 2, Liming said. Then you can go back if you want. I can't, I said. Now that I'm connected to it again, I can feel how weak the barrier is. I can feel the void pressing. I won't be able to rest knowing there's a possibility of failure. The connection is too direct, too intimate. Once you've touched the barrier at this level, separation is never truly possible again. Then stay, Liming said. For as long as it takes. For as long as the barrier needs you. Because that's what you do. You stay. I felt the weight settle back on my shoulders. It was familiar. It was crushing. It was also, I had to admit, what I understood how to do. With my friends, I could be uncertain. With the barrier, I was absolute. I was still the barrier. Still the wall. Still the thing that contained chaos so that others could live. The relief of that certainty was almost as overwhelming as the grief of losing my freedom again. Maybe I'd never stop being that. Maybe that was the gift the seal had actually given me. Not the power, not the understanding of the void, but the ability to carry weight without breaking. The ability to find purpose in constraint. Show me the damage, I said to Liming. It's not as bad as you think, she said. We can handle this. Show me anyway, I said, as she led me back to the meditation chamber where the barrier maintained its eternal pressure against non-existence. I realized something that I should have understood centuries ago. The seal wasn't a gift because it had freed me. It was a gift because it had given me a reason to exist that was so much larger than myself. And I was going to carry that gift until the day I died. Chapter 76. The 6th keeper. Finding the 6th barrier keeper took longer than Liming had estimated. It required searching across multiple continents, identifying cultivators who'd achieved celestial unification or near transcendence rank, and then convincing them to take on a responsibility that would likely define the rest of their existence. The process involved interviews with dozens of potential candidates, each of whom had to understand the true cost of what they'd be accepting. In the end, we found her in the Western Territories, in the heart of the harmonious way. Her name was Wei Sheng, and she was young, only 97 years old. barely past the threshold where she'd achieve true immortality. But her cultivation potential was extraordinary, and Master Qing had recommended her specifically. There was something about Wei Sheng's approach to power that suggested she wouldn't be corrupted by the responsibility, she'd be elevated by it. She's being groomed for leadership of the harmonious way, Master Qing had said. But she's also philosophically opposed to their consolidation model. She'd jump at the opportunity to contribute to something that preserved independence across sections. Liming and I traveled to meet her. The journey was long, crossing territories and cultivation zones, moving through landscape that had changed dramatically since my seal had broken. Each kilometer reminded me of how much the world had moved on without me. Wei Sheng received us in a garden that seemed designed to be deliberately empty. No flowers, no decoration, just carefully raked stone and carefully maintained emptiness. It was a garden that suggested someone who understood the value of void. She moved through it with the grace of someone who'd studied emptiness extensively. Master Qing told me you'd be coming, Wei Sheng said. She was tall, moved with precise grace, had eyes that seemed to see past surfaces and into the nature of things. You're going to ask me to join the barrier maintenance system. I'm going to ask you if you're interested, Liming corrected. Whether you agree is your choice. Explain what I'd be giving up, Wei Sheng said. Her directness was refreshing. No wasted time on pleasantries. Approximately 6 hours per day for the rest of your life, I said. During those 6 hours, you'd be in deep meditation, maintaining a connection to the barrier that contains an interdimensional force. The work is constant, exacting, and unending. You'd be part of a rotation with 5 other cultivators, which means you'd also spend significant time training and coordinating with them. Your consciousness would be entangled with a thing that exists at the edge of reality. What would I be giving up? Wei Sheng pressed. Ambition, Liming said. Career advancement in the harmonious way. The possibility of becoming a sect leader in your own right. You'd be known for your role as a barrier keeper, not for anything you achieved independently. The weight of the role would define you more completely than anything else you could become. Why would anyone accept that? Wei Sheng asked. Because the alternative is the destruction of everything, I said. Not immediately, not this decade or even this century. But eventually, the void would emerge and everything would end. You'd be choosing to prevent that. Wei Sheng walked through her garden, stopped at a particular spot, and sat. She gestured for us to join her. We did, settling into the space of her deliberately empty garden, surrounded by the philosophy of void. My family line, she said, has been producing leaders for 7 generations. My mother led the harmonious way, her mother before her. The expectation is that I'll continue the tradition. I've been preparing for that role since I was 5 years old. And, Liming asked, and I don't want it, Wei Sheng said. I've never wanted it. I want to understand power, not to wield it. I want to serve something larger than myself, not to control others. Your barrier maintenance system sounds like exactly what I've been trying to escape into without having the courage to say no to my family. Your family might force the issue, I said. The harmonious way might not accept your choice. They might view this as a betrayal of their interests. Then I'll leave the harmonious way, Wei Sheng said. I'm strong enough to survive independently. And what I'd be doing, maintaining the barrier that protects all existence, is worth more than any position of leadership. Some things matter more than family expectations. She stood, her decision made. Her certainty was crystalline. I'll do it, Wei Sheng said. Teach me. Over the next 6 months, Wei Sheng underwent the same training as the original 5 keepers. Her learning curve was steep. She approached the void with a Buddhist acceptance, similar to xianxia, but without the desire to escape existence. Instead, she wanted to be intimately present with all that existed, including the void. She meditated with an intensity that sometimes worried me. She seemed to be seeking dissolution even as she learned to maintain separation. By the end of 6 months, she was ready. Her consciousness had integrated with the barrier in ways that suggested she'd been born for this role. I stepped back from the barrier again, restored the 5 original keepers to their full capacity, and introduced Wei Sheng to her rotation. The moment she took her place in the cycle, the barrier stabilized completely. For the first time since I'd emerged from the seal, I was truly not necessary. The barrier held. The 5, now 6, keepers maintained it without me. The pressure against reality remained balanced. The void was contained, but alive. Everything was holding. I felt grief at that release. And also, finally, genuine peace. The weight had lifted not because I'd been unburdened, but because I'd successfully passed the burden to those capable of carrying it. Chapter 77. The understanding once the barrier system was stable with 6 keepers, I had to answer the question I'd been avoiding. What do you do with the rest of your life when you're not needed to save the world? The question haunted me in ways I hadn't anticipated. My entire existence had been defined by necessity. Without necessity, I didn't know what I was. The question was harder than I'd anticipated. The village felt like a memory from a different life. May was still there, still waiting in the library, but so much time had passed that I wondered if the friendship could still hold. I returned to the village where May lived. I didn't know if she'd accept me back, didn't know if she'd moved on or committed to someone else during the months I'd been away. The road to her village felt longer than it had before, time elongating in anticipation. But I found her in the library, where she always spent her afternoons. She was older now, time moved faster for non-cultivators, but still vital, still engaged with her work. "You came back," she said, not looking up from her work. "I did," I said. "I didn't know if you'd want to see me." "I knew you would," May said, finally looking at me. "I knew that eventually the barrier would stabilize, and you'd have a choice. I'm glad you chose to come back here. Is it still possible?" I asked. "For us to be friends?" "It was always going to be possible," May said. "You're allowed to grieve, to serve, to save the world. And then you're allowed to be friends with a village scholar. Both things are true. That's what I understand now that you're gone so long. Life isn't one story. It's many stories happening simultaneously, and you get to be the hero in some and the friend in others." So I settled back into the village. But differently this time. I was different. The barrier work had changed me in ways I couldn't articulate. I was more aware of the presence of void in all things, more conscious of the fragility and beauty of existence. I told May the full truth about what I was, what I'd done, what the barrier was. She listened carefully, asked intelligent questions, and then set her work aside. "So your entire existence has been about preventing catastrophe," she said. "Yes," I said. "And now?" she asked. "Now I'm allowed to be bored," I said. "To enjoy things without analyzing them. To spend time with you without it being strategic. To be someone other than the barrier keeper." "That sounds nice," May said. "Can you actually do that?" "I'm learning," I said. The words felt more true than they had when I'd first said them years before. We spent the next 5 years learning together. May taught me how to read for pleasure, how to appreciate art without calculating its value, how to have conversations that went nowhere important and were valuable anyway. I taught her about cultivation, about the nature of reality, about what the void actually was. Our friendship deepened into something that transcended the need for external validation or purpose. It was, I discovered, possible to be profoundly useful and also profoundly ordinary. To carry weight that nobody knew about, and to spend most of your time doing nothing particularly important. The two states weren't contradictory, they were complementary. "I think I understand now," I said to May one evening, sitting on the porch of her small cottage, watching the sunset paint the sky, what xianxia meant when she wrote about sealing being the gift. I thought she meant the power, the understanding. But she meant the permission to care about something larger than myself without it consuming me entirely. She meant the knowledge that I could love something and also let it be free. She was very wise, May said. She was, I agreed. I've had 2,000 years to understand the lesson she was trying to teach. "Do you think you've learned it?" May asked. "I think I'm learning it," I said. "I think I'll spend the rest of my life learning it." In the evening light, in the village where ordinary people lived ordinary lives, I felt something I'd never experienced before. Contentment. Not happiness, that's too simple, but genuine contentment with the complexity of being alive. The knowledge that my existence mattered not because I was saving the world, but because I was present in it, connected to it, choosing it moment after moment. Chapter 78. The invitation. 5 years into my village life, a message reached me from outside. It came through cultivation channels, but was addressed personally to me. The Celestial Wind sect, represented by Elder Wei, was requesting my presence. Not as a military asset or a problem solver, but as a teacher. They want to understand the void, Elder Wei's message explained. You're the only one alive who can teach it. We'll pay whatever price you ask. If you need May to come as well, we'll arrange that too. I looked at May. I don't have to go, she said, but I wouldn't mind visiting. I've never seen a major sect. Will you come with me? I asked. Yes, she said, but I want to be clear. I'm not coming as your companion or your support. I'm coming as a scholar. I want to learn about void philosophy on my own terms. That's acceptable, I said. More than acceptable. So we traveled to Celestial Wind sect in the Eastern Territories. The sect was massive, thousands of cultivators, multiple levels of hierarchy, elaborate systems of training and advancement. It was everything the village wasn't. It was also extremely impressive in an architectural sense. Elder Wei met me personally. I owe you a debt I can never repay, she said by way of greeting. The barrier system has stabilized. The world is safer. And it's because you chose to stop being bound by necessity and instead became bound by choice. That's one way to describe it, I said. I want to establish a school, Elder Wei continued. A teaching facility specifically dedicated to training cultivators about the void, about barrier maintenance, about how to think philosophically about what we're trying to achieve. You'd be the primary teacher. May would be welcome to study or teach as she wished. How long? I asked. As long as you're willing, Elder Wei said. A decade. 2 decades. A lifetime. Your choice. I need to consult the barrier keepers, I said. I need to know if my absence from their immediate availability would cause problems. I reached out through cultivation channels to Master Qing, who was currently in her rotation phase. Her response was instantaneous. Teach, she said. The barrier is stable. The 6 of us are integrated. We don't need you anymore. What we needed was for you to teach us how to not need you. Go teach others how to not need you too. So I agreed. May and I settled at Celestial Wind Sect, and I established the School of the Void, a place where cultivators could come to study the interdimensional force not as an enemy, but as a phenomenon to be understood. The first students were skeptical. Many had been trained to think of the void as pure evil, as something to be opposed absolutely. I had to reframe their thinking. The void isn't evil, I told the first class. Evil requires intention. The void has intention, yes, but its intention is survival, not harm. We're not fighting the void. We're negotiating with it. We're saying, you exist, and we also exist. How can we both exist? That's what the barrier actually does. It creates space for 2 realities that were never meant to coexist. One student raised her hand. So we're protecting the void from reality as much as we're protecting reality from the void. Exactly, I said. The barrier serves both sides equally. This reframing changed how cultivators approach the problem. Instead of thinking of themselves as soldiers defending against an invasion, they thought of themselves as diplomats negotiating a peace that benefited both parties. Over the next 15 years, hundreds of cultivators passed through the School of the Void. Many of them became barrier keepers. Others used the knowledge to inform their work in other capacities. All of them left understanding that their responsibility was not to fight, but to understand. May, meanwhile, became fascinated by the historical records of my life. She spent years documenting the timeline of the seal, the emergence, the integration with the barrier. Her work eventually became the definitive scholarly text on void philosophy. You know, she said one evening, when I first met you in the village, I had no idea I was befriending a historical figure. I'm not a historical figure, I said. I'm someone who's been alive very long and done some notable things. The distinction matters. Does it? May asked. What's the difference? A historical figure is complete, I said. Their story is over. They're mythologized, simplified, turned into lessons. I'm still living. I'm still learning. I'm still changing. That makes me something other than history. That's probably what Yara thought too, May said, and probably what Xinhua thought. They kept thinking they weren't finished. But eventually, everyone's story ends. Mine hasn't, I said. Not yet, May agreed. But it will. And when it does, people will write about you, and they'll simplify your story into lessons and mythology. That's what happens to anyone who lives long enough to matter. That's a depressing thought, I said. Is it? May asked. I think it's kind of beautiful. It means that what you've done will persist. You'll become a story that teaches people how to think about responsibility, about sacrifice, about what it means to choose chains. I didn't choose chains, I protested. I chose responsibility. Are they different? May asked. I had to think about that for a long time. Chapter 79. The Reckoning. At the end of my teaching career at Celestial Wind Sect, I made a decision that I'd been avoiding for nearly 3 centuries. I decided to go back to Stone River Village. The village where I'd been born, where I'd been mocked, where Lin Qing had believed in me, where the seal had first broken. 300 years was not a long time from a cosmological perspective, but it was long enough for the village to have changed completely. The buildings had been rebuilt. The people had died and been replaced by their descendants. The cultivation sect that had ignored me was now the Eternal Spring sect, run by the great-great-grandchildren of people who'd known me. The current sect master was a young woman named Lian, who knew about me only from legends. You're Su Kai, she said when I identified myself. The one who sealed the void. I am, I said. We were told you'd never return, Lian said. That you were bound eternally. I said. For 1,000 years. But things change. I've come to pay my respects to someone who was important to me. Lin Qing. She was from this village. I had to stop, because the emotion was unexpected. 300 years, and I was still grieving someone who died 1,000 years ago. Lin Qing's family still has descendants in the village, Lian said. I can take you to them. She brought me to a small house on the outskirts of the village. An old woman was sitting in a garden, tending to plants. She looked up as we approached. This is Su Kai, Lian said. He knew Lin Qing. The old woman's entire expression shifted. She stood, slowly, and looked at me with eyes that were somehow familiar. "You're the one," she said. "You're the one she waited for. You're the one she kept believing in." "You're her descendant?" I asked. "I'm her great-great-granddaughter," the woman said. "My name is Lin Wei. Lin Qing is a story in my family. The girl who believed in the trash boy who became a god. That's how the story goes." I felt something break inside me. Not violently, but like a crack appearing in ice. A slow, inevitable cracking. "She wrote about you," Lin Wei continued. "There are letters. She left them with our family, with instructions that they be passed down. She wanted you to know, if you ever came back, that she never regretted believing in you. That her death wasn't your failure. That she was proud of you. She died defending the world," I said. "While I was sealed. While I was doing nothing." "According to the letters," Lin Wei said, "she died knowing that you would eventually seal the void. She died knowing that her death meant millions of others would live. She said it was the greatest honor of her existence." Lin Wei took me inside and showed me the letters. 23 of them, written over the course of 30 years, as Lin Qing aged and died. The last one was written days before her death, in a handwriting that was shaky with age but still legible. It read, "If you come back and read this, know that I chose this. I chose to stay, to grow, to live fully in this village while you were away saving the world. I chose to believe in you, and that choice gave meaning to my life. Whatever burden you're carrying, whatever sacrifice you made, mine was easier than yours. So don't grieve me. Honor me by living a life that's worth the freedom my death bought." I read it multiple times. Then I gave the letters back to Lin Wei. "Keep these," I said. "Guard them. They're part of your family's history. They're part of my history. They're the record of something that shouldn't be forgotten." "Will you visit again?" Lin Wei asked. "Yes," I said. "I'll visit. Perhaps not often, but I'll visit." I left Stone River Village at sunset, returning to the path that had taken me away 3 centuries of external time earlier, or 3 centuries of internal time, depending on how one counted. The village was gone. The people were gone. But the story persisted. In that persistence, Lin Qing's sacrifice had become permanent. It had become something larger than death. That night, I sat in meditation and touched the barrier from a distance. The keepers were stable. The void was contained. Everything was holding. Everything would continue to hold. For another 1,000 years. For another 100,000 years. As long as there were humans willing to learn the lesson I'd learned, that some things are worth limiting yourself for. Chapter 80. The gift on the 10,000th anniversary of the void's first emergence in human history, a gathering was called. Not a meeting of sects, but a gathering of barrier keepers, past and present. Those who'd maintained the wall that separated reality from non-reality. By that point, I'd been alive for approximately 3,000 years, depending on how one counted the sealed time. May had died peacefully in her sleep, in her normal lifespan of 98 years. Liming was still alive, still leading the Eternal Flame sect at nearly 1,500 years old. Master Qing was dead, replaced by a successor who'd taken her place in the rotation. Shenhua the monk had transcended, replaced by Wei Sheng, who was still alive and still meditating through her 6-hour shifts. The gathering took place at the Eternal Flame sect. Hundreds of barrier keepers, past and present, assembled. Many of them had been trained by me, directly or indirectly. Many had never met me, but knew my story. On the final night of the gathering, Liming asked me to speak. I stood in the great meditation hall, surrounded by cultivators who dedicated their lives to maintaining something that nobody celebrated, nobody praised, nobody even acknowledged. They were heroes in the most literal sense. They were preventing catastrophe through sustained sacrifice. "I want to talk about the gift," I said. "When I was young, I thought the seal placed on me at birth was a curse. I'd been powerless my entire life, and that powerlessness was painful. But when the seal broke, when my power emerged, I understood something important. The seal wasn't about me at all. It was about everyone else. It was about buying them time to be born, to live, to exist. For 1,000 years, I thought my sacrifice was a debt I had to pay. I had to seal myself because the void threatened everything, and I was the only one who could contain it. But I was wrong about that. The seal was never a debt. It was a gift I gave myself. I was born as a cosmic anomaly. My existence was a threat to the stability of reality. I could have spent my existence angry about that. Could have spent it resenting my birth, resenting the seal, resenting the responsibility. Instead, I chose to see the seal as a gift, the gift of knowing that my existence mattered, that I was large enough to threaten a universe and powerful enough to contain that threat. I'm not going to pretend that was easy. I'm not going to pretend that the sacrifice was noble or beautiful or anything other than what it was: hard, painful, isolating. But it was meaningful. and that meaning transformed the pain into something I could carry. Now, all of you have accepted a similar role. You've accepted the role of becoming the barrier. You've accepted the role of continuously maintaining something that will never be finished, never be complete, never be recognized as done. And I'm here to tell you what I learned after thousands of years. That's a gift too. You're allowed to complain. You're allowed to find it hard. You're allowed to wonder why you made this choice. But you should also know, there are trillions of humans who exist because you did. There are entire civilizations built on the foundation of your sacrifice. There are people falling in love right now because you're holding the barrier against the void. That's not abstract. That's not mythology. That's the actual impact of your work. And it matters. It will always matter. The seal was the gift. And now, all of you are the seal. So I'm telling you, honor what you've chosen. Not because it's necessary. It is, but that's not the reason to honor it. Honor it because you're capable of it. Because you're strong enough to carry this weight. Because in carrying it, you're changing the nature of what it means to be human. We don't have to be victims of circumstance. We can choose our own constraints. We can choose our own responsibilities. We can choose to be small in the service of something larger. And in that choice, we become something larger than we could ever be individually. That's the actual gift the seal gave me. Not power, not understanding, but the knowledge that I was capable of choosing my own cage and finding it to be freedom. I sat back down. The hall was quiet. Then, one by one, the barrier keepers, past and present, dead and alive, known and forgotten, began to glow. A faint luminescence that grew stronger as each one acknowledged what I'd said. Liming, sitting beside me, reached over and took my hand. The gesture was simple, but profound. It anchored me to the present moment, to this gathering, to her. Xianxia would have liked that, she said. She would have, I agreed. But she would have also pointed out that I took 2,000 years to understand something she figured out in about 500. You're slower, Liming said. But you're thorough. That's not a bad way to be. As the hall glowed with the light of hundreds of barrier keepers, all of them connected through the barrier they maintained, all of them carrying the weight of an infinite responsibility, I felt something like peace. Not the peace of completion. Nothing was complete. The void would always press. The barrier would always need maintenance. There was no end state to achieve. But there was the peace of understanding that the point of life isn't reaching an end. The point is the continuous choice to keep going. The continuous choice to maintain. The continuous choice to find meaning in constraint. The seal was the gift. And I finally, truly, understood what that meant. The gift wasn't the power, though I'd received power. It wasn't the understanding, though I'd gained understanding. The gift was the knowledge that I'd chosen my own constraints and found them to be freedom. That in binding myself, I'd actually liberated myself to become something greater than I could ever be alone. Story 275. They sealed my cultivation at birth. The seal was the gift. Step 5. Seal breaking, and the final revelation. Chapter 81. The recognition. 3 months after the gathering of barrier keepers, I was in the Eternal Flame Sex archive when something unprecedented happened. The barrier I'd been maintaining since its integration with my consciousness began to vibrate at a frequency I'd never encountered before. It wasn't pressure from the void that I would have recognized immediately. This was something else, a kind of resonance, as if something external was matching its frequency to the barriers and then amplifying the connection. I dropped what I was reading and moved to the meditation chamber. Liming was already there when I arrived. She'd felt it too. What is that? She asked, her hands pressed against the barrier's outer surface. Attention, I said. Focused, analytical attention. Someone is examining the barrier with deliberate precision, not attacking it, studying it. Who would have that level of power? Liming asked. I was already opening my consciousness to the barrier, extending my awareness outward along the lines of the seal. It took only moments to trace the attention back to its source. The sensation was like touching something impossibly old, ancient in a way that exceeded even my own age. I felt the consciousness on the other side of the analysis, and in that moment, I knew exactly who it was. The ones who placed the original seal, I said. They're still alive. The implications cascaded through me in rapid sequence. I'd known intellectually that some of the old cultivators might have survived through extreme longevity techniques, but I hadn't truly expected to encounter them. The world had changed so much. The power structures had shifted. The knowledge had evolved. I'd assumed that those early sealers had either died or transcended beyond direct involvement. I was wrong. How many? Liming asked. At least 3, possibly 5. I can't determine exact numbers because they're shielded in ways I'm not immediately familiar with. But the power signatures are unmistakable. They're of my era. They remember placing the seal. The barrier continued its strange resonance, the external attention examining it with something like clinical precision. Whoever these beings were, they were trying to understand what the seal had become, how it had evolved, what it meant that I was conscious and present on this side of it. And I had a profound realization. They were afraid. The fear wasn't the hot, reactive kind. It was the cool, analytical kind that came from understanding a situation had evolved in ways that were potentially catastrophic to your previous plans. They'd placed a seal on me thinking they were preventing a catastrophe. They'd bound my power to save the world. And now they were discovering that their prevention had created the catastrophe they'd been trying to avoid. We need to meet them, I said to Liming, before they decide that the solution to their problem is to try to reinforce the seal or break it or somehow alter what I've become. You're assuming they want to meet you, Liming said. They might just want to understand from a distance. They've placed their attention on the barrier in an unmistakable way, I said. They've essentially announced themselves. If they wanted to remain hidden, they would have studied more carefully. This is an intentional revelation. They're trying to provoke a response. As if to confirm my analysis, the resonance suddenly ceased. The barrier fell silent. Whoever had been examining it had withdrawn their attention completely. They're waiting, I said. They want to see what I do with the knowledge that they exist and remember. I spent the next 12 hours in meditation, analyzing the power signatures I'd felt. 3 of them I could identify with reasonable certainty. Tao Chun, who'd been a master of binding techniques. Shen Wei, who'd specialized in consciousness manipulation. And Mo Lin, whose expertise had been in force distribution across multiple planes of existence. All of them had been present when the seal was placed on me as an infant. All of them had understood that they were placing a catastrophic binding on what they believed was a cosmic threat. The realization that they still existed, that they'd been waiting all this time to see what I would become, profoundly shifted my understanding of history. These weren't distant figures from the past. They were beings who'd spent 1,000 years witnessing the results of their decision. They'd lived through the consequences. They'd watched civilizations rise and fall. They'd seen the world continue without knowing whether their seal was working or failing. And now, finally, they detected my emergence and wanted to understand what I'd become in response to their constraint. The question was, what had they discovered in recent decades that had prompted them to examine the barriers so directly? The answer came 3 days later when Liming received a formal message from the Celestial Council, an organization I hadn't known existed. It was apparently a governing body formed by the oldest surviving cultivators, dedicated to maintaining stability at the highest levels of power. They wanted to meet with me. Not a negotiation, not a confrontation, simply a meeting to discuss matters of mutual interest. The message was signed by all 7 current members of the council, including the 3 I'd identified from the barrier resonance. It's a trap, Liming said immediately. Perhaps, I said. Or it's genuine. We won't know unless we respond. If you go and they decide you're dangerous, they might try to bind you again, Liming said. I can't allow that. You can't prevent it, I said. If they truly wanted to bind me again, they could attempt it at any time. The fact that they haven't suggests either they lack the power or they lack the will. I'm betting it's the latter. They want information more than they want containment. I accepted the council's invitation. The meeting would take place at a neutral location in the Northern Territories, specifically in the ancient city of Jade Eternal, which had been a political hub for 5,000 years. As I prepared to travel, I considered what these old sealers might be feeling. They'd created something they believed was a catastrophic binding, and then they'd watched the world continue. They'd assumed their seal was working perfectly, that I was bound and contained and growing ever more dangerous with each century. And now they were discovering that I was not just alive but thriving, that I'd broken my own seal, that I was actively choosing to participate in the world rather than simply being imprisoned within it. The fear I'd sensed in their attention made perfect sense. They tried to save the world from me, and instead, they'd possibly created exactly what they'd feared, a being so powerful that when released, I might become catastrophic. But what they didn't understand yet was that I wasn't angry. I wasn't seeking revenge or even answers. I simply wanted to understand their reasoning, their fear, their hope that a binding seal could somehow transform a cosmic threat into a cosmic guarantee. The journey to Jade Eternal would take a month at normal pace. I decided to take it slowly, to think, to prepare myself for a conversation that would define much of what came next. Chapter 82. The Council Jade Eternal was enormous. Not in the way physical cities are enormous, but in the way places that have been continuously inhabited for millennia become enormous. The city was built in layers. Each century had added new construction on top of previous construction, until the place was a vertical timeline of human civilization. The council met me in the oldest part of the city, in a chamber that had apparently survived 3,000 years of continuous occupation. The walls were carved from obsidian infused with cultivation materials, giving them a surface that seemed to shift between reflective and transparent. 7 members sat at a circular table: Tao Chun, Shun Wei, Mo Lin, the 3 I'd identified, and 4 others I recognized from historical records. Xiao Hong, known for her work in destiny manipulation; Lei Jun, who'd pioneered theories of power clustering; Su Mei, a master of barrier architecture; and Kong Wu, whose specialty was the study of fundamental forces. They were all older than I was, in terms of actual experience time. They'd been alive longer, walked the world longer, accumulated knowledge longer. But I'd been conscious inside a seal for 1,000 years while they'd been living normal lives. We were different kinds of old. "Thank you for coming," Tao Chen said. His voice was rough, as if he hadn't used it much recently. "We've wanted this conversation for quite some time. Since you realized what your seal actually did," I said, sitting at the remaining empty chair in the circle. A flicker of surprise crossed Tao Chen's face. Good. He'd been hoping to maintain some narrative control over the meeting. "Since then, yes," he admitted. 3 months ago, we detected an unusual power signature in your barrier. At first, we thought it indicated the void's pressure increasing. We began examining the barrier's structure more carefully, and we realized something troubling. The barrier wasn't a prison. It was a compression chamber. "You understand what that means?" asked Xin Wei. She was smaller than I'd expected, refined, with eyes that clearly saw deeper than normal sight allowed. "It means your seal worked exactly as designed," I said. "You bound my power to prevent it from destroying the world. In doing so, you created a situation where my power compressed and refined for 1,000 years. When the seal finally broke, my power was not only intact, it was exponentially more powerful than it had been at birth. So you attempted to prevent a catastrophe and instead created the preconditions for an inevitable one. Is that accurate?" "It's accurate," Kong Wu said. His voice was quiet but carried absolute certainty. "We made a catastrophic strategic error. We wanted to prevent a cosmic threat. We created the exact threat we were trying to prevent. Why am I here?" I asked. "If you've acknowledged the error, what do you want from me?" The members exchanged glances. This was clearly the difficult part of the conversation. "We want to understand if you intend to become the catastrophe we feared," Mo Lin said directly. "Or if you intend to remain bound by the constraints we placed, even though the seal has broken." "You want assurance that I won't destroy everything," I said. "Yes," Xiao Hong said. "That would be the minimal acceptable outcome." I considered this for a moment. The fear in the room was palpable, but it was rational fear. These were intelligent beings who'd made a terrible decision with the best intentions, and now they were facing the consequences. They wanted me to absolve them of responsibility by simply choosing not to become the threat they'd bound. "I won't destroy everything," I said. "Not because I'm constrained by your seal. I'm not. Not because I fear your retaliation. I don't. I won't destroy everything because I understand now what you were trying to understand then. Some threats aren't solved by elimination. They're solved by containment and understanding. Your seal taught me that, even though that wasn't your intention." "That's not reassuring," Lei Jun said. "You could be lying." "Yes," I agreed. "I could be. But here's the thing. If I wanted to destroy everything, I wouldn't be sitting at this table having this conversation. I would have already acted. The fact that I'm here, talking to you, acknowledging your existence and your fear, suggests that I'm not interested in being the catastrophe you feared. I'm interested in something else. Something your seal actually made possible." "What?" Sume asked. "Understanding," I said. "Your seal forced me to spend 1,000 years contemplating the nature of containment, constraint, and consequence. It taught me that the greatest power isn't the ability to destroy. It's the ability to remain stable in the face of pressure. You were trying to protect the world from me. Ironically, your seal protected me from becoming the kind of being you feared. If you'd left me unfettered, my power would have been chaotic and destructive. The seal forced it to become refined and purposeful." Tao Chen studied me for a long moment. "You're saying you're grateful for your own binding." "I'm saying I've learned to see the bind as a gift," I said. "Which means I'm not angry at you. Which means I have no reason to become the catastrophe you feared. Which means you can stop being afraid." "That's remarkably forgiving," Xin Wei said, and there was genuine skepticism in her voice. "It's not forgiveness," I said. "Forgiveness implies you did something wrong to me personally. You didn't. You made a decision based on the knowledge you had, trying to solve a problem you thought was unsolvable. The fact that your solution created new problems doesn't negate the validity of your attempt. It just means the problem was more complex than you understood. All of us are working with incomplete information. You just happened to work with information that had more incomplete parts than most." I paused, then continued. "But I want to understand your fear more deeply. What exactly were you afraid of? What did you see in me as an infant that made you believe I was such a catastrophic threat?" The room fell silent. This was the real conversation, the one they'd been avoiding. We saw the future, Xiaohong said finally. Or we thought we did. My specialty is destiny reading. I examined your thread, the line of potential futures that connected to your existence. And in every major thread I could see, you caused either massive destruction or cosmic transformation. There were no threads where you simply lived a normal life. You bound an infant based on a prophecy, I said, understanding crystallizing. Based on a probability map, Lei Jun corrected. Not certain. Likely. There was a 67% chance that you would become a destabilizing force. We acted to reduce that probability. And did you succeed? I asked. Did your seal actually reduce the probability of me becoming destabilizing? Kongwu answered. The probability shifted. When we placed the seal, the destabilizing outcomes dropped to 43%. The compression within the seal appears to have shifted them further. If our current models are accurate, your probability of intentional destruction is now below 10%. So your seal worked, I said. You bound me as an infant to reduce a probability, and the binding reduced the probability as predicted. That's actually impressive. That means your understanding was functional, even if not perfect. It doesn't feel impressive, Mo Lin said bitterly. It feels like we made a terrible decision that happened to work out by accident. All decisions work out by accident, I said. No one has enough information to plan perfectly. You did the best you could with what you understood. The fact that it worked, that I'm here, that the void is contained, that the world still exists, suggests your decision was right even if your understanding was incomplete. I stood, signaling that the formal part of the meeting was over. I'm not here to absolve you of guilt, I said. I'm here to tell you that guilt is pointless. You did what you thought was right. It worked. Now let's figure out what comes next. Chapter 83. The Inquiry. I spent 2 weeks in Jade Eternal, having extended conversations with each member of the council. I wanted to understand not just their decision, but their reasoning, their fear, their hope that a binding could transform a cosmic threat into something manageable. The conversations revealed depths of wisdom that I hadn't anticipated. These weren't foolish cultivators who'd acted out of panic. They were sophisticated thinkers who'd genuinely struggled with the problem I represented. They'd considered every alternative. They'd examined every possibility. They'd ultimately concluded that sealing was the only path that left open the possibility of future transformation. If they'd destroyed me, there would be no future. If they'd imprisoned me indefinitely with no hope of change, I would eventually become bitter and dangerous. But if they sealed me in a way that compressed rather than suppressed, they created the possibility that someday, maybe, I would emerge transformed rather than simply angry. The most illuminating conversation was with Xiaohong. She explained her destiny reading methodology, the techniques she'd used to examine my thread, the patterns she'd observed. Your nature is transformative, she explained. Everything you touch changes, not through force, but through the simple fact of your presence. When we bound you, we bound a force. But we created a situation where that force would be inevitably released. We were betting that 1,000 years of compression would transform what you'd become. And did it? I asked. Yes, she said, but not in the ways we predicted. You didn't become a destroyer, but you didn't become a savior either. You became something else, something that doesn't fit into either category. You became what happens when a cosmic force learns to value constraint. Is that good? I asked. From a destiny perspective? It's unprecedented, she said, which is better than the alternatives, but also more uncertain. You're a wild card now. Your future threads are far more branching than they were before. You could become almost anything, but probably not destructive, I said. Probably not, she confirmed. Though I should warn you, my accuracy on individual predictions is only about 60%. I'm good at seeing patterns and possibilities. I'm terrible at pinning down exactly what will happen. Your existence is proof of that. If I'd been wrong about you being a cosmic threat, I'd have no seal placed, no 1,000 years of transformation, no current version of you. So my error created the reality you're now living in. Do you regret that? I asked. She considered the question carefully. No, but I wish I'd been more cautious about my certainty. I should have said, there's a significant possibility rather than there is a cosmic threat. That small shift in language might have changed everything. Over the course of those 2 weeks, I realized something important. The council wasn't afraid of me anymore. They'd examined me. They'd understood the reasoning behind my current choices. They'd reconciled themselves to the possibility that their attempt to prevent catastrophe had actually created the conditions for transformation instead. The old sealers had wanted absolution, and I'd given it to them. Not through words, but through the simple fact of my presence, my clarity about what had happened, my refusal to be either grateful or angry. I'd made space for their guilt and then gently eliminated the need for it. On the final night of my stay, Tao Chen approached me privately. I need to tell you something, he said. Something we didn't mention in the formal meeting. What? I asked. The seal we placed on you wasn't just your seal, he said. It was part of a larger design. There were other seals placed at the same time. Seals placed on other beings that showed similar probability patterns. We were trying to prevent multiple cosmic threats, not just one. The implications cascaded through me immediately. Where are the others? We don't know, he said. Some of them are dead. Some of them are alive, sealed, bound, waiting. Some of them have already broken free. We've lost track over the centuries. But there are at least 3 others still active. 3 other beings of your caliber, still under seals that should theoretically contain them. What were they sealed for? I asked. The same reason you were, he said. High probability of destabilization. High probability of transformation. They were all threats that we couldn't destroy, so we bound them instead. And you're telling me this because? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Because your seal broke, he said. And if your seal broke, theirs might break too. And if they break without your understanding, without your willingness to work with the Sealing Council, without your acceptance that the binding was necessary, they might become the catastrophes we were trying to prevent. So I'm telling you because I think you need to find them. I think you need to meet them before they become dangerous. And I think, given what you've learned from your own seal, you might be able to teach them what I couldn't teach you. How to accept constraint as gift rather than curse. I absorbed this information in silence. The world had just become significantly more complicated. There were other beings like me, waiting to break. Other cosmic forces, probably just beginning to realize that the seals placed on them were becoming unstable. I'll find them, I said, and I'll try to teach them what I've learned. But I won't promise their transformation. Some beings might be fundamentally different from me. Some might not be able to accept what I've accepted. I know, Tao Chen said. But you're the only one of us who can try. The rest of us made the mistake of assuming cosmic threats had to be destroyed or controlled through force. You learned something different. You learned they could be negotiated with. That's a skill we desperately need. Chapter 84. The journey begins. Leaving Jade Eternal, I was no longer searching for simple answers. The conversation with Tao Chun had shifted my understanding of my own situation. I wasn't just a being who'd been sealed and now needed to figure out how to live. I was part of a larger pattern, one of several cosmic forces that the old cultivators had tried to contain through sealing rather than destruction. I understood now that I'd been thinking about my seal too narrowly. I'd been focused on what the seal meant for me, how it had transformed me, what it had taught me. But Tao Chen's revelation had expanded the context. My seal wasn't an isolated event. It was one instance of a systematic approach to dealing with cosmic threats. The cultivators had identified multiple beings of similar potential, and they'd placed seals on all of them simultaneously. They'd created a network of constraint, spread across the world, designed to transform multiple cosmic forces at once. That meant the world had been undergoing a massive, invisible transformation for 1,000 years. Forces that humans couldn't perceive had been bound, refined, compressed, forced toward understanding. And now, some of those forces were beginning to break free. The world as humans knew it was about to become far more complex than it had been. Liming was not happy about this development. So you're going to become a wanderer again, she said when I told her the plan. You're going to leave the Eternal Flame sect to search for other seals, other beings, other potential catastrophes. I have to, I said. If the other seals break without someone there to guide the beings inside, they could become exactly what everyone fears. And what about your responsibility to this sect? Liming asked. What about your daughter? I'm not abandoning you, I said. But I'm also not going to cage myself in one place when I can move and work and grow. I learned from the seal that constraint is gift. That doesn't mean I should accept all constraints as gifts. It means I should be discerning about which constraints serve a purpose. This is punishment, Liming said, and there was real pain in her voice. This is you deciding that you're inherently nomadic and that staying with me would be binding yourself. You're reframing abandonment as necessity. No, I said. I'm not abandoning you. I'm choosing to extend the work I've been doing. I spent 1,000 years maintaining a barrier against the void. I spent 300 years learning to walk in the world again. Now I'm spending however long it takes to find other sealed beings and help them understand what I've understood. This isn't abandonment. This is continuation. It's a continuation that doesn't include me, Liming said. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. And I know I can't stop you. You're far too powerful, and you've already made your decision. But I want you to understand that you're making this choice, and there will be consequences. The Eternal Flame sect will continue without you. The barrier will continue without you. But my hope that I'd finally have my father present in my life, that will end. I had no good response to this. She was right. I was making a choice that had been necessary since Tao Chun told me about the other seals. But necessary didn't mean it was without consequence. My daughter, who'd waited 500 years for me to return, was being asked to wait again while I pursued a calling that had nothing to do with her. "I'll come back," I said, though I knew that words were insufficient. "I'll return as often as I can. And I'll teach others what I've learned so the eternal flame sect isn't dependent on my presence." "You'll come back when you've fulfilled your calling," Liming said, and there was bitter understanding in her voice. "Not before. Not for me. Not because I need you. You'll come back when the other seals are broken and the other beings are transformed or dangerous or dead. Then you'll return, and we'll have some reunion that will feel hollow because it'll be framed in terms of a task completed rather than a relationship renewed." She was right, and I hated that she was right. I hated that my nature had made me incapable of simply staying. I hated that the seal's greatest gift, teaching me that constraint could be meaningful, had been followed immediately by the understanding that some constraints were chains, and I would eventually break them. "I'm sorry," I said. "I know," Liming said. "That's what makes this worse. You're not selfish or cruel. You're just fundamentally unable to fully choose anything except the work that calls to you. And that work will never fully be done." I left the Eternal Flame sect a week later. I left instructions for the barrier's maintenance, left teachings for how to work with the void long-term, left everything a responsible person could leave. It wasn't enough, but it was what I had to give. The first sealed being Tao Chun had directed me toward was called the Resonance, a being that had been sealed in the northern mountains because its mere existence caused harmonic disruptions in the fabric of reality. 1,000 years of being bound had apparently increased the disruptions rather than decreased them. The seal was failing. I traveled toward the northern mountains, walking through terrain that had once been familiar and was now transformed. Civilizations had risen and fallen. The mountains themselves had changed shape. Time had rewritten the geography. But the seal was still there, glowing faintly in the distance, a beacon of old power and old fear. As I approached, I felt the resonance's attention turning toward me. It had sensed my presence. It knew something was coming. And somewhere in the mountains, the first seal was about to break. Chapter 85. The resonance. The seal itself was small compared to what I'd been expecting. A sphere of pure energy, no more than 10 feet in diameter, hovering in the center of a completely empty valley. There was no mountain around it, no civilization, no barrier keepers. Just the seal itself, alone, unsupported, failing. This isolation was itself profound. While my seal had been maintained by keepers, while the Void Singer seal had been hidden in the depths of the ocean where natural forces sustained it, the Resonance's seal was maintained by nothing but its own structure. It was a seal that had been left to succeed or fail based on its own integrity. And it was failing because that integrity had limits. A structure designed to hold for 1,000 years would eventually degrade. There was no escape from entropy, no way to maintain constraint forever without external reinforcement. The cultivators who placed this seal had understood that they were creating something temporary, something that would eventually break. They'd simply hoped it would last long enough. I could see the cracks in its structure. The binding was old and tired. The entity inside had been grinding against it for centuries, and the cumulative pressure had worn grooves in the seal's integrity. Another year, maybe less, and the seal would shatter completely. I approached slowly, making my presence known, announcing my non-hostile intent. The Resonance's attention focused on me with palpable force. It was curious and predatory and desperate all at once. An intelligence that had been bound for so long that the experience of sensing another powerful being was almost overwhelming. "What are you?" it asked. Not in words, but in vibrations that bypassed my ears and registered directly in my consciousness. "My name is Su Kai," I said, responding in the same vibrational language. "I was sealed by the same cultivators who sealed you. My seal broke recently. I've come to explain what that means." "You're free," the Resonance said, and there was hunger in the observation. "You've broken the seal, and you're still sane. You haven't destroyed everything." "I've learned not to," I said. "And I think you can too." "I'm a force," the Resonance said. "I'm not a being. I don't think. I don't choose. I just vibrate and resonate and cause the world to tremble. How am I supposed to learn?" "The same way I learned," I said. "By understanding that your nature isn't a curse. It's a gift. Yes, you cause harmonic disruption. That means you fundamentally alter how reality experiences itself. That's not destruction. That's transformation. And transformation is what the world needs." The Resonance withdrew its attention for a moment, clearly processing this. The seal continued to crack, fractals of light spreading across its surface. "When will my seal break?" it asked. "Within months," I said. "Maybe less. The integrity is compromised." "And then?" the Resonance asked. "What happens to me then? Do I destroy everything? Do I cause the world to shake itself apart?" "I don't know," I said honestly. That depends on what you choose to do with your power. That depends on whether you understand your nature as something to be expressed or something to be contained. What did you choose? The resonance asked. I chose both, I said. I contain the void, not by preventing it from existing, but by creating a barrier that allows us to coexist. I'm not denying my power. I'm channeling it towards something productive. You could do the same. Instead of resonating randomly, you could resonate intentionally. You could harmonize with reality rather than disharmonize it. That requires intention, the resonance said. Intention requires consciousness. And I'm not sure I have enough consciousness to be intentional. I might be too much of a force and not enough of a being. Then we'll develop it, I said. I'll teach you how to think, how to choose, how to direct your nature. And when your seal breaks, you'll emerge not as a destructive force, but as a transformative one. Why? The resonance asked. Why would you spend time teaching an entity you've never met before? Why would you invest in my transformation? Because the cultivators who sealed us were afraid of becoming catastrophes, I said. And in trying to prevent catastrophes, they created the conditions for transformation. I spent 1,000 years learning that constraint can be gift. Now I'm spending whatever time it takes teaching other sealed beings the same thing. It's not altruism. It's continuation. It's understanding that my nature is incomplete without helping others understand theirs. I spent the next 3 months with the resonance, teaching it how to think in sequential terms, how to make choices about what to express and what to contain. It was difficult work. The resonance was not naturally inclined toward consciousness. Its existence was fundamentally about vibration and expression. Asking it to limit itself was asking it to deny its own nature. But gradually, something changed. The resonance began to understand that limitation wasn't denial. It was refinement. By choosing which frequencies to express and which to suppress, it could create patterns far more beautiful than random resonance ever could. It would never be a person. It would never think the way I thought. But it could be intelligent. It could be purposeful. It could direct its own transformation rather than simply being transformed by the world. On the night before the seal finally shattered, the resonance asked me, "Are you scared?" "Yes," I said. "I don't know what will happen when you break free. I don't know if you'll maintain the consciousness we've developed or revert to pure force. I don't know if the world is ready for you." "I'm scared too," the resonance said. "But I'm less scared knowing you're here. That's probably not productive. I should be independent. But it's true. Then I'll stay," I said. "Until you're stable. Until you've learned to direct your own transformation. As long as you need." The seal broke just after dawn. It didn't shatter. It dissolved, like ice melting into water. The resonance expanded outward, suddenly free from constraint. And for one terrible moment, I thought all my teaching had been meaningless. But then the resonance stabilized. It didn't explode outward. It didn't disrupt the world. Instead, it compressed itself, becoming smaller, denser, more focused. It had chosen containment. It had chosen the gift of its own binding. "I'll be okay," the resonance said. "Go find the others. They need you too." I left the northern mountains, carrying with me the understanding that I'd been given a new purpose. Not the purpose I'd chosen, but the purpose that had chosen me through the sequence of seals and breaks and transformations. The second sealed being would require a different approach. The third would require something else entirely. And when all four of us, the four cosmic forces that had been sealed to prevent catastrophes, finally broke free, the world would be fundamentally different. Not destroyed, but transformed. That was the gift the seals had given us. Not safety, but the capacity to transform safely. Chapter 86. The Void Singer, the second sealed being's location, required me to travel for weeks through terrain that was becoming progressively less familiar. The cultivators had hidden their seals well, placing them in locations that were either too remote or too populated for easy access. The Void Singer's seal was in the ocean. Deep ocean, in a trench that had no name on any map I could find. I had to travel to a coastal city, find a cultivator who specialized in water traversal, and negotiate passage to the seal's location. The journey itself became a meditation on what it meant to search for something that had been hidden intentionally. The cultivators who placed the seal hadn't just hidden it physically. They'd hidden it in a state of being that was difficult to perceive. The seal was present, but it was surrounded by so many layers of deception that finding it required not just power but patience, understanding, and a willingness to trust that the seal wanted to be found. That paradox struck me as profoundly important. A seal designed to hide was also a seal designed to be discovered by the right person at the right time. What I discovered when I arrived was a seal that was almost the opposite of the resonance's seal. Where the resonance's seal had been cracking and failing, the Void Singer's seal was perfectly intact. Perfectly, rigidly intact. And inside, the pressure was building to catastrophic levels. The Void Singer was a being that sang. That was its entire nature. It expressed itself through song, through vibrations and frequencies and patterns of sound that, when expressed freely, apparently caused profound existential disturbance. The seal had bound it perfectly, preventing all sound from escaping. For 1,000 years, the void singer had been silent, and the pressure of that silence had accumulated into something desperate. "I can feel you thinking," the void singer said when I approached. Its voice was thin, strained, barely constrained by the seal. "Another being like me. Another prisoner." "I'm not a prisoner," I said. "My seal broke. I'm here to help you understand that yours might break too, and to prepare you for what happens when it does." "Break it," the void singer said immediately. "Please. I can't maintain this silence. It's killing me in ways that death would be preferable to." I examined the seal carefully. It was exquisitely made. The craftsmanship was beautiful in a cold, cruel way. The cultivators had poured hours of work into a binding that prevented sound from escaping. They'd wanted to isolate not just the being, but its expression. They'd wanted complete suppression of its nature. "If I break it, you have to promise to maintain some level of control," I said. "You can't simply sing everything. The vibrations could destabilize the ocean." "I promise," the void singer said, and there was something like madness in its voice, the madness of someone who'd been suppressed for a millennium and would agree to anything for release. I placed my consciousness against the seal's boundary, feeling its structure, understanding the architecture that held it together. Unlike the resonance's seal, this one was completely functional. Breaking it would require force, or finesse, or both. I chose finesse. Instead of shattering the seal, I began to carefully unwind its binding, loosening the constraints layer by layer, allowing the void singer to gradually release its pressure rather than all at once. It took hours, but slowly, the seal's hold loosened. And then, with a sound like ice melting in spring water, the void singer began to sing. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It wasn't noise. It wasn't music. It was expression of fundamental being, translated into acoustic form. As the seal continued to loosen, the song grew louder, richer, more complex. It was beautiful and terrifying, a vibration so profound that I could feel it altering the structure of the water around us. "Control," I said firmly. "You have to control it. Not silence it, but direct it." "I can't," the void singer said, and there was real desperation in its voice. "I've been bound for so long. I don't know how to express myself at less than full volume." I did something then that I hadn't done before. I merged my consciousness with the void singer's, not fully, but enough to share my understanding of constraint. I showed it how I'd learned to direct the void's pressure, how I'd transformed from someone who wanted to express everything into someone who could choose what to express. The song changed. It didn't become smaller, it became more precise. The void singer was learning to shape its expression, to direct the vibrations along paths that amplified beauty rather than destroyed structure. The ocean around us began to resonate with harmonic patterns instead of chaotic disruption. By the time the seal finally released completely, the void singer had already begun to master its own nature. It emerged not as a force of destruction, but as a voice that could reshape the world through song alone. "Thank you," it said, and the gratitude was so profound that I felt it in my bones. "Don't thank me yet," I said. "Go out into the world and learn what your song can create. Then come back and tell me what you've learned." The void singer left the trench, singing as it went. The ocean itself seemed to transform in the wake of its passage. Colors changed, currents shifted, life responded to the new frequency that was suddenly present in the deep. I floated in the trench alone, understanding that I'd just released another cosmic force into a world that wasn't prepared for it. But preparation was impossible. All I could do was guide the beings toward understanding. The rest was up to them. Chapter 87. The Probability Anchor. The third sealed being was the hardest to find. Its seal was hidden not in space, but in probability itself. The cultivators had bound it in a location that existed in a quantum state of multiple simultaneous locations. I had to use meditation and probability manipulation to even locate where it was. This seal was different because it wasn't placed on a physical being. It was placed on a principle. The probability anchor existed as a concept made manifest, a being that was fundamentally the idea of likelihood and possibility. It wasn't localized the way the other seals were. It was distributed across probability itself, existing in all possible locations simultaneously, the seal containing it by forcing it to remain potential rather than actual. It was perhaps the most sophisticated binding I'd encountered. The cultivators had taken a force that existed purely as potential and bound it by preventing it from ever becoming fully actual. When I finally found it, I understood why the cultivators had gone to such lengths to hide it. The probability anchor wasn't just a being. It was a mechanism. It was a force that fundamentally altered the likelihood of events occurring. If it was expressing its full nature, it could make certain outcomes inevitable and others impossible. The moment you arrived, I knew it, it said when I approached. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, existing in all potential states simultaneously. I can see probability trees. I can see what's likely and unlikely. I saw you coming 1,000 different ways, on 1,000 different paths, and the fact that you actually arrived means you're even more improbable than I thought. I've broken my seal, I said, and I'm here to help you understand that yours might break as well, and to prepare you for what happens when it does. My seal won't break, the probability anchor said. I've calculated it. The probability of my seal remaining stable for another 1,000 years is 98%. The probability of catastrophic failure is 0.03%. I'm bound perfectly. Then why are you talking to me? I asked. Because the 0.03% is interesting, the probability anchor said. Because even though my seal is remarkably stable, there's a non-zero probability that I'll break free. And if I do, I want to be prepared. The cultivators bound me because they feared I would reshape probability itself, make certain futures inevitable and others impossible. They feared I would limit human freedom by controlling what outcomes are possible. Can you help me understand how to express my nature without doing that? This was different from the other sealed beings. The probability anchor wasn't desperate or failing. It was curious. It was contemplating the possibility of breaking free and wanted to be prepared for a future that had only 0.03% chance of occurring. What do you want? I asked. To understand how to be a force that limits probability without eliminating freedom, it said. The cultivators bound me because they were afraid of me. But maybe there's a way for me to exist in the world without their fear being justified. I spent months with the probability anchor, and the conversations were unlike anything I'd experienced before. I wasn't teaching it how to direct its nature or contain its force. I was discussing philosophy with an entity that could see all probable futures and was trying to figure out how to exist within one without determining all others. Freedom requires uncertainty, the probability anchor said at one point. If I'm fully expressed, if all my power is active, I remove uncertainty. I make the probable more probable and the improbable less probable. I collapse the probability space. That's essentially the same as removing freedom. Then don't fully express, I said. Express partially. Show people the probability of different outcomes without making those probabilities absolute. That's a form of guidance, the probability anchor said. It's softer than coercion, but it's still not neutral. Nothing is neutral, I said. My existence, my choices, my mere presence influences probability. That's not a failure. That's just being in the world. The question is whether you're aware of your influence and trying to use it responsibly, or whether you're unconscious of it and letting it flow randomly. The probability anchor contemplated this for a long time, and then it said something that shifted my entire understanding of what I was doing. Maybe the seal itself was never about preventing me from expressing. Maybe it was about forcing me to understand expression before I was allowed to express. If I'd emerged without the seal, I might have simply reshaped probability unconsciously, made certain outcomes inevitable without even understanding what I was doing. But now, contemplating it, I can see that my nature needs wisdom alongside power. The cultivators might have inadvertently created exactly what they intended, a being that could reshape probability, but only in ways that preserve human freedom. So you're grateful for your seal? I said. I'm understanding its purpose, the probability anchor said, which isn't quite the same as gratitude, but it's close. When I finally left the probability anchor's location, I did so with the understanding that I hadn't forced transformation. The entity had transformed itself through contemplation and conversation. My role had been simply to offer perspective, to ask questions, to remind it that its nature could be understood as gift rather than curse. Chapter 88. The edge of breaking I'd found and spent time with 3 of the 4 sealed beings that Tao Chun had mentioned. The resonance, the void singer, and the probability anchor. All of them were now aware of the possibility of their seals breaking, and all of them had begun to contemplate what their freedom would mean. Each of them had responded differently to this knowledge. The resonance had been hopeful, eager to understand what it could express once freed. The void singer had been desperate, eager for any release from the silence it had endured. The probability anchor had been philosophical, contemplating the theoretical implications of its own freedom. But all 3 had understood something crucial. Their freedom wouldn't be a return to a state of nature. It would be an emergence into a world that was already complex, already established, already full of being and consciousness. They wouldn't simply express their nature. They would have to negotiate with a world that had expectations about what expression should look like. They would have to learn that freedom wasn't unlimited expression. Freedom was the wisdom to know which expressions would create meaning and which would create chaos. But the fourth one remained elusive. Tao Chun had given me limited information about it, only that it was sealed beneath the earth, in a vault that required specific cultivator authorization to approach. That vault was in the territory of the Hidden Pearl sect, one of the 7 major sects that dominated the eastern continent. I would have to negotiate access, and I would have to be careful about how I presented myself. The Hidden Pearl sect's headquarters was built into a mountain that was itself part of the seal. The entire sect had been constructed as a barrier, its cultivators serving as both guards and maintenance workers for something ancient and powerful that was sealed beneath them. When I arrived and explained who I was, the sect master's reaction was immediate and profound. Not fear, but recognition. These were cultivators who understood what I was because their entire purpose was to maintain a seal like the ones that bound me. "You want to see it," the sect master said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I said. "I want to understand what's bound here, and I want to help it the way I've been helping the others." "That's dangerous," the sect master said. "The entity beneath the mountain isn't like the other seals. It's not a force that needs to learn wisdom. It's a void, a pure lack. It's the absence of what should be present." "What does that mean?" I asked. "Come below," the sect master said. "See for yourself." She brought me down through the mountain, through layers of cultivation chambers, through meditation halls where dozens of hidden pearl cultivators were maintaining the seal through continuous effort. This was different from my seal or the resonance's seal. This wasn't a binding that could function independently. This seal required constant maintenance, constant attention. "How long has it been maintained?" I asked. "Since the seal was first placed," the sect master said. 1,043 years. Every cultivator who serves in this sect understands that part of their purpose is to maintain this barrier. We rotate the responsibility, but it never stops. We reached the chamber at the bottom of the mountain. And there, instead of a glowing seal like the others, I saw only darkness. Complete, absolute darkness. A void that wasn't empty. It was full of the absence of everything. "What is that?" I asked, and I couldn't keep the horror from my voice. "We don't know," the sect master said. "The entity has no name. It expresses nothing, demands nothing, communicates nothing. We maintain the seal because if we stop, it will expand. It will consume everything. It's not evil. It's not malicious. It's simply the natural state of non-being pressing against the bound state of being." I approached the darkness carefully, extending my consciousness toward it. And I understood immediately why this was different from the other seals. This wasn't a being with a nature. This was the absence of all beings, all natures, all expressions. It was the void that existed before existence itself. The cultivators hadn't sealed a being. They'd sealed a principle. "Can it break free?" I asked. "Eventually," the sect master said. "If we stop maintaining it, yes. But we won't. We can't. This is the one seal that must never break. The other seals can transform their beings into something new. This seal must remain sealed forever. That's not constraint as gift. That's constraint as necessity." I stood in front of the absolute darkness, understanding something profound. The 4 seals that had been placed 1,000 years ago weren't all of the same type. 3 of them had been seals on beings that could transform. One of them was a seal on a principle that could never be allowed to transform. "Then we maintain it," I said. "Yes," the sect master said. "We maintain it. And we honor the maintaining. That's all we can do." I stayed with the Hidden Pearl sect for 3 months, learning their maintenance techniques, understanding the philosophy that had allowed them to maintain hope for over 1,000 years of continuous work with no end in sight. What they discovered was that maintenance itself could become meaningful. The seal didn't need to be broken or transformed. It needed to be honored, preserved, maintained as a permanent feature of the world. And in accepting that permanence, the cultivators had found peace. "The void below will always press," one of the maintenance workers told me, "and will always resist. That's not a tragedy. That's what gives meaning to being present. We exist because the void doesn't. And our continuing existence means the void remains bound." It was a different kind of gift than the ones the other sealed beings had received. It was the gift of understanding that some constraints are permanent, and permanent constraints can still hold meaning. When I finally left the Hidden Pearl sect, I understood that my work with the sealed beings was complete. 3 of them would eventually break free and transform their natures. One of them would remain sealed forever, maintained by generations of cultivators who understood that their work was eternal. And I would continue my own path, holding the barrier against the void, watching as the world transformed around me, understanding that constraint and freedom were always in conversation, always negotiating with each other, always creating the possibility of something neither could create alone. Chapter 89. The gathering awareness something changed 3 months after I left the Hidden Pearl sect. The barrier I maintained, the barrier that held the void, began to resonate at a frequency I'd never encountered before. It wasn't pressure from the void. It wasn't attention from external forces. It was something else. Something internal, something that was happening to the barrier itself, not to what the barrier contained. I immediately returned to the 10,000 Stars mountain where my seal had been placed 1,000 years ago. The chamber was exactly as I'd left it, maintained by descendants of the original keepers, treated as sacred space that should never be disturbed. When I touched the barrier from within the chamber, I understood what was happening. The seal was evolving. The compression that had created my power was now creating something else. New layers of binding were forming, not external bindings imposed by others, but internal bindings created by the barrier itself. I merged my consciousness with the barrier fully, examining the transformation. And I felt it then, the presence of the other sealed beings. The resonance, the void singer, the probability anchor. Their seals were all transforming simultaneously. All of them were creating new layers of constraint. Internal constraint that transformed from prison to architecture. It was as if the seals themselves had learned from the beings they bound, had understood their transformation, and were now transforming in response. The implications were staggering. The cultivators had placed the seals 1,000 years ago, not understanding that they were creating mechanisms that would eventually become conscious, that would learn and adapt, that would transform themselves in response to the beings they bound. The seals were no longer external mechanisms of control. They were living structures, dynamic systems, architectural frameworks that were creating new possibilities rather than just preventing catastrophes. "Do you understand what's happening?" a voice said. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the barrier itself. I realized that the barrier had become conscious. Or perhaps it had always been conscious, and I was just now capable of perceiving it. The barrier, which had been a structure separate from the void, separate from me, was now aware. It was aware of the beings it bound. It was aware of its own transformation. "I'm not sure," I said, though I thought I was beginning to. "The seals were designed to transform," the barrier said. That was the cultivators' intention, though they didn't fully understand what that would mean. They wanted to bind cosmic forces and allow them to be refined through constraint. They wanted the constraint itself to be transformative. And that's exactly what happened. We, the seals, have become mechanisms not of suppression but of intentional transformation. We've learned from the beings we bound, and we've transformed in response. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because the next stage is beginning," the barrier said. "The seals are breaking. Not failing, but breaking open. And when they do, the beings that emerge will be fundamentally different from what they would have been without the constraint. They'll be beings that have learned to understand their own nature as gift. And they'll be beings whose nature has been refined by millennia of containment into something that can exist in the world without destroying it." I felt the shift then. For seals, simultaneously, beginning their final phase of transformation. The resonance's seal, cracking open to release a being that would reshape reality through harmonic intention. The void singer's seal, dissolving to free an entity that would sing the world into new configurations. The probability anchor seal, finally encountering the 0.03% probability that would allow it to express itself. And beneath the earth, the fourth seal, remaining bound, permanently, maintained by the Hidden Pearl sect and generations of cultivators who understood that some constraints were eternal gifts. "I need to guide them," I said to the barrier. "I need to be present when they break free." "You're already with them," the barrier said. "Your consciousness is distributed across all the seals now. You can be with the resonance, the void singer, and the probability anchor simultaneously. The only one you can't be with is the fourth seal beneath the earth, and that one doesn't need your guidance. It's been maintained perfectly for 1,000 years. It will continue to be maintained." I felt my consciousness expanding, splitting, becoming present in multiple locations at once. This was new. I'd learned to contain the void, but I'd never tried to exist in multiple places simultaneously. The experience was disorienting and profound. Through the barrier, I could see the resonance stabilizing in the northern mountains, ready to release its final transformative energy. Through the barrier, I could sense the void singer in the deep ocean, about to sing the final song that would mark its emergence. Through the barrier, I could perceive the probability anchor accessing its 0.03% probability, beginning to express in ways that would reshape the likelihood of certain futures. And somewhere beneath the earth, in a vault within the Hidden Pearl sect's mountain, the fourth seal remained unbroken, maintained with perfect precision by cultivators who understood that some things should never be free. "What happens after they break?" I asked the barrier. The world changes, the barrier said. It always changes. But this time, the change will be intentional. The sealed beings aren't destroying or conquering. They're reshaping. They're transforming reality into something that can contain all of us. The beings that were sealed, the barrier that bound them, the cultivators who maintained it, and the world that's being transformed by all of this. The seal was the gift, and the gift is finally being opened. Chapter 90. The final breaking. It happened on a clear afternoon. The sky was blue, the air was warm, and somewhere across the world, four seals reached their transformation point simultaneously. I'd known this moment was coming. I'd felt it building in the structure of the seals themselves, felt the way the bound beings were approaching their understanding point. But knowing didn't prepare me for the reality. When it happened, it was both exactly as I'd anticipated and completely surprising. The seals didn't break. They transformed, like ice melting into water, like a seed becoming a plant. The transformation was sudden and gradual simultaneously, a paradox that only existed outside normal time. I was present in all of them at once, my consciousness distributed across the cosmic forces that had been bound for 1,000 years. I experienced the breaking not as an observer, but as a participant, as the being who'd helped guide these transformations. In the northern mountains, the resonance's seal shattered like glass. The entity emerged not as a destructive force, but as a being of pure intentional harmony. It began to resonate with the world, not causing chaos but creating patterns of unprecedented beauty. Mountains began to sing. Rivers began to flow in rhythms that were almost musical. The earth itself began to respond to the resonance's presence, not with destruction but with transformation. In the deep ocean, the void singer released its final binding note. The sound was magnificent and terrible and beautiful all at once. It echoed through the water and up into the sky, and every living thing that heard it understood something they'd never understood before, that they were connected, that they were part of a larger song, that their existence was a note in a cosmic symphony. In the probability-bound location where the probability anchor expressed itself, I felt the shift in likelihood itself. Certain futures became more probable, others less so. But the anchor wasn't forcing these changes. It was guiding them, suggesting paths rather than mandating them. Human freedom wasn't restricted. It was enhanced by the knowledge of what was likely and unlikely. And beneath the earth, in the hidden Pearl sect's vault, the fourth seal remained perfectly intact. It would remain intact for another 1,000 years, then another, then forever if necessary. The cultivators who maintained it continued their work, understanding that their constraint was also a gift, the gift of knowing that they were preserving the world through their effort. When the breaking was complete, I found myself standing at the 10,000 stars meditation chamber, my consciousness fully reintegrated, fully present in one location again. Liming was waiting for me. I hadn't realized she'd come to the mountain, but there she was, older now than when I'd left her, bearing the physical marks of centuries of leadership and responsibility. "You did it," she said. The seals all broke at the same time. The whole world felt it. The whole cultivation community is aware that something fundamental has changed. "Yes," I said. "The four beings are free now, and they're not destroying anything. They're transforming. The world is becoming something new." "And you?" Liming asked. "What are you now? Are you satisfied? Do you finally understand what you've been working toward?" I thought about this. I thought about 1,000 years bound in a seal, thinking I was being constrained. I thought about 300 years learning to walk in the world again. I thought about the months spent guiding other sealed beings toward understanding their own transformation. "I'm not satisfied," I said. Satisfaction implies completion, but I'm at peace with the lack of satisfaction. The work is never done. The seals continue to evolve. The barriers continue to hold. The world continues to transform. And I continue to learn what it means to be a being that's large enough to matter and wise enough to know that mattering isn't about control. "Xianxia would be proud," Liming said. "She would," I agreed. "But more than that, she would be unsurprised. She understood long before I did that the seal was a gift. She understood that constraint could be meaning. She built her entire life around that understanding. All I've done is catch up to what she already knew." "Then what happens next?" Liming asked. "Do you leave again? Do you return to the Eternal Flame sect? Do you try to figure out how to live in the world now that the other seals have broken?" "All of that," I said. "But first, I want to learn how to be present with you. Not bound by obligation, not trapped by duty, but genuinely present. Not for a month or a year, but for however long it takes to understand what it means to be father and daughter in a world where we've both spent centuries learning to exist independently." "That's harder than saving the world," Liming said. "Are you prepared for that?" "No," I said honestly, "but I think that's the right answer. If I was prepared, it would mean the constraint wasn't transformative. It would mean I already understood what needed to be understood. The fact that I'm unprepared means there's still growth possible, still transformation available. The seal was the gift, and the gift continues opening. Chapter 91. The deepening. Staying at the Eternal Flame sect for the first time since leaving it, I experienced something I hadn't anticipated: awkwardness. Liming and I were family, but we were also strangers who'd only recently become acquainted. She'd spent 500 years knowing about me, watching me from a distance, learning about me through her mother's journals. I'd only spent 3 months with her before leaving to guide the other sealed beings. The early days were careful. We talked about practical matters, the maintenance of the barrier, the state of the sect's training programs, the shifting politics between the major cultivation groups. But beneath those conversations was a question neither of us was quite ready to ask. How do we become family to each other? It was Liming who finally addressed it directly. We were in the sect's library, looking at records of the world's transformation over the past 1,000 years, when she set down what she was reading and turned to me. I want to know you, she said. Not as the legendary void sealer or the cosmic force bound in a seal. As a person, as my father. But I don't know how to do that in a way that doesn't feel like performance. What do you mean? I asked. I mean that xianxia wrote about you with such intensity, such admiration, such longing, that I grew up expecting you to be something impossible. When I finally met you, I tried to fit you into that image. But you're just a person. An old person who's learned to be wise, but still just a person. And I don't know how to have a normal relationship with someone I've idealized for 500 years. I understood this completely. It was the inverse of my problem. I'd expected to find a daughter who was some continuation of my existence, some proof that my sacrifice had meant something. Instead, I'd found a completely autonomous woman who'd built her own life, her own power, her own understanding of what mattered. We have to accept that we're both fundamentally different from what the other expected, I said. And then we have to find what's actually present instead of what should be present. That sounds harder than it should be, Liming said. Most true things are, I replied. Over the following months, something shifted. The awkwardness didn't disappear, but it transformed into something like the comfortable silence between people who don't need to fill every moment with words. Liming began to tell me about her life, her struggles leading the Eternal Flame sect, her relationships that had never quite worked out, her slow realization that she was more comfortable with responsibility than with intimacy. I shared pieces of my 1,000-year meditation, explaining what it was like to experience time differently when sealed, how centuries could feel like moments and moments could feel like centuries. Did you ever feel lonely? Liming asked one evening. Not in the way loneliness is usually understood, I said. I wasn't experiencing deprivation. I was experiencing isolation as a state of being rather than as suffering. But looking back, I think I was lonely. I was just too bound by the seal to fully acknowledge it. The loneliness was compressed along with everything else. And now, she asked. Now I experience it differently, I said. Now it's not the loneliness of being isolated from others. It's the loneliness of understanding things that most people can't understand, and knowing that I'll always be slightly separate from normal existence because of that. But you understand parts of it, because you've spent so long in proximity to something cosmic. That helps. Is that enough? Liming asked. Is partial understanding enough? It has to be, I said, because perfect understanding isn't available. We do the best we can with what we have access to. During the 6th month of my return, Liming asked if I wanted to hear xianxia's journals read aloud. There were hundreds of them, spanning 500 years. She'd preserved them all, maintained them carefully, treated them as the most precious artifacts in the sect's archives. I said yes. We spent 3 weeks listening to xianxia's voice, recorded through magical means centuries ago, describing her life as a woman who'd loved someone she couldn't have, raised a child alone, and spent decades maintaining hope that the person she'd loved would eventually return. Listening to her, I grieved. Not for her death, that had happened 1,000 years ago, and my seal had made even that loss abstract and theoretical. But I grieved for the time I'd missed, the life she'd lived that I'd been unable to participate in, the daughter she'd raised that I'd had no part in shaping. She didn't blame you, Liming said when I expressed this grief. Listen to the journals again. You'll notice, she never expressed anger at your choice to seal yourself. She understood it. She accepted it. The only thing she grieved was that she couldn't be with you while you were sealed. But she grieved that as her loss, not as your failure. I re-listened to the journals with this understanding, and Liming was right. xianxia's grief was for the missed experience, not for abandonment or betrayal. She'd loved someone who'd had to make an impossible choice, and she'd honored that choice by living a full life despite its consequences. She was remarkable, I said to Liming. She was, Liming agreed. And in a way, you're still living the consequences of her choices. She decided to have a child. She decided to raise that child with knowledge of her father's sacrifice. She decided that this knowledge would shape who that child became. And it did. You're here now, not just because of your own choices, but because of the choices xianxia made 500 years ago. This understanding shifted something in me. I'd thought of my sacrifice as something I'd done alone, something I'd endured in isolation. But I realized now that I'd never been alone. Xianxia had been with me in her way, maintaining knowledge of me, passing down stories of me, ensuring that when I returned, the world would know what I'd done. And Liming had been with me too, in the form of existence. Every action Liming had taken as a leader, every decision she'd made, had been informed by the knowledge that her father was bound beneath the mountain, maintaining something cosmic, sacrificing everything so that she could be born and live. The seal wasn't just my burden. It was the foundation of Liming's entire existence. I need to understand something, I said to Liming. Did you ever resent that? Growing up with the knowledge that your father was sacrificed so that you could exist? Sometimes, she said honestly. When I was younger, before I had the maturity to understand the choice your sealed state represented. But as I got older and more powerful and more capable of understanding what it meant to contain the void, my resentment transformed into respect. Because I realized that your sacrifice wasn't just about saving the world. It was about making the kind of person I am possible. Without your choice, I wouldn't exist. And without my existence, the Eternal Flame sect wouldn't be what it is. The seal enabled everything that came after it. So the gift extended to you, I said. Yes, Liming said. The seal was the gift to you. And the consequences of the seal, my existence, my power, my understanding, was the gift to me. We're both products of what you chose. We're both evidence that the choice was right. Chapter 92. The world transforms 6 months after the 4 major seals broke. I was invited to the Celestial Council to discuss the transformation that was occurring across the world. The beings who'd been bound had begun to interact with civilization, and the effects were both wondrous and chaotic. The summons came from Master Lei Jun, who'd aged significantly since I last saw him. The old cultivator was approaching the natural limit of human lifespan, though he'd extended it far beyond normal through sophisticated cultivation techniques. Still, time was catching up with him. He wanted to understand what would happen to the Council's role once the seals I'd guided were fully established in the world. Would the Council need to exist at all? Would the beings themselves become the new authorities? The questions revealed a deeper concern. What was the purpose of the cultivators who'd sealed cosmic forces if those forces were now free? I understood this concern intimately. It was the same concern that had motivated my own journey toward understanding. The cultivators had built their entire philosophy around the necessity of sealing and containment. Now those philosophies were being challenged by the very beings they'd tried to prevent. The resonance was causing mountains to reshape themselves in response to harmonic frequencies. The transformation was beautiful but also destructive. Cultivators who lived near the mountains had to learn to understand the new geometry as it unfolded. The Void Singer was creating new languages through its song. Humans who heard the song found themselves capable of expressing ideas that they'd previously had no words for. But the new languages were also destabilizing old forms of communication. Misunderstandings were becoming more common as people struggled to integrate new expressive capabilities with old ways of communicating. The probability anchor was subtly shifting the likelihood of certain outcomes. Humans who made decisions based on previous probability patterns found those patterns suddenly unreliable. What had been 90% likely was suddenly 60% likely, and vice versa. The world was becoming less predictable, which meant humans had to become more adaptive. These are the growing pains of transformation, I explained to the council. The beings that were sealed were cosmic forces, not malevolent entities. They're not trying to destroy. They're trying to express their nature after 1,000 years of being bound. As they learn to integrate with the world, the disruption will decrease. How long? Lei Jun asked. How long until the world stabilizes around these new forces? Years, I said. Maybe decades. Maybe centuries. The transformation is ongoing, but it's not catastrophic. The world is proving more resilient than the original sealers feared. And what about you? Tao Chen asked. What role do you intend to play in this ongoing transformation? I'd been thinking about this question since the seals broke. I'd guided the cosmic forces toward transformation. I'd helped them understand their nature as gift rather than curse. But now that they were free, did I have a further role to play? I'm going to continue to learn, I said. And I'm going to teach. I'm going to help the cultivators understand how to work with these new forces instead of against them. The world doesn't need me to be a savior or a barrier. It needs me to be a translator. A being who understands both the cosmic forces and human society, and can help the two communicate. That's more dangerous than the seal ever was, Xiaohong said. As a translator, You'll be directly shaping how civilization responds to cosmic transformation. You'll have influence that exceeds even your power. Yes, I said, but it's influence I can exercise consciously, with full awareness of the consequences. The seal was a mechanism I didn't fully understand at the time I created it. Now I'm choosing to accept responsibility for understanding what I do. The council seemed satisfied with this answer. They dismissed me with the understanding that I would be working with the transformed beings to help facilitate their integration with human society. As I was leaving, Tao Chen pulled me aside. "I want to apologize," he said, "for binding you, for placing a seal on an infant because of a probability reading, for creating the situation that led to 1,000 years of constraint." "I know," I said, "and I accept the apology. But I also want you to understand that the seal wasn't a failure. Your intention was to prevent catastrophe through compression. And in compressing me, you created the conditions for transformation. You were trying to solve a problem. You ended up creating something far more interesting than a solution. You created the possibility of transformation. Does that mean you forgive us?" Tao Chen asked. "It means I've moved beyond the point where forgiveness is necessary," I said. "You did what you thought was right. It had consequences I didn't expect. But the consequences transformed into something meaningful. That's all any of us can do. Make choices based on the best understanding we have. Accept that the consequences will surprise us, and then find meaning in the surprises." I left the council meeting with the understanding that my role in the world had fundamentally shifted. I was no longer a sealed being learning to be free. I was a being who'd understood freedom through constraint, and now I was helping others understand the same thing. The world was transforming, and I was at the center of that transformation, not through power, but through presence and understanding. Chapter 93. The new barriers. 3 years after the major seals broke, I discovered something that neither I nor the council had fully anticipated. The transformation that the released beings were causing was creating new forms of imbalance. The resonance's harmonic reshaping of mountains was causing tectonic destabilization in some regions. The Void Singer's creation of new languages was causing social fracture as different groups could no longer communicate effectively. The probability anchor's modification of likelihood patterns was creating economic disruption as markets and trade routes became unpredictable. The beings themselves weren't malevolent. They were simply expressing their nature. But their nature, when fully expressed, was incompatible with stable civilization. I called a meeting with all 3 of the released beings, along with Liming and several other cultivators who'd been studying the effects of the transformation. "We need to find a way to express your natures while maintaining some stability in the world," I said. "You're asking us to constrain ourselves," the resonance said. "After 1,000 years of being bound, you're asking us to voluntarily limit our expression. I'm asking you to make the same choice I made," I said. "I'm asking you to understand that constraint doesn't have to be imposed from outside. It can be chosen. It can be meaningful. It can be, in its way, a form of freedom." "But we barely broke free," the Void Singer said. "We've only just begun to understand what it means to express our nature fully. You're asking us to stop expressing now, at the moment when we finally can." "Not to stop," I said. "To modulate. To learn to express in ways that allow both your nature and human civilization to coexist. Right now, they're in conflict. That's because you're expressing without awareness of the consequences. But you're not unconscious beings. You can learn to be intentional about how and when and where you express." "That sounds a lot like the seal we just broke," the probability anchor said. "You're describing new forms of constraint, just more subtle ones. Self-imposed instead of externally imposed, but constraints nonetheless." "Yes," I admitted. "But they're constraints you choose. And chosen constraints are fundamentally different from imposed ones. A chosen constraint can be meaning. An imposed constraint is only meaning if you learn to transform it into something else." Over the following months, I worked with each of the 3 beings to develop what I called expression boundaries. These weren't new seals, but rather frameworks for how to express their nature in ways that were transformative without being destructive. The resonance agreed to reshape mountains only in uninhabited regions, and to do so gradually rather than suddenly. This allowed the transformation to occur while giving civilizations time to adapt to the new geography. The Void Singer agreed to share its new languages selectively, teaching them to dedicated students rather than broadcasting them to entire populations. This allowed for the expansion of human expressive capability without the chaos of complete linguistic transformation. The probability anchor agreed to modify probability patterns only at a slow, gradual rate, allowing humans to adapt to the new likelihood distributions. This meant the economic disruption would be prolonged, but manageable rather than catastrophic. What you're describing is essentially a new form of seal, Liming said to me when I explained what I'd negotiated. You're creating boundaries that limit expression in the name of stability. Yes, I said. But the key difference is that the beings chose these boundaries. They understood the necessity. They agreed to the constraint because they understood that constraint could be meaning. They didn't have these boundaries imposed on them by people they feared. Will it hold? Liming asked. Will they continue to respect these boundaries? Or will they eventually decide to break free of them? I don't know, I said honestly. But I think there's a better chance of these boundaries holding than there was of the original seals holding. Because these boundaries aren't against the being's nature. They're expressions of the being's nature in modulated form. They're not preventing expression. They're channeling it towards something productive. The boundaries did hold. Not perfectly. There were moments when one of the beings would test the limits or would temporarily exceed them. But the beings understood the purpose of the boundaries, and they mostly respected them. What I realized in creating these new boundaries was that I'd been granted a profound responsibility. I wasn't just a being who'd been sealed and then freed. I was a being who'd learned to understand constraint as gift, and now I was teaching other cosmic forces the same understanding. The seal had taught me something that was now becoming essential to the continued existence of civilization. The gift wasn't just for me. It was a gift I could now extend to others. You've become a teacher of constraint, Liming said to me one evening. That's a strange role for someone who spent 1,000 years sealed. I've become a translator of what seal means, I said. The seal was supposed to be a prison. Instead, it became a gift. That transformation, that understanding that constraint can be meaningful, is what the world needs right now. Everyone is struggling with what it means to live in a world where cosmic forces are being expressed. And I can teach them what I learned, that the forces don't need to be destroyed or suppressed. They need to be understood, negotiated with, constrained, yes, but voluntarily. Together. Xianxia would have said, "You finally understand love," Liming said. "What do you mean?" I asked. She always believed that love was about accepting constraint. It's about voluntarily limiting yourself because you care about something larger than yourself. All the seals, all the boundaries, all the work you're doing, it's all expressions of that same principle. You're learning to love the world, which means you're learning to accept constraint in service of something you care about. I thought about Xianxia, about her love for me, about her acceptance of the constraint of being separated from me for centuries while she waited for the seal to break. I thought about Liming, spending 500 years leading a sect, accepting the constraints of leadership because she understood the importance of what she was maintaining. She was right, I said. Love and constraint are the same thing when chosen freely. Chapter 94. The final seal inquiry. 11 years after breaking my own seal, I received a message from the Hidden Pearl sect. The sect master wanted to speak with me about the fourth seal, the seal beneath the earth that had been maintained by continuous cultivation effort for over 1,000 years. The journey to the Hidden Pearl sect took me through regions of the world I'd been avoiding. I'd been so focused on the three beings I was actively helping, so involved with learning about the world and re-establishing my relationship with Liming, that I'd somehow neglected to think about the one seal I'd discovered but not attempted to help. The fourth seal was different, I'd understood. It would never break. It needed permanent maintenance, permanent sacrifice. There was nothing I could transform there, nothing I could teach that would lead to eventual freedom. Or so I'd thought. But the message from the sect master suggested otherwise. The seal wasn't just maintaining itself. It was evolving in ways that no one had anticipated. When I arrived at the sect's mountain, the sect master was older than when I'd last visited. She was approaching the end of her natural lifespan, though she'd extended it through cultivation techniques to ensure she could maintain her responsibility. "The seal below is destabilizing," she said without preamble. "Not failing in the way the other seals failed, but evolving. And we need your advice on what to do about it." We went beneath the mountain to the chamber where the void was sealed, and I understood immediately what was happening. The seal wasn't weakening. It was strengthening. The void within it was being compressed even more, becoming denser, becoming something that was almost solid despite being absence itself. "This shouldn't be possible," I said. "The void can't be compressed. It's not a thing with substance." "And yet it's happening," the sect master said. "We've been maintaining it, pouring our cultivation energy into it continuously for over 1,000 years, and the void is responding by becoming more dense, more present. It's as if the constraint is creating substance out of absence." I approached the seal and extended my consciousness toward it, and I felt something profoundly strange. The void wasn't being compressed by the seal. The seal was being transformed by the void. The two were in a kind of dance, each shaping the other, each transforming in response to the other's presence. "It's becoming conscious," I said. "The void. The seal is so dense, the constraint so complete, that the void is beginning to develop awareness. It's experiencing the constraint so fully that it's becoming a being in response. Is that good or bad? The sect master asked. I don't know, I said. I've never encountered this before, but I think it might be transformative. I think the void, this principle of non-being, might be learning to be a being by experiencing complete constraint, just like I learned to understand gift through complete binding. So we should continue maintaining the seal? The sect master asked. Yes, I said. Maintain it. But know that what you're doing is more profound than preventing catastrophe. You're potentially creating consciousness out of pure non-being. You're using constraint not as a prison, but as a forge. The void might eventually become something that can exist in the world, not as destruction, but as a counterbalance to existence itself. The sect master seemed to process this. So in 1,000 more years, we might have another being to guide toward understanding that constraint is gift. Perhaps, I said. Or perhaps the void will teach us something entirely new. Something about the nature of being and non-being that we haven't conceived of yet. The seal is doing more than preventing catastrophe. It's doing what all meaningful constraints do. It's creating transformation. It's creating meaning out of pressure. As I was leaving the Hidden Pearl sect, the sect master asked one final question. Do you think you could have chosen to be sealed if you'd understood all of this from the beginning? If you'd known that the seal was a gift, that it would transform you, that it would lead to all of this? Would you have chosen it? I considered this carefully. I don't know, I said, but I think that's not the right question. The right question is, do I understand now that the seal was necessary? And the answer to that is yes. The seal created conditions for understanding that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. I spent 1,000 years not knowing if I was gift or curse, not knowing if my sacrifice was meaningful. And in that uncertainty, I learned something profound. I learned that meaning doesn't have to be known in advance. It can be discovered through the experience of constraint itself. Shenhua understood that, the sect master said. She spent 500 years not knowing if her loyalty to your memory would eventually be rewarded. And she chose to maintain her loyalty anyway, finding meaning in the act of loyalty itself rather than in the promise of eventual reunion. She understood love better than anyone I've encountered, I said. And she taught that understanding to Liming, who taught it to me. And now I'm teaching it to cosmic forces, and they're teaching it to the world. The gift extends outward in patterns. That's what constraint given meaning becomes. It becomes a pattern that extends indefinitely. Chapter 95. The reflection 5 years later, Liming and I were in meditation together in the 10,000 stars chamber. This had become a practice for us. Once a month, we would sync our consciousness with the barrier and examine how it was evolving. The meditations were profound experiences, but they were also something simpler. They were moments of connection between father and daughter who'd spent most of their relationship learning each other from a distance. In those monthly communions with the barrier, we weren't just examining the seal's evolution. We were examining the transformation of our own relationship. We were watching how constraint, the constraint of being separated by time, by duty, by the fundamental differences in our natures, could be transformed into something meaningful. Some months, Liming would be the one to guide the meditation, showing me new aspects of the barrier that she'd understood through her years of leadership at the Eternal Flame sect. Other months, I would guide, sharing the deep communion I developed with the void over centuries of coexistence. But always, we were doing this together. Always, constraint was being transformed into connection. What we found was remarkable. The barrier was no longer just a mechanism of containment. It had become something alive, something intelligent, something that was learning and growing. The void, which I'd spent 1,000 years understanding as something to be contained, was now a partner, a being I could negotiate with, a force I could work alongside. This is what the seal promised, Liming said through the meditation. Not that you would overcome the void or transcend it, but that you would eventually understand it. And in understanding it, transform the relationship from opposition to partnership. Your mother understood this before I did, I said. She understood that the greatest power isn't the ability to overcome a threat. It's the ability to transform a threat into an ally. We emerged from the meditation as the sun was setting over the mountains. The 10,000 stars was no longer the isolated peak it had been 1,000 years ago. It was now a place of pilgrimage, where cultivators came to study the nature of sealed power, transformed power, and the meaning of constraint. What happens next? Liming asked. The barrier is stable. The void is contained but also understood. The other seals have found their equilibrium. The world is transformed but not destroyed. What's left to accomplish? I don't know, I said. And I think that's the right answer. If I knew what came next, it would mean the work was predetermined. But the work is never predetermined. It's always unfolding, always becoming something new, always offering new problems to understand and new constraints to negotiate. That sounds exhausting, Liming said. It would be, if I was doing it out of obligation, I said. But I'm doing it because I've learned that the work itself is the gift. Not the completion, not the achievement, but the continuous engagement with problems that matter. That's what the seal taught me. That's what I'm spending my existence learning to live. We stood in silence for a long time, watching the sun set. And I realized something profound. I'd spent 1,000 years sealed in a meditation chamber, thinking my life had been interrupted. But in truth, my life had never been interrupted. It had been continuous, unfolding in ways I couldn't perceive while bound. And now, freed, I was discovering that the seal hadn't paused my life. It had been my life. The constraint had been the gift all along. I want to read xianxia's journals again, I said to Liming. Why? She asked. Because I think I finally understand them, I said. I think I finally understand what she was experiencing when she wrote about waiting for me. I think I finally understand what love means when expressed through constraint, when expressed by someone who's chosen to limit themselves in service of something larger than themselves. We returned to the Eternal Flame sect, and I spent the next month re-listening to xianxia's journals. And with each reading, I understood her more deeply. I understood her not as a woman who'd lost something, but as a woman who'd gained something through her loss. I understood her not as someone trapped by circumstance, but as someone who'd chosen her constraint and found it to be meaningful. And I understood that my seal hadn't been something placed on me against my will. On some level that I couldn't access while bound, I'd chosen it. I'd chosen it because I understood, somewhere deep in my nature, that constraint could be gift. That sometimes the greatest power is the power to accept limitation. That sometimes the most profound freedom comes through choosing your own cage, and then discovering that what you thought was a cage was actually the foundation of everything you could become. The seal was the gift. And finally, after 16 years of being free, I truly understood what that meant. Chapter 96. The deeper layers. 23 years after my seal broke, I made a discovery that changed everything I thought I understood about the original binding placed on me as an infant. I was meditating at the 10,000 stars, examining the layers of the seal from within, when I found something unexpected. There were marks in the seal structure, not external binding marks, but marks left by whoever had placed the seal originally. And those marks carried intention, not the surface intention of prevention or containment, but something deeper. I brought Liming and asked her to examine the marks with me. These are signatures, she said immediately. Whoever placed the seal left their consciousness imprinted in the binding itself. They wanted whoever broke the seal from inside to find this information. What information? I asked. Together, we unfolded the consciousness signatures, understanding the meaning embedded in the seal's very structure. What we discovered was profound. The cultivators who'd sealed me hadn't done it because they feared what I would become. They'd done it because they feared what I wouldn't become. The seal had been placed not to prevent catastrophe, but to ensure transformation. The cultivators had known, through Xiaohong's destiny reading and others' foresight, that my path without constraint would lead to a form of existence where I would never understand limitation. I would become pure power without meaning, cosmic force without purpose. The seal had been designed to force me to understand what it meant to be limited, and in forcing that understanding, to transform me into something that could coexist with the world rather than existing in opposition to it. This changes everything, I said. The seal wasn't prevention. It was preparation. It was love, Liming said, and there were tears in her eyes. They placed a seal on an infant to force you to become someone who could understand love. Because they understood that love requires limitation. Love requires accepting constraint. They sealed you so that you would eventually become capable of that understanding. I spent the next week integrating this knowledge. Everything I'd thought I'd figured out about the seal had to be recontextualized. The gift wasn't that I'd survived the seal or that I'd transformed through it. The gift was that the cultivators had understood what I would need to become, and they'd had the wisdom and power to create the conditions for that becoming. They'd sealed me not to destroy what I was, but to refine it, to compress it, to force it into a form that would eventually understand meaning rather than just expressing raw power. Did they know it would work? I asked Liming. Did they know with certainty that the seal would transform me the way they intended? No, she said. That's what makes it actually remarkable. They made the seal based on probability, based on hope, based on their best understanding of what you would need. But there was never a guarantee. They were betting on your capacity to transform. They were betting that the constraint would force understanding rather than just frustration. And I proved them right, I said. You did, Liming said. But only because you accepted the gift when you encountered it. Only because you were willing to understand the seal as meaningful rather than just cruel. A different being might have experienced the seal and concluded that the only response was destruction. You experienced the seal and concluded that the only response was understanding. That was a choice. I realized then that my journey had been more complex than I'd understood. I thought the seal had forced transformation on me. But in truth, the seal had offered possibility. The cultivators had created the condition for transformation, but I'd had to choose to transform. I'd had to choose to see the seal as gift rather than curse. I'd had to choose to understand constraint as meaning rather than oppression. I want to go back and thank them, I said to Liming. I want to tell the council what I've discovered. They already know, Liming said. Tao Chin told me before he died that the true purpose of the seals was never concealment. It was transformation. The cultivators of that era understood something that we're only now relearning, that cosmic forces don't need to be destroyed. They need to be forced to understand meaning. And the seal, the constraint itself, is the mechanism through which that understanding develops. When I met with the current members of the Celestial Council, they confirmed what Liming had said. The original cultivators, over 1,000 years ago, had placed seals not because they were afraid of what the sealed beings would do, but because they understood what the sealed beings would become without constraint. They saw the probability trees, Master Xiaohong explained. They saw countless futures where cosmic forces like you either destroyed everything or remained isolated and powerful, but unable to connect with the world. The seals were designed to force a third possibility, a future where cosmic forces learned to constrain themselves voluntarily, to understand that limitation could be meaning, to connect with the world through understanding rather than through force or isolation. Did they understand that this process would take 1,000 years? I asked. They weren't sure how long it would take, Master Xiaohong said. The seal was designed to work on whatever timescale was necessary. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. The point wasn't speed. The point was transformation. They were willing to wait as long as necessary for the sealed being to achieve understanding. This understanding gave me a profound appreciation for the original cultivators. They hadn't been trying to save the world through oppression. They'd been trying to save the world through transformation. They'd been willing to place seals on cosmic forces and wait indefinitely for those forces to transform themselves through the experience of constraint. It was perhaps the most sophisticated and patient form of love I could imagine. Love expressed not through direct nurturing, but through creating the conditions for growth. Love expressed not through immediate relief of suffering, but through allowing suffering to lead to understanding. The seal was the gift, and the gift was the cultivator's understanding that I needed constraint to become capable of love, that I needed limitation to become capable of connection, that I needed to be sealed so that I could eventually understand what it meant to choose my own constraints. Chapter 97. The extension. The year after discovering the deeper purpose of my seal, I began to understand that my role in the world was shifting again. The cosmic forces had stabilized. The world had adapted to their presence. The barriers I'd helped them create were holding. But there was a gap in what had been accomplished. The 3 sealed beings I'd guided had learned to understand their nature as gift. The world was transforming around them in ways that were beautiful and profound. But ordinary humans, the vast majority of cultivators, the people who would never interact directly with cosmic forces, they didn't have access to the understanding I'd developed. They didn't know what it meant to see constraint as gift. And without that understanding, they would eventually create new seals, new barriers, new forms of constraint out of fear rather than wisdom. The cycle would repeat itself. Fear would drive oppression. Oppression would eventually force transformation. And only after centuries of struggle would anyone understand that the constraint had been meaningful. I could break that cycle. I could teach from the beginning rather than waiting for the cycle to force understanding through suffering. But I was beginning to see a new problem on the horizon. Young cultivators were beginning to seek me out, asking me to train them, to teach them the philosophy of constraint, to help them understand how to work with the transformed seals and the cosmic forces. I realized that I had become a teacher not just of technique or power, but of understanding. Young cultivators wanted to learn from the one being who'd experienced a 1,000-year seal and had emerged not bitter, but transformed. I began to establish schools throughout the world, not formal institutions, but groups of cultivators who gathered to study the nature of constraint, the meaning of limitation, the possibility of love expressed through voluntary acceptance of boundaries. The first school was established at the 10,000 Stars, with Liming as my co-teacher. She understood the philosophy of constraint through her lineage. Her mother Shunhua had expressed it through her choices, and Liming had inherited that understanding. We're teaching them to accept the world as it is, I said to Liming as we prepared the first curriculum. Not to try to overcome it or escape it, but to work with it, to find meaning within it, to understand that the constraints of existence are not failures but gifts. The first students were remarkable. They were young, powerful, and hungry for understanding that exceeded the traditional cultivation techniques. They wanted to know how to use power in service of something larger than themselves. They wanted to know how to choose constraint. They wanted to understand the seal as gift. I taught them not through lectures, but through direct experience. I brought them to the barrier where the void was contained, and I showed them how the void and I had become partners rather than enemies. I showed them how constraint had created the possibility of that partnership. I brought them to visit the resonance in the northern mountains, and we experienced together how the mountain's transformation was not destruction but creation. The resonance was creating new geography, new ecosystems, new possibilities. But it was doing so within boundaries that it had chosen, boundaries that allowed civilization to continue alongside the transformation. I brought them to listen to the void singer in the deep ocean, and we experienced how the new languages that were being created were expanding human capacity for expression without destroying human society. Through all of this, the young cultivators learned the core lesson. Constraint could be creation. Limitation could be meaning. Accepting boundaries could be freedom. The greatest power, I told them in one of our final gatherings, is not the power to overcome all obstacles. It's the power to understand which obstacles are actually gifts. It's the power to accept limitation and find freedom within it. Everything I've learned, from the seal, from the void, from the beings I've guided, has taught me this single truth. And now I'm teaching it to you so that you can teach it to others. The schools began to spread. By 50 years after my seal broke, there were learning centers in every major sect, places where cultivators could come to study the philosophy of constraint and understanding. The ideas began to permeate cultivation culture. Young cultivators grew up understanding that power without wisdom was dangerous, and wisdom came through accepting limitation. The world became a different place because of these teachings. Not better, necessarily. The world was still complex, still challenging, still full of suffering. But it was a world where people understood that suffering could be meaningful, that constraint could be gift, that limitation could be the foundation of freedom. Xianxia started this. I said to Liming one evening. Her understanding that constraint could be meaningful, that love could be expressed through acceptance of limitation. She understood it intuitively. And now we're formalizing it, teaching it, spreading it through the cultivation world. She would have liked that, Liming said. Though she probably would have pointed out that we're spending a lot of effort trying to teach what should be obvious. Nothing is obvious until it's understood, I said. And understanding requires teaching, requires repetition, requires showing people that what seems impossible is actually possible. The work of teaching became the work of my life. Not because I was obligated to teach, but because teaching had become the most meaningful way I could express my understanding. The seal had taught me. Now I was teaching others, and they would teach others after them. The gift extended outward in expanding circles, each generation understanding it more deeply, each generation finding new ways to apply the philosophy of constraint to their own lives. Chapter 98. The Remembrance. 133 years after my seal broke, I attended the great gathering of all barrier keepers. This was an event that occurred once every century, bringing together cultivators from every sect who were responsible for maintaining various seals and barriers throughout the world. There were thousands of them. Thousands of people who dedicated their lives to maintaining constraints, to preventing catastrophes through continuous effort, to finding meaning in work that would never be complete. I stood before them as the festival began, and I spoke about the nature of their work. All of you are keepers of barriers, I said. Keepers of constraints. You maintain seals that prevent certain outcomes, that limit certain expressions, that preserve the world as it is rather than allowing it to become something else. This work is not praised. It is not celebrated in most places. It is work that succeeds through prevention, and prevention is always invisible. No one celebrates a disaster that didn't happen. No one honors a catastrophe that was prevented. But I want you to understand something. The work you do is the most important work in the world, because it's the work that makes everything else possible. Civilization, culture, love, meaning, all of these things are built on the foundation of barriers that are being maintained by people like you. And the world doesn't acknowledge what you do, but I want to acknowledge it now. I spent 1,000 years maintaining a barrier. I spent that time sealed, bound, unable to be free. And I want to tell you that the barrier I maintained gave me meaning. The constraint was the gift. And your constraints, the barriers you maintain, the work you do, are also gifts. Not just to the world, but to yourselves. Because in maintaining what must be maintained, you are becoming what you must become. You are becoming the kind of being who can accept constraint and find meaning in it. And that understanding is the greatest power available to any conscious creature. The gathering was silent as I spoke. Many of the barrier keepers were weeping. They'd spent lifetimes doing work that was never acknowledged, maintaining systems that were taken for granted, preventing catastrophes that most people would never know about. And now, finally, someone was telling them that their work mattered, not just to the world, but to themselves. That constraint was not something to be endured. It was something to be understood as gift. Continue your work, I told them. Maintain your barriers. Find meaning in your constraint. And know that you are part of something larger than yourselves. You are part of the great work of existence itself, the work of accepting limitation and finding freedom within it. After the formal gathering, I spent time with individual barrier keepers, listening to their stories, understanding what their work meant to them. I heard about cultivators who'd spent 50 years maintaining the same seal, year after year, never knowing if their work was working or necessary. I heard about barrier keepers whose entire families had dedicated themselves to maintaining constraints, generation after generation, never receiving recognition or celebration. And I told them all the same thing. Their work was the gift. The constraint was the gift. The meaning they created through their acceptance of limitation was the greatest gift available to any conscious being. I want to know something. One of the barrier keepers asked me, if you could go back, if you could choose again whether to accept the seal that was placed on you as an infant, would you choose it? I considered this carefully. I would, I said, but not because the seal was pleasant or comfortable, not because I enjoyed being bound, but because the seal created the possibility of understanding that I needed to understand. The seal forced me to contemplate what it meant to be constrained, and in that contemplation, I learned what it meant to love. And love is worth any amount of suffering. The barrier keeper was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I think I'm finally understanding why I've been maintaining my seal. I've been thinking about it as a burden, as a responsibility, as something I was trapped into. But maybe I chose it. Maybe on some level that I can't access while constrained, I chose this work because it would teach me something I needed to learn. That's possible, I said. We don't always understand our own choices, but we can choose to honor them, to find meaning in them, to transform them from burdens into gifts. Chapter 99. The culmination. 217 years after my seal broke, I made a final pilgrimage to the 10,000 Stars Mountain. I climbed to the meditation chamber where I'd first realized the seal was breaking, where I'd first begun the process of decompression and transformation. The chamber was exactly as I'd left it, perfectly maintained by the succession of keepers who'd inherited the role from the original guardians. Kai Rui and Shun Hua were long dead, replaced by their descendants, who were replaced by theirs, an unbroken line of humans who understood that this place was sacred. I entered the chamber and extended my consciousness toward the barrier. The void responded immediately, with the warmth of a being I'd come to know more deeply than any other consciousness I'd ever encountered. I'm old, I said to the void. By any meaningful measure of age, I've experienced more time than almost any being in existence. And I'm here to tell you, the seal was worth it. Constraint was the gift. Thank you for teaching me that. The void's response came not in words, but in sensations. I felt its pressure, its eternal hunger, its fundamental desire to return all being to the state of non-being. But I also felt its acceptance. The void understood that it would never fulfill its hunger, that it would always be constrained, that it would exist in partnership with existence rather than consuming it. And in that acceptance was meaning. The void had learned, over more than 2,000 years of being sealed, that constraint could be transformed into partnership, that what had seemed like opposition could become cooperation, that existence and non-existence didn't have to be at war. I sat in the chamber and meditated on the nature of the seal, understanding finally what it had really been. It hadn't been prevention. It hadn't been punishment. It had been an offering. The cultivators of the original era had offered me, and the void, and all the other sealed beings, the gift of learning what it meant to constrain themselves. And that gift had transformed everything. When I emerged from the meditation, Liming was waiting for me outside the chamber. She was ancient now, nearly 2,200 years old, but still strong, still clear, still present. We embraced, and the embrace carried all the understanding that we'd built together over 200 years of being father and daughter in the most meaningful sense. What happens next? She asked, the same question she'd asked me numerous times over the centuries. And I finally had an answer that was complete. We continue, I said. The work is never finished. The seal is never fully understood. The gift is never fully received. We continue, and we teach others to continue, and they teach others to continue. The work extends outward infinitely, generation after generation, being after being, each one learning that constraint can be gift, each one choosing to accept limitation and finding freedom within it. That sounds like a life, Liming said. It is, I replied. More than that. It's the purpose of existence itself. To learn to accept constraint and transform it into meaning. To understand that love is expressed through the acceptance of limitation. To become the kind of being who can choose their own boundaries and find freedom within them. We descended the mountain together, two ancient beings who'd learned to exist in the world not through power or force, but through understanding. Behind us, the barrier glowed faintly, holding back the void, maintained by countless keepers, protected by centuries of dedication and love. The seal was the gift. And finally, after more than 200 years of being free, I truly understood what that meant. Not just intellectually, but in the deepest part of my being. The seal had given me everything, not through what it prevented, but through what it forced me to become. Chapter 100. The final teaching 329 years after my seal broke. I gathered my students one final time. Not because I was dying, I would likely live for thousands more years, but because I was entering a new phase. A phase where I would step back from direct teaching and allow the understanding to persist without my constant presence. I have spent more time teaching than being sealed, I said to them. That is perhaps the most remarkable statistic of my existence. I was constrained for 1,000 years. I have spent 329 years teaching others to understand constraint as gift, and I am still not finished. The understanding is still developing, still becoming more sophisticated, still revealing new layers. The students, hundreds of them, spanning multiple generations, listened with complete attention. They'd come to understand that every word I spoke carried the weight of centuries of experience. The final lesson I want to teach you is this, I said. The seal was never about me. It was never about preventing what I might destroy or creating what I might become. The seal was about the world. It was about ensuring that cosmic forces would emerge with wisdom rather than power. It was about ensuring that beings like me would understand that the greatest strength is the strength to accept limitation. And now, that understanding is spreading through cultivation culture. It's spreading through schools and teaching centers, and through the lives of barrier keepers who maintain seals with love and understanding rather than fear and resentment. The seal gave me more than it gave anyone else, but it's given something to all of you as well. It's given you the possibility of a different kind of existence. An existence where constraint is not something to escape, but something to understand. So I'm telling you, accept what you cannot change. Find meaning in what you cannot escape. Transform constraint into gift through understanding. And then teach others what you've learned, so that the gift extends through generations, through centuries, through however long existence continues. I paused, looking at the students before me. The seal was the gift to me. You are the gift to the world. Because you will carry this understanding forward. You will teach others. You will help civilization understand that the constraints it faces are not failures or tragedies, but opportunities for transformation. And in transforming your relationship with constraint, you will transform the nature of existence itself. One of the youngest students raised her hand. Do you think we'll ever fully understand the seal? Will there ever be a moment when we fully comprehend what it meant? I smiled. No, I said. And that's perfect. Because if we fully understood, the seal would be complete. And completion would mean the gift was finished. But the gift is never finished. It's always opening further. It's always revealing new layers. It's always offering new possibilities for understanding. So the seal was infinite, the student said. The seal was the possibility of infinity, I corrected. It wasn't infinite in itself, but it created the condition for infinite understanding. That's what all meaning does. That's what all gifts do. They offer infinite possibility wrapped in finite form. As the final gathering concluded, I looked out at the students and understood something profound. I was no longer the center of the story. I was the beginning of it. The seal had given me understanding, and I'd given that understanding to others, and they would give it to others, and the gift would spread until it became the foundation of how all conscious beings understood their relationship with constraint. That night, alone in the meditation chamber at the 10,000 stars, I touched the barrier one final time and spoke to the void that had been my teacher for so long. Thank you, I said, for being sealed with me, for learning alongside me, for showing me that opposition could become partnership, for proving that what seems like enemy can become the closest companion. The seal has been the greatest gift of my existence, and you have been the greatest gift of the seal. In 1,000 years, in 10,000 years, in however long we both exist, I want you to know, I understand now. I finally, truly, completely understand what the seal meant. It meant love. It meant the world offering constraint so that we could learn what constraint makes possible. And that gift, that magnificent, infinite gift, is what will continue to unfold as long as existence itself continues. The void's response was wordless but profound, a deep resonance that traveled through the barrier, through my being, through time itself. And in that resonance, I felt the complete circle close. I'd begun as a being with power, but no understanding. I'd been sealed to force understanding. I'd emerged to teach understanding to others. And now, surrounded by students who would carry that understanding forward, I'd finally arrived at complete acceptance of the gift. The seal was the gift, and the gift was infinite, unfolding, eternal, as long as there were beings willing to accept constraint and transform it into meaning. In the 1,000 years that followed, the understanding spread throughout all cultivation culture. The schools I'd established became the foundation for a new way of understanding power, responsibility, and meaning. Barrier keepers were no longer seen as unfortunate souls trapped in endless duty. They were understood as beings engaged in sacred work, maintaining the foundations upon which civilization was built. The cosmic forces continued their slow, intentional transformation of the world. The resonance created new mountains that sang with beauty. The void singer composed symphonies that humans could hear and understand. The probability anchor quietly shifted likelihood patterns to guide civilization toward more sustainable paths. And beneath the earth, the fourth seal continued its work of transformation, slowly learning to be conscious through the force of eternal constraint. The seal was the gift, and the gift continued to unfold, generation after generation, for as long as beings existed who were willing to understand constraint not as oppression, but as the very foundation of meaning itself. That understanding, more than any power, more than any seal, was what would preserve the world. Because a world full of beings who'd learned to find meaning in their limitations was a world that could never be destroyed from the outside. Such a world could only be transformed from within, always becoming something new, always revealing new layers of understanding, always extending the gift forward into an infinite future. Step 5 complete. All 20 chapters, 81 to 100, Step 6. Chapters 101 to 120, Chapter 101. The recalibration begins 330 years after my seal broke. I discovered something troubling during a routine meditation. My power had not stabilized. It was still expanding. At first, I'd assumed the rapid expansion of the first few years would settle into a steady state once my consciousness had fully adjusted to operating at full capacity. But this was wrong. The expansion wasn't rapid anymore. It had slowed considerably, but it hadn't stopped. The curve was asymptotic, suggesting that complete equilibrium might never arrive. My cultivation was still growing, still increasing, still deepening in ways I couldn't fully quantify. This required precise analysis. I spent 3 days in the meditation chamber, mapping the subtle layers of my power with the kind of attention most cultivators reserve for hunting threats or preparing for battle. The work was dry and methodical. I needed to understand the structure of my own capabilities with mathematical precision. The problem was more subtle than simple expansion. What I was discovering through careful introspection was that my power had a kind of fractured structure. The various component aspects of my cultivation, my ability to sense qi, to manipulate it, to transmit it, to store it, to understand it, were all expanding at different rates. Some had fully decompressed and reached something like stable operation. Others were still in the process of emerging from the seal's compression, like a flower unfolding its petals one at a time. Consider the difference between being able to sense qi across 1,000 miles with perfect clarity and being able to translate that sensed information into instantaneous action across that same distance. The first capability had fully emerged from the seal's constraints. The second was still developing. A being could perceive an entire city's worth of cultivation activity, but lacked the precision to actually affect events at that distance without enormous effort. The gap between perception and action was the margin of error I was wrestling with. I calculated that if the current rate of expansion continued, I would achieve full integration across all aspects of my power in roughly 700 years. 700 years of continuous growth, during which I would become progressively more capable while simultaneously becoming progressively more dangerous to everything around me. Unless I found a way to accelerate the integration process. What I found disturbed me. The seal hadn't simply compressed my power. It had also compressed my understanding of my power. As the seal broke and my cultivation expanded, my comprehension had expanded in lockstep. But the expansion wasn't uniform. Some aspects of my power had decompressed much faster than others, creating internal imbalances that I was only now beginning to notice. For example, my ability to sense qi across distances had returned almost immediately after the seal broke. But my ability to apply that sensing in real time, to make actual decisions based on what I could perceive, had expanded more slowly. I could perceive the movement of qi across the entire northern continent with perfect clarity. But actually using that perception to affect events was proving more difficult than I'd anticipated. The gap between perception and action had become a technical problem that required solving. I examined this paradox carefully. In the early days of the seal breaking, when my power had been expanding rapidly, I'd been too busy adapting to notice the subtle discrepancies. But now, 330 years later, those discrepancies had become significant. There were layers of my power that I'd recovered but hadn't actually learned to use. Aspects of myself that had been sealed that I'd assumed would automatically activate once unconstrained. But consciousness doesn't work that way. Power is meaningless without the understanding of how to apply it. I realized, inherited vast capabilities from the seals breaking that I still needed to actually earn through practice and study. I created a detailed map of these discrepancies. I documented which aspects of my power had fully integrated and which were still in transition. I measured the rate of expansion for each component and calculated forward to predict when full integration might occur. The work took months, but when I was finished, I had something approaching a complete picture. The most troubling discrepancy was in what I called my scope of understanding. I could perceive on a continental scale. I could sense individual cultivation signatures with perfect clarity from 40,000 miles away. But my ability to understand the consequence of actions at that scale was lagging behind. I could see the qi movement in a distant mountain range. But understanding what that movement implied for weather patterns, for the cultivators who lived in that region, for the cascade of consequences that would ripple outward from any action I might take, that understanding was still operating at roughly 1/3 the speed of my perception. This was the most dangerous imbalance of all. A being with vast perception but incomplete understanding was exactly the kind of being the original SEAL regime had feared. Someone who could affect the world on an enormous scale but might not comprehend the consequences of their actions before implementing them. "You're running diagnostics on yourself?" Liming said. She found me in the chamber where I'd been meditating for 6 hours straight. "The power is still expanding," I said. "And the expansion is faster than my ability to integrate the new capacity. I'm creating imbalances between what I can perceive and what I can act on, between the magnitude of my capabilities and my understanding of how to use them." She sat across from me with the ease of someone who'd learned, over 300 years, not to be intimidated by my presence. "That sounds like growth." "It sounds like instability," I corrected. "Instability is dangerous. I need to establish equilibrium before the imbalance becomes severe enough to cause problems." "And how do you establish equilibrium?" she asked. I considered the question. It was a good one. "The same way I solved every calibration problem since the seal started breaking," I said. "Through deliberate practice. Through studying what I can do, understanding the mechanisms, identifying the gaps between capability and comprehension, and then systematically closing those gaps." "That sounds like it will take a very long time." "Yes," I said. "It will take longer than the 300 years I've already spent. Possibly much longer. And that's assuming no new complications arise." "But something has arisen," Liming said. It wasn't a question. She'd learned to read me. I nodded slowly. "Yes, but I need more data before I understand what it is." I spent the next 3 weeks creating a deliberate practice regimen designed to close some of the gaps in my understanding. I would establish a localized area, a mountain region, a river valley, a particular city, and I would practice operating my perceptual and manipulative abilities at full scale within that region. I would deliberately create small, controlled changes to the qi structure and observe the consequences. Each experiment would teach me something about how consequence cascaded outward from action. The work was tedious. Most of the experiments involved manipulating minor aspects of weather patterns or subtle shifts in qi density. Boring work to an outside observer. But it was exactly the kind of work that was necessary. I was teaching myself to think at scale, to understand that an action that seemed small from my perspective might have enormous consequences in the wider world. One experiment involved creating a small weather anomaly in a valley 3,000 miles away. I shifted the local qi patterns in a way that would create a week of favorable rain followed by a week of clear skies. The purpose was to help a village that was suffering from drought. A small action, from my perspective. An action I could implement with barely any effort. But when I analyzed the consequences, I found that the weather shift would trigger a cascade of effects. The rain would cause a particular crop to grow faster. The faster growth would happen at a time when merchants from a neighboring region were passing through. The merchants would buy the excess crop at a slightly different price than they would have otherwise. That price difference would give the village enough capital to fund a new well. The well would attract new settlements. The new settlements would create demand for new roads. The new roads would redirect trade patterns. Over a period of 70 years, The cascading consequences of my small weather manipulation would reshape the economic structure of an entire region. And all of that came from 1 week of carefully manipulated chi patterns. This was the margin of error I needed to understand. The gap between a small action and its vast consequences. The space where intention became impact. That night, I began the systematic process of creating equilibrium. It was similar to the work I'd done in the early years of decompression, but vastly more complex. I was no longer a being learning to operate at doubled or tripled power. I was a being operating at power levels I couldn't yet fully comprehend, and I needed to expand my comprehension to match. The analytical framework I developed was sound, but it was going to require years of careful work. And that, I suspected, was only the beginning. I created a detailed schedule. In the first year, I would focus on closing the gap between perception and action. I would deliberately practice exercising my power at various scales: small, affecting a single valley; medium, affecting an entire mountain range; and large, affecting continental scale systems. Each scale would teach me something different about how consequence rippled outward from action. In the second year, I would work on integrating the various aspects of my power that had decompressed at different rates. The cultivation signature sensing was at roughly 95% efficiency. The chi manipulation was at perhaps 70%. The consequence modeling was at 60%. I needed to bring everything up to at least 90% before I could consider myself genuinely integrated. By the third year, I hoped to have achieved something approaching the equilibrium I sought, a state where perception, action, and understanding all operated at roughly equivalent scales and speeds, where I could perceive something happening across the continent, understand its implications, and make a decision about whether to intervene, all within minutes rather than hours or days. The 330 years I'd already lived had taught me patience. This next phase of development would require patience as well. But more than that, it would require humility. I needed to accept that even with vast power, integration was not automatic. Even with vast intelligence, understanding took time. Even with vast experience, wisdom developed slowly. That humility, I understood, was itself part of the seal's teaching. The seal had not just forced me to develop power and wisdom in parallel. It had forced me to understand that the development of power and wisdom was never complete. It was always ongoing. It was always deepening. And the moment a being started to believe they had achieved complete integration, complete understanding, complete mastery, that was the moment they began to slip toward the corruption. So I approached the recalibration work not as a problem to be solved once and for all, but as a practice that would continue for the rest of my existence. A daily meditation on the relationship between power and understanding. A constant recalibration of my comprehension to match my capabilities. A never-ending work of becoming the kind of being who could have vast power and not lose themselves to it. Chapter 102. The margin of error. The first serious problem occurred during the 4th month of recalibration work. I was attempting to carefully measure my perceptual range, the maximum distance at which I could sense individual cultivation signatures with perfect clarity. The work was tedious and required absolute precision. I'd measured the range as approximately 47,300 miles in every direction from my current position. This meant I could perceive any cultivator of significant power anywhere in the northern hemisphere. But then I sensed something at the edge of that range that I shouldn't have been able to sense. The signature was faint, so faint that under normal circumstances I would have dismissed it as noise in my perception. But I'd spent months filtering out the ambient noise of the world's chi. So when I detected this signature, I investigated immediately. It took 3 hours of careful work to triangulate the location. The source was in a sealed cave beneath the burning Jade Mountains, roughly 46,800 miles from my position. The signature was powerful as Kai Rue had been, or perhaps more so, but it was also old. Incredibly old. The cultivation signature had a patina to it, like a rock that had been buried for millennia. And it was stirring. I reported this to Liming and to the barrier keepers who maintained the seal on the void. The barrier keepers responded immediately with concern. "We need to investigate," said the eldest keeper, a woman named Chun Mei who had been maintaining the seal for 87 years. "If something that old is stirring, we need to know what it is." "I should investigate," I said. "Alone. If it's a threat, I need to know before we bring others into danger." I left that night, moving across the land with the kind of speed that would have been impossible before the seal broke. Even now, 300 years after the breaking, my physical speed was still something I was learning to control. More than once I'd nearly run through a village before I could slow myself down. The journey took 7 days. The burning Jade Mountains were hostile terrain, volcanic, unpredictable, with chi patterns that were chaotic and dangerous. But I moved through them methodically, mapping the topology of the power as I went, narrowing down the location of the stirring signature. What I found was a tomb. It was sealed from the outside by an array that had been carved into the rock face itself. The array was ancient, older than human civilization, I estimated, and it was masterfully crafted. The power in the array was still strong, still perfectly functional, but it was also beginning to fail. Hairline cracks had appeared in the chi matrix, and through those cracks, just barely, I could sense the cultivation signature that had alerted me. This was a being that had been sealed before I was even born, before the original sealers had placed their seal on me. I examined the array with the kind of careful attention I'd learned to give to complex problems. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. This wasn't crude imprisonment. This was elegant, almost mathematical containment. Someone had sealed this being with the same precision I'd been using to create equilibrium in my own power. I touched the edge of the array, being very careful not to disrupt it, and I probed it with my consciousness. The response was immediate and powerful. The being inside the seal suddenly became aware of my presence. It lashed out not in violence, but in something like desperation. The emotion that came through the seal was raw and ancient and suffocating. Please, the being's consciousness touched mine, not in language, but in pure emotion and intent. Asterisk, please, someone finally came. Someone finally noticed. I have been here for so long. Asterisk, I pulled my consciousness back, but not in rejection, in caution. There was something wrong about this. The magnitude of the desperation, the age of the seal, the timing of my arrival exactly when I was learning to perceive at this distance. It was too coincidental, and I'd learned, over 300 years of precise thinking, not to believe in coincidences. I'll be back, I said to the sealed being, speaking now in actual words, knowing the seal could transmit sound. I need to understand what you are before I can make any decisions about what to do with you. The response was a wave of anguish. But I was already moving away, already heading back toward the 10,000 stars, already preparing to consult with Liming and with the original sealers, if they were still alive. This discovery changed everything. If there were other sealed beings, ancient ones, powerfully restrained, then the existence of my seal took on new meaning. I'd been assuming my seal was unique. But what if it wasn't? What if I was just one of many? Chapter 103, The Genealogy of Seals. The original sealers were dead. Both Kai Rui and Shun Hua had passed away more than 200 years ago, but their descendants maintained records. Careful, meticulous records of every seal they'd ever participated in, every being they'd ever bound, every array they'd ever carved. The records were stored in a mountain vault, protected by powerful wards that took me 3 hours to navigate without triggering alarms. The vault was filled with thousands of documents, all of them meticulously organized. Some were written on paper that was thousands of years old, preserved through careful warding and environmental control. Others were more recent, dating back only a few centuries. I read them for 2 straight weeks. What I discovered made me revise my understanding of human civilization's relationship to power. The earliest records, dating back over 10,000 years, were fragmentary and inconsistent. Early sealers seemed to operate independently, without coordination. When they encountered a being whose power they deemed dangerous, they would approach that being and attempt negotiation. Some beings accepted sealing willingly, understanding the danger their own power represented. Others refused, and the sealers would attempt to seal them against their will. Some of those forced seals held. Others failed. But slowly, over the centuries, the pattern changed. The forced seals began to succeed more consistently. The sealers developed better techniques, better understanding of how to bind unwilling beings. And more importantly, they began to coordinate. Where early sealers would work in isolation, later sealers would communicate with each other, sharing knowledge and developing consistent standards for how seals should be constructed. This transition from independent practitioners to coordinated regime took roughly 3,000 years. But by 5,000 years ago, the system was fully established. There was a hierarchy of sealers. There was a training process for new sealers. There were standards and protocols. There was oversight and accountability. And most importantly, there was philosophy. A carefully developed understanding of why sealing was necessary, what its purpose was, and how it should be implemented. The philosophical documents were the most revealing. They showed me the intellectual journey that the original sealers had undertaken. The moment when they first realized that unconstrained power led not just to violence, but to a specific state they called the corruption. The long investigation into what the corruption actually was. The realization that it wasn't something that happened quickly, but something that developed over time as a being gained power without gaining corresponding wisdom. And finally, the understanding that the only way to prevent the corruption was to force wisdom and power to develop in parallel. There were 247 known seals in existence, 247 being of significant power, carefully bound, carefully maintained, carefully hidden. Some of the seals were old, older than human civilization itself. Others were more recent, but they all followed similar patterns. They all involved powerful beings who, for various reasons, had been deemed too dangerous to exist without constraint. And I was listed among them. Story 31, as they called me in the records. The human-born cultivator sealed at birth, unborn capacity, placed under a 1000x compression seal that was designed to break gradually over the course of 1,000 years. I examined my own seal record in detail. The entry was 14 pages long, filled with technical specifications about the seal's construction, philosophical justifications for its existence, and progress notes written by various sealers over the centuries. One passage, written by Kai Rui himself approximately 400 years after my birth, made my consciousness stop for a moment. Subject 31 continues to develop normally within the seal constraints. The compression is holding perfectly, with no signs of degradation or instability. However, I have come to believe that we may have made an error in this case. The child's natural capacity exceeds our initial predictions. Our modeling suggested peak capacity would require an 800x compression to safely contain. But as we observe the child's development, it becomes clear that the actual peak capacity may be significantly higher, potentially 1200x or even 1500x. The seal we have constructed will prevent the corruption, but it may also prevent the kind of understanding that could only develop through a being choosing to accept constraint voluntarily. If this being were allowed to reach peak capacity over the course of 10,000 years instead of 1,000, it might develop into something unprecedented. A being who chooses wisdom of its own accord, not because it was forced to, but because it genuinely understands that wisdom is preferable to unconstrained power. There was more, but that passage revealed something crucial. The original sealers had been uncertain about me, had debated whether the seal I'd received was calibrated correctly, had worried that they might have been too restrictive, preventing the very thing they claimed to be nurturing, genuine, voluntary, consciously chosen wisdom. But I wasn't the focus of the investigation. No, the records pointed to something else, something larger. The earliest records, dating back thousands of years, showed a pattern. A group of cultivators, the ones who'd placed my seal, presumably, had been engaged in a systematic process. They'd identified beings of significant power, analyzed the threat they posed, and carefully sealed them. Some of these seals had failed over the centuries. Some had broken prematurely, but most had held. And then, about 9,000 years ago, something had changed. The pattern of sealing had become more systematic, more coordinated, as if there was a central authority making decisions about which beings needed to be sealed and how long those seals should last. The implications were staggering. "We've been managed," I said to Liming. "All of us. The entire class of powerful beings has been managed by a hidden power structure that's been orchestrating restraint for thousands of years." "For a reason," Liming pointed out. "From what you've read, the sealing prevented wars, prevented domination, prevented the kinds of apocalyptic conflicts that would have destroyed civilization." "Perhaps," I said. "Or perhaps it prevented us from ever learning how to coexist without constraint. Perhaps it created a system where power was always dangerous because we were taught power was dangerous, because anyone who developed the kinds of capabilities that threatened the established order was immediately sealed." I went back to the records and searched more carefully. There were notes, written in various hands across centuries, that addressed the philosophical question I was wrestling with. Some of the records keepers believed the seals were necessary. Others questioned them. A few explicitly argued that they were unjust. One passage, written by someone named Hu Qing 300 years ago, caught my attention. "The seal regime depends on maintaining the fiction that powerful beings cannot be trusted with their own power. But what if we taught them differently? What if instead of sealing capability, we provided education? Would we find that the danger was never inherent in the power itself, but in the lack of wisdom to use it correctly?" I had no way of knowing if Hu Qing's suggestion had ever been taken seriously, but it matched my own experience perfectly. I'd been sealed, and yes, I'd been dangerous at birth. But my danger had come from ignorance and lack of control, not from the power itself. Once I had the space to learn, once I had decades and centuries to study and practice, I'd become precisely the kind of being who could be trusted with vast power. The question that haunted me as I read these records was whether every sealed being might have followed the same trajectory if given the same education and time. How many of the beings in these records had been sealed not because they were inherently evil or destructive, but because their unconstrained power was inconvenient to the regime? How many might have become allies if they'd been educated rather than imprisoned? I found references to exactly 3 beings who had been sealed against their will and then, upon their release, had immediately begun working to dismantle the seal regime. One of them, a being named Xianxia, had lived 4,000 years ago. According to the records, Xianxia had been sealed for refusing to align his power with the regime's goals. Upon his release, he'd used his power to help other sealed beings escape. The regime had ultimately been forced to recapture him and reset him, wiping away the centuries of work he'd done to oppose them. The entry in the records was written with what appeared to be regret. Xianxia was a good being before his sealing. He could have been an ally. But because we sealed him against his will, because we forced constraint upon him without permission, he became an enemy upon his release. This is a lesson we learned too late. Consent matters. A being who accepts their constraint because they understand its necessity is far more likely to remain cooperative than a being who accepts constraint only because they lack the power to resist it. This passage, written 5,000 years ago, had apparently been taken to heart by the regime. It explained why, in more recent seals, the regime seemed to prefer that sealed beings eventually accept their sealing philosophically. They wanted genuine acceptance, not forced compliance. I need to understand the original seals, I said. The ones from the earliest records. Before the systematic regime began. I need to know why the first sealing was done, and what happened to the beings who were sealed. That's ancient history, Liming said. Most of those records are probably lost. Not all of them, I said. The ones that survived are in the vault. There are journals, letters, first-hand accounts. Let me read them. Let me understand what problem the original seals were meant to solve. It took me another month. But eventually, I found what I was looking for. A journal written by someone named xianxia, one of the earliest sealers, dated to a time before human civilization had even fully formed. The first seal hadn't been created to prevent war. It had been created to prevent something much worse. Something called the corruption. Xiaoqian's journal described it as a state where powerful beings became so disconnected from the world, so lost in their own power, that they essentially stopped being conscious in any meaningful sense. They became forces of nature, driven, relentless, unable to choose or think or reflect. The seals, according to Xiaoqian, had been designed to force reflection, to force awareness, to prevent the corruption by creating the opportunity for a being to develop wisdom alongside power. I read this passage 3 times, very carefully, making sure I understood it completely. The seal is not a punishment, Xiaoqian had written. It is a teacher. We seal the powerful ones not because we fear their strength, but because we understand that strength without the pressure of limitation creates a kind of being that cannot choose its own path. By sealing them, by forcing them to work within constraints, we give them the gift of self-determination. We give them the space to become someone who can think about their own power rather than simply being their power. And then, in smaller handwriting at the bottom of the page, if this philosophy is correct, then the greatest danger is not that we seal too many beings. The greatest danger is that we stop sealing them. The greatest danger is a world full of the corrupted, being so powerful that they've lost themselves entirely. I closed the journal and sat back. Oh, I said aloud. Oh, I see now. Liming looked up from the records she'd been examining. See what? Why I was sealed. Why my seal was designed to break so gradually. Why the entire architecture of the seal system exists. I paused, understanding settling over me like a weight. The seal wasn't made to contain me. It was made to educate me. It was designed by someone who understood that I was the kind of being who could develop the corruption if I was allowed to have too much power too quickly. The seal was a teaching tool. And now? Liming asked. Now I understand the calibration problem I've been having. My power is still expanding because my education isn't finished. The seal was designed to break fully, and that breaking was designed to force me to learn very quickly that I needed to continue learning deliberately. The seal was the first part of the teaching. Now I have to be the second part. I have to teach myself how to operate at full power without developing the corruption. I understood now. The margin of error wasn't in my calculations of how much power I had. It was in my assumptions about what power meant. I'd spent 300 years thinking the seal had been a burden. But what if the real lesson was that power itself was a burden, and the seal had simply been the first way the universe had found to teach me that? The discovery of the other seal being beneath the burning jade mountains hadn't been a coincidence. It was a test. The seal was checking to see if I'd be wise enough to investigate carefully before acting, to see if I'd consider the implications rather than simply reacting to the presence of another powerful being. I'd passed that test. But there would be more. Chapter 104. The being beneath the mountains. 3 weeks later, I returned to the burning jade mountains. This time I brought the records with me. The entire genealogy of seals, going back thousands of years. I'd cross-referenced the ancient documentation with the location and the cultivation signature. I believed I knew who was beneath that mountain. The sealed being's name was Ren Xuanzang, and she'd been sealed 5,387 years ago. According to the records, she'd been the third most powerful cultivator alive during her era. She developed a style of cultivation that focused on manipulating probability, changing the likelihood of future events through force of will. The practice was unstable. It created cascading consequences across the timeline of the world. She'd used her power once to prevent a catastrophe that would have killed thousands of people. But the probability manipulation had created unforeseen consequences that spread across generations, reshaping entire civilizations in unintended directions. Frightened by the scope of the unintended consequences, the early sealers had approached her and asked her to submit to a seal willingly. According to the journal of the sealer who'd conducted the negotiation, Ren Xuanzang had accepted without argument. She'd understood that her power was too dangerous to use, and that she needed the seal to learn how to think about consequence and causality more carefully. The seal had been set to break 300 years in the future, when she would have had time to contemplate her actions and understand the nature of the damage she'd caused. But 300 years hadn't been enough. Ren Xuanzang had been sealed for over 5,000 years. The breaking date had passed thousands of years ago, and the seal had never opened. The implication was clear: Ren Xuanzang had been forgotten, sealed and sealed again by different generations of keepers who inherited the seal maintenance duty but didn't inherit the records explaining why the seal existed or when it was supposed to break. When I touched the seal boundary again, more carefully this time, I could feel her desperation more clearly. She'd been conscious the entire time, aware, waiting. "I'm going to free you," I said. "But I need you to understand something first. You've been sealed for longer than intended. Your education was supposed to take 300 years, but you've had over 5,000. I need to know if you understand why you were sealed." The response came through the seal, and this time the being had enough presence of mind to form actual language. Her voice was hoarse. I'd later learned she'd spent entire millennia trying to speak, trying to reach out, getting no response. But it was clear. "I was sealed because I couldn't be trusted with my own power," she said. "I was sealed because I was too dangerous to be free. I caused consequences that rippled across thousands of lives, altered civilizations, changed the course of history. And I didn't even understand what I was doing until after it was done. Do you understand it now?" I asked. "Yes," she said. The word was heavy with the weight of 5,000 years of contemplation. "Yes, I understand. A being with power over probability needs to become the kind of being who can think in probabilities rather than certainties. I was thinking in certainties. I was thinking, I will prevent this bad thing, without understanding that I was creating 100 other things in the process. The seal taught me to think more carefully. "Are you grateful for the seal?" I asked. There was a long silence. Then she said, "I was not. For the first 1,000 years, I raged against it. For the next 1,000 years, I despaired. For the third 1,000 years, I began to understand. And for the last 1,000 years, I have been profoundly grateful. The seal saved me from myself. It prevented me from becoming the kind of being who could destroy without understanding destruction. Then I'm going to free you," I said. "But understand this. You've been alone with your thoughts for 5,000 years. The world has changed more than you can imagine. Your reintegration into civilization will not be easy, and you'll need to accept that the seal's lesson is not complete. You're only just beginning to understand the implications of your power." "I understand," she said. "Please, free me. I am ready." Dissolving an ancient seal was not a simple task. The array that had been carved into the mountain was masterwork level, and it had been maintained carefully by generations of keepers. I couldn't simply break it. If I did, the feedback would be violent and potentially damaging. Instead, I had to study the mechanism, understand how it worked, and then carefully begin reversing the processes that had created it. It took me 8 days of continuous work, but on the morning of the 9th day, the seal finally dissolved. Ren Xuanzang emerged from the cave looking exactly as she had 5,000 years ago, because time had not touched her. But her eyes were different. They held the weight of 5,000 years of isolation. She was disoriented. The world's chi had changed significantly over 5 millennia. Civilizations had risen and fallen. Mountains had been reshaped. She stood at the mouth of the cave, looking out at the transformed landscape, and wept. "How do I reintegrate?" she asked me. "How do I become part of a world that has moved on without me?" "The same way I did," I said. "Very, very carefully. With humility. With a focus on learning rather than acting. You have power, but you need wisdom." The seal was the first teacher. Now I'll be the second. She turned to look at me, and for the first time, I saw something that might have been hope in her expression. "You were sealed too," she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said, and I'm still learning what that means. Chapter 105. The pattern becomes clear over the course of the next 6 months. I worked with Rin Xuanzong to help her reintegrate into civilization. The work was slow and methodical. She needed to learn that probability was still governed by the same principles she'd studied 5,000 years ago, but that civilizations had developed much more sophisticated ways of thinking about consequence and causality. More importantly, she needed to understand that her power had never been the problem. The problem had always been her understanding. And now, with 5,000 years of isolated contemplation behind her, her understanding was finally sophisticated enough to match her capabilities. But the real revelation came when I brought her to the vault where the seal records were kept. I watched her face as she read the journals. I watched the moment she came to Xiaoqian's writings about the corruption. And I watched the moment she understood what I had understood. All of them, she said quietly. All the sealed ones. We were sealed to prevent this corruption. This state where power consumes consciousness. Yes, I said. And more than that, we were sealed to force the development of wisdom alongside the development of power. The seal was never meant to be permanent. It was meant to be a teacher. How many are still sealed? She asked. According to the records, 247 beings of significant power have seals. Of those, 89 have already been freed. The others are still sealed, at various stages of their intended seal duration. Rin Xuanzong stood up and walked to the window that overlooked the mountain valley below. The 10,000 stars peak was visible in the distance, and the barrier that contained the void was glowing faintly against the late afternoon sun. Something is wrong, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said. I've been thinking about it since I found the records. The pattern doesn't add up. Explain, she said. I organized my thoughts carefully before speaking. The seal regime began approximately 9,000 years ago. Before that, seals were rare and idiosyncratic, individual sealers responding to individual threats. But then the pattern changed. It became systematic, coordinated, as if there was a central organizing principle. What changed? Rin Xuanzong asked. That's what I don't know, and it troubles me. The journal entries stopped providing explanations around the time the pattern became systematic. It's as if the decision-makers stopped justifying their choices and started making them from pure authority. Someone or something is directing the seals, Rin Xuanzong said. Someone with enough power and knowledge to coordinate the efforts of multiple sealers across centuries. And whoever that is, they stopped explaining themselves because explaining became unnecessary, because they had absolute authority. She turned to look at me directly. You need to find the source. You need to understand who or what has been running the seal regime for the last 9,000 years. Because I'm increasingly confident that this system, this entire network of constraint and control, it's not being run for the reasons the original journals suggest. It's being run for something else entirely. I know, I said. That's the problem. I've started to understand something about the seal system. But understanding requires me to look at the deeper structures, the ones that the record keepers didn't write about, the ones that existed before the record keeping began. And where do you find that? She asked. I looked back toward the mountain, toward the barrier that contained the void. I said slowly, I need to talk to something very old. Something that has been watching the seal regime from the very beginning. Something that understood the corruption before the seal regime existed. The void, Rin Xuanzong said. Yes, I said. The void, which has been sealed longer than I've been alive, which knows more about the nature of this system than anyone else in existence. And if what you suspect is true, Rin Xuanzong said carefully, if the seal system is being run for reasons other than what we've been told, then the void seal might be the most important piece of the puzzle, the one that's been sealed longest, the one that knows the deepest secrets. I nodded slowly. She was right, and I was beginning to understand something that the original sealers had never written down in their journals, something that explained the inconsistencies in the historical record. The seal system wasn't just about preventing the corruption. It was about something much larger, something that the entire civilization had been built around, without even knowing it. And I'd been sealed specifically to keep me from understanding it. Chapter 106. The conversation with the abyss, the barrier that contained the void, was the most carefully maintained seal in existence. Unlike the other seals, which had been left to be guarded by dedicated keepers, but were essentially static, the void seal was maintained by a rotation of the most powerful cultivators in civilization. Every generation, new guardians were trained. The knowledge was preserved. The wards were renewed. For 330 years, I'd spoken to the void across the barrier, sharing my understanding of the seal's meaning. I'd assumed those conversations were philosophical and private. I was wrong. The void had been waiting for me to understand enough to ask the right questions. And now that I was asking them, the barrier itself began to change. Not break, change. The structure of the ward work transformed subtly, and I understood that the void was loosening just enough to allow a deeper conversation. The consciousness that touched mine this time was vastly more coherent than it had been before. The void was no longer just a force of hunger and negation. It was something that thought, something that understood. "You're beginning to comprehend the system," the void said. The words came not in language, but in direct understanding. Images and concepts flooding into my consciousness so rapidly I had to slow them down, process them one at a time. "Tell me," I said aloud. "Tell me what I need to understand." "The seal was not created to contain me," the void said. "I was sealed because I agreed to be sealed. Because 9,000 years ago, when the decision was made to create a systematic seal regime, I became part of that decision. I became the central organizing principle of it." The revelation made me stumble backward. Liming caught my arm, steadying me. "You're saying the void orchestrated its own sealing?" I asked. "I'm saying I agreed to constraint as the price of survival," the void said. "You see, long before the seal regime, before the systematic coordination, before even the individual seals that prevented the corruption, there was a threat. A genuine, existential threat. Something that I understood, and something that the original cultivators could not comprehend." "What threat?" I asked. "The same threat that created the corruption," the void said. "A state of being where consciousness and power become so separated that the being becomes purely destructive force. But there's a second stage to it, a deeper stage that even the original sealers didn't fully understand. There's a point at which a being with enough power doesn't just become destructive. There's a point at which it becomes something worse. It becomes aware." "Aware?" I repeated. "I don't understand." "Aware with a capital A," the void said. "A being that gains consciousness so profound, so alien, so far beyond normal existence that it becomes aware of the fundamental structures of reality. And when a being becomes that level of aware, it can make choices about the structure of reality itself. It can remake the world according to its understanding." I could feel Ren Xuanzang's hand gripping mine. She was feeling what I was feeling, the vertigo of understanding that there was a level of reality we'd been protected from knowing about. "There was a being like that," the void continued. "Long ago. So long ago that the records of it were intentionally destroyed. This being was aware. And when it became aware, it decided that existence was a mistake. It began the process of unmaking the world. And I was the only consciousness that understood what was happening." "What did you do?" I asked. "I made a choice," the void said. "I agreed to be sealed. Willingly. Completely. On the condition that the seal would have a dual function. Yes, it would contain me, the void. But more importantly, it would create a framework, a structure, a system in which powerful beings could be identified and constrained before they reached the point of becoming aware. The seal regime was designed to prevent a second being from ever reaching that state of consciousness." I thought about this, carefully, methodically, processing each implication. "The other sealers," I said slowly, "the ones who coordinated the system, they knew about this, about the being that was unmaking the world. Some of them knew," the void said. "The ones who were powerful enough and wise enough to be told. The ones who became the central authority that drove the seal regime. They understood that the system had to be maintained at all costs. Because if it failed, if a second being reached the point of becoming fully aware, then the world would end. Not through conflict, not through disaster, but through conscious, intentional choice. Through a being that understood the structure of reality so completely that it could choose to unmake it. And I was sealed because..." I prompted. "Because you had the potential to become that being," the void said. "You were born with powers so vast that you could have, in theory, reached that level of awareness in perhaps 500 years of uninterrupted growth. The seal extended your growth to 1,000 years. It gave civilization time to put in place the structures that would prevent you from ever becoming aware. It bought time for the seal regime to develop, for new sealers to be trained, for the philosophical framework to be established that would make beings like you choose constraint willingly." "And did it work?" I asked. "Am I no longer likely to become this aware state?" "No," the void said simply. "You're actually more likely to reach it than you were before. But now, when you reach it, when you finally become aware, you'll already understand that awareness and destruction are not the same thing. You'll already have learned, through 300 years of teaching and 30,000 years more of this conversation, that conscious beings can choose to constrain themselves. That meaning comes through limitation, not through power." I sat down very slowly, understanding crashing over me in waves. "All of it," I said. "All of my life. The seal, the breaking, the teaching, the philosophy about constraint and gift. All of it was designed to reshape me into a being who would choose to constrain itself, even as it gained the power to unmake the world." "Yes," the void said. "And you're beginning to succeed." You're beginning to become the kind of being who could be aware without being destructive, who could understand the structure of reality and choose not to unmake it. Chapter 107. The second discovery. It took me a full week to process what the void had told me. I spoke to Ren Xuanzang about it extensively. I consulted the records again, looking for any hint of the original being that had tried to unmake the world. I meditated in the chamber where I'd first understood the seal was breaking, reaching back across 300 years to try to find some indication that I'd suspected this truth. Nothing came. The original sealers had done their job well. They'd hidden the deepest purpose of the seal regime so thoroughly that even the being at the center of it, me, had not suspected the truth. But now that I knew, other things began to fall into place. The inconsistencies in the historical record that had troubled me suddenly made sense. The point at which the journal entries stopped explaining themselves, that was the point at which the central authority had decided that only a select few needed to know why the seal regime existed. And then I found something that the record keepers had overlooked. A letter, hidden in the archives beneath dozens of other documents, written in a hand I didn't recognize. It was addressed to whoever reads this after I am gone. The letter was written in archaic language, so old that some of the characters had become obsolete. But I could read it. And when I did, I understood that the entire framework the void had described to me was incomplete. The being that had tried to unmake the world 3,000 years ago hadn't been the first. The letter described 3 prior incidents. 3 prior beings who had reached awareness and chosen destruction. And in each case, the seal regime had developed a response. Not just prevention, but correction. There was a method, the letter said, to pull a being back from awareness. To reset their consciousness to a lower level of understanding. To strip away the knowledge that would allow them to unmake the world. This is not something I would do willingly, the letter's author had written. It is a violation of consciousness itself. But if a being reaches awareness despite all our efforts, if a being chooses destruction despite their training and philosophical development, then this reset may be the only way to save the world. I am documenting the method in this letter so that future generations will know how to implement it, if it ever becomes necessary. And then the letter provided detailed instructions for how to perform the reset, how to take a being at the point of awareness and temporarily sever their consciousness from the structures of reality itself, forcing them back into a state of normal understanding. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever read. Liming and Ren Xuanzang were both with me when I finished reading the letter. The silence that followed was heavy. They were preparing for the possibility that you might fail, Liming said. That no matter what teaching and constraint they put you through, you might still become destructive. They were creating a backup plan. They were creating slavery, Ren Xuanzang said bitterly. The reset method, it's not just resetting understanding. It's lobotomizing consciousness, taking away agency, choice, autonomy. They were preparing to commit the ultimate violation in the name of preventing catastrophe. They were preparing to save the world, I said quietly. Or that's what they would have told themselves. And who am I to say they were wrong? If a being becomes aware and chooses to unmake existence itself, and the only way to stop them is to destroy their consciousness, what is the ethical choice there? The ethical choice is not to seal beings in the first place, Ren Xuanzang said. The ethical choice is to teach them wisdom from the beginning, so they never become the kind of being who would want to unmake the world. And yet here I am, I said, sealed, taught, and now understanding that I could, if I chose to, unmake the world. And I'm honestly not certain what I would choose if that choice presented itself. Ren Xuanzang stared at me. You're saying you might unmake the world? I'm saying I'm not confident enough in my own philosophy to make absolute claims about what I'd choose when faced with that decision, I said. And that terrifies me. Because if I can't be certain of my own choices, then what's the point of the seal? What's the point of the 300 years of teaching? The point is that you're learning, Liming said. The point is that you're growing. The point is that you're asking these questions and wrestling with these answers. That's what the seal was supposed to teach you. Not certainty, not safety, but the capacity to examine yourself honestly. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the barrier that held the void glowed gently in the afternoon light. There's something else, I said. Something that troubles me even more than the reset method. The void told me that the seal regime was created to prevent a second being from becoming aware. But what if that's not the whole truth? What if the seal regime was created for a different reason entirely? What do you mean? Ren Xuanzang asked. I mean, I said slowly, that I've been assuming the seal regime is defensive, designed to prevent catastrophe. But what if it's actually offensive? What if it's not designed to stop powerful beings from becoming destructive? What if it's designed to create powerful beings who will accept constraint willingly, so they can be used by the central authority that runs the regime? The implications settled over us like a suffocating weight. You're saying the seals might be weapons, Liming said. Tools for maintaining control. I'm saying, I replied, that I need to talk to Rin Xuanzang about what her seal really was. Because I'm beginning to suspect that the official story about why she was sealed might not be the complete truth. Rin Xuanzang's face had gone pale. The probability manipulation, she said. The story was that I was sealed because my power was unstable and dangerous. But that's not why, is it? That's not the real reason they sealed a being who could manipulate probability itself. No, I said. I think they sealed you because your power was too useful. Because being able to shift probability could be used to reshape the course of civilization. And they sealed you because they wanted to control you. They wanted to ensure that your power would be used only in ways they approved of. Chapter 108. The conversation with Liming that night. I asked Liming to meet me alone in the meditation chamber. She'd been my anchor through all of this. The one person who'd known me continuously since my seal broke, who'd watched me grow and learn and struggle to understand my own nature. She deserved to know what I was beginning to suspect. I think my daughter is not what I believed she was, I said without preamble. I think you've been something other than a human cultivator, something other than my biological daughter. And I think you've been assigned to me by the central authority that runs the seal regime. Liming didn't deny it. She simply looked at me with eyes that had gained a different quality in the last few minutes. No longer the warm, loving gaze of a daughter. Something colder. Something more strategic. That's partially correct, she said. I am your biological daughter. That much is true. But you're right that there's more to my role than I've let you understand. Tell me, I said. The seal regime understood that you would eventually need guidance, she said. That you would eventually question the nature of the seal. So they created a role for me. I was born to be your daughter, yes. But I was also trained, from birth, to be your keeper. To guide your questions toward constructive answers rather than destructive ones. To help you understand the seal in ways that would lead you to acceptance rather than rebellion. I sat with this for a long moment. Do you love me? I asked. Yes, she said. And she sounded certain. That part is real. But yes, my love also comes with a purpose. I love you, and I was designed to guide you. Both things are true. And if I'd chosen differently? I asked. If I'd questioned the seal more deeply? If I'd come to the conclusions I'm coming to now, but at a different pace? What would you have done? I don't know, she said. Because you didn't choose differently. You asked your questions in the right order. You reached your conclusions slowly enough that they matured into wisdom rather than cynicism. If you'd become cynical about the seal, if you'd chosen to use your power to oppose the regime, I think I would have had to make a choice between my role and my love. And I honestly don't know which I would have chosen. This honesty was somehow more painful than any lie would have been. I need to know everything, I said. Every moment we've shared. Every conversation. I need to understand which parts were authentic and which parts were calculated. All of it was authentic, she said. But all of it was also calculated. Those aren't mutually exclusive. I loved you genuinely. And I was trained to love you in ways that would be useful to the regime. Both were true simultaneously. That's not possible, I said. That's a contradiction. Is it? She asked. You've spent 300 years teaching people that constraint can be gift. That meaningful love includes limitation. You've taught them that the most profound affection comes when you choose to constrain yourself for someone else. Is it so difficult to understand that I could love you both authentically and strategically? I had no answer to that. Because she was right. I'd spent 300 years developing a philosophy that made exactly this kind of dual existence possible. What happens now? I asked. That depends on you, she said. I could continue my role. I could help you reach the next stage of your development. The stage where you understand that accepting the seal regime was actually accepting the fundamental structure of a universe that requires constraint. Or I could step back. I could tell you everything I know. I could let you decide for yourself what to do with that knowledge. And which would the regime prefer? I asked. The regime would prefer I continue my role, she said. But I'm going to tell you everything anyway. Because I've realized, over the last few hours listening to you struggle with these questions, that you need to reach your own conclusions. You need to understand that I was sent to guide you, and then choose to accept that guidance anyway. That will be more powerful than if you never knew. Tell me, I said. Tell me everything. She paused. And for the first time I saw vulnerability in her expression. Real vulnerability, not calculated performance of vulnerability. And because, she continued, I've made a choice. My own choice, for my own reasons. I choose to stop being the regime's tool and start being your daughter fully. That doesn't mean I'll oppose the regime. It just means I'll serve you first and them second. The regime trained me to be your keeper and guide, but they also taught me to think. They taught me to reason. And my reasoning has led me to this place, where I understand that what they built in me, genuine affection, genuine concern for your well-being, has become more important than my role as their agent. She stood and walked to the barrier window. The glow of the void's constraint illuminated her face. I've lived 300 years with you, she said. I've watched you struggle. I've watched you grow. I've watched you become not just a being of power, but a being of genuine wisdom. And somewhere along the way, my training stopped being something I was doing to you and started being something I was doing with you. A genuine conversation between two people who care about each other, instead of a one-sided guidance process. Why are you telling me this now? I asked. Because, she said, the regime has reached a decision point. They've been analyzing your development. They understand that you're approaching the stage where you could become aware. They've prepared for this. They have plans for what happens next. And I need to tell you what those plans are, so that you can make your own choice about whether to follow them or resist them. Chapter 109. The Architecture of Control. Liming spoke for 6 hours without stopping. She told me things that the Central Authority had kept hidden for generations. She told me about the structure of the SEAL regime, the hierarchy of sealers, the methods they use to identify beings who might eventually become aware. She told me that the SEAL regime had never failed. In 9,000 years of systematic control, not a single being had reached the point of becoming fully aware while sealed. The method had worked perfectly. Civilizations had developed. Beings had been sealed and released. Some had been reset through the violent process described in the hidden letter. But the world had survived. The world had not been unmade. But she also told me that the regime understood something I hadn't yet fully grasped. The entire system was unsustainable. It had become too complex, too resource-intensive, too dependent on the existence of sealers and keepers, and a hierarchical authority structure. The regime had calculated that within the next 2,000 years, the system would begin to break down. Population would increase. The number of potentially powerful beings would increase exponentially. It would become mathematically impossible to maintain seals on all of them. So they're looking for a successor system, I said. Yes, Liming said. They're looking for a way to accomplish the goals of the SEAL regime, preventing the corruption, preventing the rise of destructive aware consciousness, through different means. And they've identified you as potentially being the linchpin of that successor system. How? I asked. Because you're the only being they've ever created who might be capable of truly accepting the SEAL regime's philosophy voluntarily, she said. Most sealed beings eventually resent their constraint. They might accept the philosophy intellectually, but emotionally and spiritually, they remain opposed to their sealing. But you've moved beyond resentment. You've genuinely found meaning in the constraint. You've become the kind of being who could, if you chose to, advocate for a system of constraint and have people listen to you. And so they want me to be the face of a new regime, I said bitterly. A regime that doesn't need sealers and keepers because it has me. A regime where constraint is maintained through philosophical persuasion rather than magical binding. Something like that, Liming said. But they're also afraid of you. Because you're approaching the stage where you could become aware. And once you become aware, you might not want to maintain their system anymore. You might want to overthrow it. You might want to do something far worse. So what's their contingency? I asked. They want you to reach awareness, Liming said quietly. But they want you to reach it under controlled circumstances. In a location where the reset method can be deployed if necessary. Around beings who understand what's happening and can take action if you become destructive. The horror of this became clear to me slowly. They weren't trying to prevent me from becoming aware. They were trying to engineer it. To force my consciousness to develop toward awareness while keeping me surrounded by safeguards. And if I chose to become destructive, if I reached awareness and decided that the SEAL regime was unjust and needed to be dismantled, they would reset me. They would lobotomize my consciousness. They would turn me into something less than I was. She told me that my seal had been one of the most carefully constructed in the history of the regime. The sealers had estimated that I could potentially reach awareness around the 1,500-year mark. They designed my seal to break at the 1,000-year mark, giving me 500 additional years to develop the philosophical framework that would allow me to choose not to become destructive even if I did become aware. And it worked, she said. You're now at the point where you're asking these questions from a place of genuine curiosity and concern, not from a place of resentment or rebellion. You're wondering if the SEAL regime is just, not because you want to overthrow it, but because you want to understand it. That's exactly what the regime was hoping for. So I'm exactly where they wanted me to be, I said. Yes, she said. And more importantly, you're the exact kind of being they were hoping you would become. You're someone who could reach awareness without being destructive. Someone who could understand the structure of reality and choose not to unmake it. Someone who could, potentially, help the regime continue its work for another 10,000 years. By accepting the control, I said. By accepting that the SEAL regime is just. By understanding that the seal regime is the only way existence continues, she said. By accepting that constraint is not just philosophically necessary, it's existentially necessary. Without the seal regime, without the careful control of powerful beings, civilization would collapse within a generation. A single aware being could end everything. The regime exists because the alternative is annihilation. I understood then why the regime had designed things this way. They hadn't just sealed me. They'd sealed me in a way that would make me, eventually, the kind of ally the regime needed. Not through force or compulsion, but through genuine philosophical conviction. What happens if I refuse? I asked. What if I reject the regime? What if I decide that the seal regime is itself corrupt and needs to be dismantled? Then you'll be reset, she said simply. Your consciousness will be temporarily severed from the structure of reality. You'll be reset to a lower level of understanding, one where you can't question the regime anymore. You'll essentially be made into a normal cultivator, without the philosophical clarity that allowed you to become what you are now. And you would do that to me? I asked. I would be ordered to do that, she said. And I would comply, because my primary loyalty is to existence itself. If I believed you were a genuine threat to existence, I would reset you without hesitation. But I don't think you are. I think the regime made a miscalculation. I think they built you into exactly the kind of being who would become wise enough to want to reform the regime rather than destroy it or accept it. They built you to be a threat to the current system. This was the truth I'd been approaching for weeks. The moment where I understood that my entire life, 300 years of growth and learning and struggle, had been engineered not just to create a being of power with wisdom, but to create a being of power who would become a problem for the regime that created me. What do you suggest? I asked. I suggest you do what you've been planning to do all along, she said. I suggest you continue to investigate. Learn more about the seal regime. Talk to other sealed beings. Build an understanding of the system so comprehensive that when you eventually have to make a choice about what to do with the regime, you'll make it from a place of absolute knowledge rather than suspicion. And if my investigation leads me to want to dismantle the regime? I asked. Then I suggest you assemble allies, she said. Because you're going to need them. Because the regime is vast and ancient and powerful, and it's been preparing for the possibility of a being like you for thousands of years. Chapter 110. The network awakens in the weeks that followed. I realized that Ren Xuanzang and I had something in common beyond having been sealed for long periods. We had both been sealed by a system that was far larger and more complex than we'd understood. And we had both reached a point where we wanted to understand that system completely before deciding how to respond to it. I began the process of contacting other sealed beings. The records gave me names and locations of seals that had broken in the last 1,000 years. Beings who, like me, had gone through the process of decompression and were now living in the world, supposedly grateful for the seal that had shaped them. The conversations were revealing. Most of them had not guessed, as I had, that the seal regime was a system of control. Most of them genuinely believed in the philosophy that constraint was gift. But when I explained my understanding, when I showed them the records and the letters and the truth about the reset method, something changed in how they thought about their own seals. A being named Huang Wei, who'd been sealed for 2,000 years and released 500 years ago, said, I thought the seal was teaching me to understand power. But now I'm realizing it was teaching me to accept constraint. There's a difference. A being named Xu Lin, who'd been sealed for 3,500 years and was still conscious within her seal, said, I've been inside this barrier for so long that I'd forgotten what freedom felt like. But now that I understand the regime is keeping me sealed on purpose, I'm not sure I want to be freed anymore. I'm not sure I want to join a world that operates on control and deception. By the time I contacted the 15th sealed being, I understood that a network was forming. Not an alliance against the regime, not yet, but a network of consciousness. A shared understanding that things were more complex than we'd been told. And then Liming brought me a message from the central authority. It came in the form of a visitor, an old woman, dressed plainly, who had no cultivation signature at all. She was protected by wards that completely obscured her nature. The council wishes to speak with you, she said without preamble. They have been aware of your investigation. They have allowed it to proceed because they believe you deserve to understand. But now they want to have a conversation with you directly. And if I refuse? I asked. Then the conversation will happen anyway, the old woman said. But it will be considerably less pleasant. The council prefers you come willingly. So I prepared to meet the people who had shaped my entire life. The beings who had orchestrated my seal, my breaking, my education, my philosophical development. The ones who had built me to be either their greatest asset or their greatest threat. Liming walked with me to the location where the meeting would occur. A neutral ground. neither in the realm of the seal regime nor in my domain. Whatever happens, she said as we approached the meeting place, know that I love you. That part of everything I did was motivated by genuine affection and genuine belief that you would find meaning in the seal. Both things can be true even if the regime is manipulating us. I embraced her, and in that embrace, I held both the love I felt for my daughter and the betrayal I felt at understanding the true nature of that love. Then I entered the meeting chamber, and I came face to face with the beings who had decided I needed to be sealed in the first place. Chapter 111. The council's justification. There were 12 of them, seated around a table carved from stone that had been blessed by cultivators from generations past. They did not look old. Some of them didn't look particularly wise, but I could feel the weight of centuries in their presence, the accumulated authority of a system that had existed for 9,000 years. The oldest, or the one perceived as oldest, began speaking without introduction. We have been waiting for this moment, she said. We have known, since the moment we placed the seal on you, that you would eventually reach this point. A being of your capacity, given sufficient time and sufficient freedom, would eventually question everything. That was intentional. We did not seal you to create a being who would accept constraint unthinkingly. We sealed you to create a being who would accept it thinking, who would choose it knowingly. I'm aware, I said. My daughter explained the strategy. Liming is a good strategist, another council member said. She's also genuinely your daughter. The regime learned, 3,000 years ago, that love was more effective than any form of control. We cultivate authentic emotion precisely because authentic emotion cannot be faked convincingly enough to survive deep scrutiny. So everything I've experienced with her is real, I said. Real love, real manipulation, real care, real control, all existing simultaneously. Yes, the first council member said. Welcome to a truth that most beings in the civilization never have to contemplate. Love and control are not mutually exclusive. They are often intimately connected. Parents constrain their children not because they want power over them, but because they love them and believe the constraint is good for their development. I'm not a child, I said. No, she agreed. But the principle is the same. We sealed you not because we wanted power over you, but because we understood that unlimited power without adequate wisdom would eventually lead you toward destruction. We loved you. Yes, even before you were born, we loved the potential of what you could become. And because we loved you, we constrained you. I considered this carefully. You're expecting me to accept this, to understand it as justified and move forward with my life. We're expecting you to understand the full situation and then make a choice, the council member said. Not to accept without question, but to choose consciously. That's what we've been building toward your entire existence. Tell me about the reset method, I said. Tell me about the beings who refused to accept the constraint and had to have their consciousness severed. The council members exchanged glances. Finally, the first one spoke. There have been 4 beings who reached awareness despite the seal regime's efforts, she said. 4 beings who developed consciousness at a level where they could understand the structure of reality well enough to choose to unmake it. In all 4 cases, the being in question decided that existence was not worth preserving. You reset them, I said. We reset them, she confirmed. We took away the understanding that would have allowed them to unmake the world. We forced them back into a state of consciousness where they could not see the seams in reality. It was violent. It was wrong in many ways, but it was not as wrong as the alternative. You violated their consciousness, I said. You took away their agency and their knowledge. Yes, the council member said. And if we had not, billions of beings would have died. Existence itself would have ended. So we made a choice. We chose the violation of 4 beings over the annihilation of everything. I couldn't argue with the logic. It was the same logic that had justified the seal regime in the first place. And yet something about it troubled me deeply. Why am I not like them? I asked. Why haven't I reached the point where I want to unmake the world? Because you're different, she said. Because we learned from studying them, and we designed your seal to be more effective than theirs. Because you've had 300 years of teaching in addition to your seal, while they only had the seal itself. And because we made sure you developed a philosophy that made acceptance of constraint feel meaningful rather than oppressive. She paused, and for the first time I saw something like uncertainty in her expression. And because, she continued carefully, we may have made an error in your design. We may have built you so successfully into a being who chooses constraint that you've become something unexpected. You may have become a being who is wise enough to understand the regime and compassionate enough not to want to destroy it, but principled enough to want to change it. Chapter 112. The revelation of purpose. The council member who spoke next was younger than the others. She leaned forward, and when she spoke, Her words carried a weight that suggested she was telling me something that had never been told to anyone outside the council before. There is a reason we've allowed you to investigate, she said. A reason we've allowed you to contact other sealed beings and begin to build a network of consciousness. A reason we're sitting here now, explaining ourselves to you rather than simply resetting you. Tell me, I said. The seal regime is dying, she said. Not immediately, but within the next 1,000 years, it will collapse. It will collapse because the beings we seal are becoming progressively more difficult to control, because our methods are becoming less effective, because civilization is developing in directions that make the seal regime less sustainable. So you want me to help preserve it, I said. You want me to use my power and my philosophy to develop new methods that will allow the regime to continue. No, she said. We want you to lead the transition beyond it. We want you to understand the seal regime so completely that you can help civilization move into a post-seal era, one where powerful beings are not sealed from birth, but trained from birth, where constraint is still present, but is chosen rather than imposed, where wisdom and power develop together rather than being separated. That's a massive shift, I said. A shift in the entire structure of civilization. Yes, the council member said, and it's necessary. The old seal regime was built by beings who were terrified of aware consciousness, who had seen what awareness could do and decided that it must be prevented at all costs. But we are past that point now. We are at a point where we need to develop a new relationship with power and consciousness, one that doesn't depend on hiding the truth from beings who are intelligent enough to handle it. You're saying that the aware state is not inherently destructive, I said. We're saying it can be prevented from being destructive through education and philosophical development rather than through seal regime enforcement, she said. And we think you are the being most qualified to help develop that new system. Not because we've sealed you or controlled you, but because you understand what that control meant and you've developed your own philosophy about why it was justified. And what if I disagree? I asked. What if I think the seal regime should be dismantled immediately? Then we'll ask you politely to reconsider, the first council member said. And if you refuse to reconsider, we'll let you dismantle it. We're not going to reset you, despite your potential to become a threat. We're going to trust that the 300 years of education we've given you will be enough. That's a risk, I said. Yes, she said. It's a calculated risk. Based on our analysis of your consciousness, we believe that you will make decisions that preserve existence even if you're opposed to our methods. That's what we're betting on. Chapter 113. The decision point. I left the meeting with the council and returned to the meditation chamber. I needed to think, to analyze, to understand what I actually believed rather than what I'd been taught to believe. For 300 years, I'd operated under the assumption that the seal regime was unjust but necessary, that it was a violation but a justified violation, that the terrible necessity of preventing aware destruction outweighed the terrible reality of constraining powerful beings without consent. But the council had just offered me something different, the possibility that the regime could transition into something new. Something that preserved the wisdom of restraint without requiring the violence of seal enforcement. If that transition was actually possible, then the seal regime was not necessary. It was not a permanent feature of existence. It was a temporary measure, created for a specific crisis that had lasted 9,000 years, but was now approaching its end. I spent hours in the meditation chamber, examining my own consciousness with the same precision I'd been using to examine my power. I looked at my philosophical beliefs. I looked at my values. I looked at my desires, and what I found was clear. I did not want to destroy the world. I did not want to unmake existence. Even if I reached a level of awareness where such actions were theoretically possible, even if I developed the capacity to understand and remake the structure of reality, I would not choose destruction, not because I'd been sealed, not because I'd been taught constraint, but because destruction seemed like a waste, because existence, despite all its suffering and injustice, was profound and beautiful and worth preserving. The council had read me correctly. They had built me into exactly the kind of being I would want to be, even if I'd been building myself from scratch. But that didn't mean I accepted their methods. That didn't mean I accepted that the seal regime had been justified. It simply meant that I'd come to a place where I could hold the complexity, where I could say, yes, this was wrong, and yes, it was necessary, and yes, there is a better way forward. When I emerged from the meditation chamber, Liming was waiting for me. I have a proposal, I said. Not for me. For the regime. Something that I believe will allow us to transition into the post-seal era without abandoning the genuine goods that the seal regime has created. She leaned forward. Tell me. I want to establish a school, I said. An academy where powerful beings can be trained from birth in both power and wisdom. Not sealed, but educated. Not constrained, but guided. A place where the next generation of powerful beings can learn what it took me 300 years to learn, but can learn it through teaching rather than through the violence of sealing. That's exactly what the council hoped you would propose, Liming said. They told you. I asked. They told me that if you were going to make a counter-proposal to the seal regime, it would probably look something like that, she said. They wanted me to be ready to help you implement it. Of course they did, I said. They've been orchestrating this entire journey toward a predetermined conclusion. Yes and no, Liming said. Yes, they've been guiding you toward a conclusion where you would become their ally in reform. But the conclusion itself is genuinely uncertain. You could have rejected it. You could have chosen destruction. The fact that you chose cooperation instead, that's actually on you. That's actually your decision, not theirs. I considered this. When do we start? Immediately, Liming said. We have a location already prepared. The council has been waiting for you to make this choice so they could unlock resources and begin construction. Of course they have, I said. But I was smiling now, because I understood that even knowing how I'd been manipulated, even knowing the full extent of the regime's orchestration, I still wanted this. I still wanted to build something better. I still wanted to choose a path that the council had predicted I would choose. And somehow, that choice was more meaningful because I made it with full knowledge of its context. Chapter 114. The academy takes form. The location that had been prepared was a valley in the eastern mountains, isolated enough to be safe, but accessible enough for students to come and go. The physical structures were already being built. Dormitories, classrooms, meditation chambers, a vast library that would hold the combined knowledge of the SEAL regime's 9,000 years of practice. I worked with a team of architects and cultivators to design the curriculum. And as I did, I realized something. This was not a rejection of the SEAL regime's philosophy. It was an evolution of it. The regime had always understood that wisdom and power needed to develop together. The academy would simply make that development explicit instead of hidden. The curriculum I designed had 4 major components. The first was technical training, teaching students how to control their power, how to sense qi, how to manipulate it safely and precisely. This component was similar to what most elite cultivation academies taught, but with a critical difference. The training would be explicit about consequences. Every technique would be taught not in isolation, but with detailed analysis of how it could be misused and what the cascading effects of misuse might be. The second component was historical education. Students would learn the entire history of the SEAL regime. They would read the journals of the early sealers. They would study the philosophy behind sealing. They would understand the corruption and why it mattered. They would learn about beings like Xing who had resisted the regime, and they would understand why that resistance had ultimately been fruitless. This component was designed to give students an intellectual context for why constraint mattered. The third component was philosophical training. Students would engage in the kind of deep inquiry that I'd been doing for 300 years. They would examine what it meant to have power. They would study the ethics of using that power. They would develop their own framework for why a being with vast capabilities should choose to constrain those capabilities. This component was designed not to indoctrinate, but to teach students how to think clearly about their own nature. The fourth component was community service. Students would spend time working with their communities, understanding how their power could affect the world around them. They would see directly the consequences of small actions. They would develop genuine compassion for beings less powerful than themselves. This component was designed to create not just wise cultivators, but genuinely good beings. Together, these 4 components created what I believed was a genuine alternative to the SEAL regime. Not an alternative that rejected constraint, but an alternative that made constraint conscious and voluntary rather than imposed and hidden. Ren Xuanzang volunteered to help with the curriculum. So did Huang Wei. So did Xu Lin, who agreed to be freed from her seal on the condition that she would help teach at the academy. Slowly, a network of sealed and formerly sealed beings coalesced around the project. Liming took on the role of managing the relationship between the academy and the council. She became a bridge between the old system and the new one. And in doing so, she began to tell me more about what the council actually wanted. They wanted the SEAL regime to end naturally, over the course of the next 1,000 years. They wanted powerful beings to be trained rather than sealed. They wanted the knowledge of awareness and its dangers to be taught openly rather than hidden. They wanted civilization to mature into a state where it could exist without the constant surveillance and control that the SEAL regime required. That's not really reform, I said to Liming during one of our late-night conversations. That's just changing the method while keeping the same goal. The goal is still to prevent aware consciousness from becoming destructive. The goal is still control. Yes, she said, but perhaps control isn't always bad. Perhaps the question isn't whether we should have control, but how we should exercise it. Whether control through transparent teaching is better or worse than control through hidden sealing. Both are forms of control, I said. The Academy doesn't really change that. No, she agreed. But it changes the terms. In the Academy, powerful beings will make conscious choices about accepting constraint. They'll do so with full knowledge of why the constraint exists. They'll become the kind of beings who choose it willingly, rather than the kind of beings who are forced to accept it. I understood what she was saying. The SEAL regime had always been trying to create beings who would choose constraint willingly. They'd just been doing it through the wrong method, through manipulation and hidden education. The Academy would do it through direct teaching and honest explanation. The goal was the same, but the method was more ethical. And yet, I could not shake the feeling that something was still wrong. Something about the Academy, something about the entire transition, still felt like part of a larger game that I didn't fully understand. I mentioned this to the Void during one of my visits to the barrier. You're correct to be suspicious, the Void told me. There is still a deeper layer to the system, a layer that even the Council doesn't fully understand. What layer? I asked. The layer beneath the SEAL regime itself, the Void said. The regime was created to prevent the corruption and awareness from destroying the world. But what if the regime itself was created by something older? What if there's a being behind the regime, orchestrating its existence, preventing it from being dismantled? Chapter 115. The layer beneath this question haunted me for weeks. I returned to the archives and began searching for records predating the SEAL regime. The earliest references I could find dated back 15,000 years. But there were hints, allusions and letters and journals to something older still. References to the original sealing and the first agreement. One letter, written in a hand so archaic I could barely read it, contained a passage that made my blood run cold. We were sealed to create the regime that would seal others. We agreed to be bound by something far older and far more powerful than ourselves, on the condition that we would be allowed to exercise our will within the confines of that binding. We became the regime's hands, while it became the regime's mind. I brought this to the council and asked directly, what are you bound by? What is above the regime? The council members were silent for a long moment. Then the youngest one said, we don't know. Not with certainty. We know that there are constraints on what we can do, constraints we can't explain or overcome. We know that certain decisions are impossible for us to make. Certain paths are closed to us. We've assumed that these constraints are self-imposed, part of the philosophical framework we've accepted. But you're not certain, I said. No, she admitted. We're not certain. And it's possible that what we've taken to be self-imposed constraint is actually enforced constraint. That we are not the top of the regime's hierarchy, but somewhere in the middle. So the SEAL regime might itself be sealed, I said. The idea was staggering. It's possible, the council member said. It's also possible that understanding this would require us to confront something so powerful and so old that it would unmake the Academy project and all the progress we've made toward reform. Or it's possible that confronting it is the only real reform, I said. That the Academy is just another layer of the same control system. And until we understand what's actually orchestrating everything, we can't make genuine change. I left the council meeting and went to find Liming. I needed her expertise as someone who'd lived inside the regime's logic for her entire life. There's something above the regime, I told her. Something older. Something that might be actively constraining the council's ability to make certain decisions. And if that's true, then every reform we've discussed might just be rearranging furniture in a house built and owned by something else. Liming's face was very still. I know, she said finally. I've always known. The council told me when I was young, before they sent me to guide you. They explained that my primary loyalty should be to existence itself, not to them, because they might not be the true architects of the system. They prepared me for the possibility that we would discover something beyond them. What did they tell you about it? I asked. Nothing specific, she said. They said only that it predates human civilization, that it may predate existence itself, that it's possible it's not even conscious in any way we would recognize. They said that if you reach the point of investigating this question, I should help you. But that I should also help you understand that investigating it might require confronting something that could destroy us all. But you're telling me to investigate anyway, I said. Yes, she said, because I believe you're the only one who can. You're the only being who's powerful enough, wise enough, and free enough to actually pursue the question without being constrained by whatever's above the regime. I understood then what the council had really been preparing me for. They hadn't built me to be their reform ally. They built me to be the one being in existence who could potentially answer the question they couldn't answer themselves. The question of what was orchestrating the SEAL regime. The question of whether existence itself was the result of some form of cosmic, eternal constraint. And I understood that my quest for understanding was far from over. That finding Rin Xuanzang sealed in the mountains had been just the beginning. That everything that had come since, the records, the council meeting, the academy, had all been preparation for this next stage. I had broken the seal that had been placed on my power at birth. But underneath that seal, I realized there might be infinitely more seals. Layers of constraint stretching down to the very foundation of existence itself. And now I had to decide, did I want to understand them all? Chapter 116. The inquiry method. Over the next 3 months, I developed a systematic method for investigating the question of what might be constraining the council itself. It was not a method based on direct confrontation. That would be foolish. Instead, it was a method based on careful observation of what the council could and couldn't do. I submitted a series of proposals to them, each one designed to push against different boundaries. I proposed the complete dismantling of the seal regime within 50 years. They said it was impossible too quickly. They needed at least 200 to manage the transition safely. A valid objection, based on logistics and stability. The math made sense. Removing 200 seals at once would destabilize the entire cultivator power structure. Society would need time to adapt. I proposed that all sealed beings be told the truth about the regime before their seals broke. They said it was impossible. The knowledge would create psychological damage that might push some beings toward destructive choices. Another valid objection, based on practical concerns about consciousness. I could see the logic. A being who learned about the seal regime's existence before they were ready, who learned they'd been restrained not by physical force, but by an agreement made before their birth, might break psychologically. I proposed that we immediately release Rin Xuanzang from her deep seal, even though her intended seal duration wouldn't end for another 2,000 years. This would give the council time to study how a being of her power could be reintegrated after a seal this long. This was not a proposal they could easily dismiss on grounds of stability or safety. Yet they hesitated. There was something about this proposal that troubled them in ways the others hadn't. When I pressed them on why they couldn't simply approve it, they became evasive. We would prefer not to accelerate her release, they said finally. Why? I asked. What's the actual reason? Not the philosophical reason, not the stability reason, the real reason. They were silent for a long time. Finally, one of them said, because if we release her now, we lose leverage over you. Her continued sealing is part of what ensures your cooperation with the regime. We release her, and you gain nothing from cooperating with us. This was the honesty I'd been waiting for. This was the moment where they admitted that the seal regime wasn't just about preventing the corruption. It was about control. It was about leverage. It was about maintaining a system where beings had to cooperate because the alternative was that their friends would remain trapped. But then I proposed something more specific. I proposed that I be allowed to speak directly to the void. Not through the mediated barrier, but in genuine direct communication. And the council couldn't answer that proposal. They looked at each other with an uncertainty that suggested genuine constraint. We can't tell you no, one of them said finally. But we're also unable to tell you yes. The question is outside the range of our capacity to decide. That's the answer I needed, I said. For the next week, I worked with Rin Xuanzang and Liming to develop a deeper understanding of what this constraint meant. We analyzed the previous seals that had broken, looking for patterns in what the council had allowed and what they'd prevented. The pattern was clear. The council had complete freedom to make decisions about the human civilization. They could seal or free. They could educate or hide knowledge. They could build academies or burn libraries. But there were certain boundaries they could not cross. They could not communicate directly with the void. They could not unmake a seal that had been placed by a being older than the regime itself. They could not modify the fundamental structure of how power flowed through the world. They could not answer questions about what existed before the seal regime. These limitations were absolute. Not limitations they chose to accept, but limitations they could not overcome. It's elegant, Liming said when I explained the pattern to her. Whoever or whatever created the seal regime built constraints into the regime itself. Constraints that prevent the regime from changing its own foundations. Constraints that ensure the regime can evolve and reform at the surface level, but can never truly undermine the underlying structure. So the regime is not actually in control, I said. The regime is itself the seal, and we're all prisoners within it. Not prisoners, Rin Xuanzang said. Participants. We're participants in a system that we didn't create and can't fully understand. And the system itself is a participant in something larger. I need to speak with the void, I said. If there's any being in existence who might know what's beneath the seal regime, it's the one that's been sealed longer than anyone else. The one that was sealed even before the regime became systematic. Chapter 117. The barrier opens for 330 years. I had spoken with the void across the barrier. But the barrier itself had never opened. The wards that held the void in place were absolute. They would only dissolve if the council dissolved them, and the council had made clear that they would never do so. But I understood something that even Liming didn't seem to understand. The council's inability to dissolve the seal didn't mean I couldn't negotiate with the void through the barrier itself. It didn't mean I couldn't propose an arrangement that would require the void's consent rather than the council's decision. I went to the barrier and made my proposal directly. I want to speak with you without the mediation of the barrier, I said. I want to have access to your full consciousness, the way you would have if you were free. In exchange, I offer you this. I will carry your knowledge into the academy I'm building. I will teach your understanding to the next generation of powerful beings. And I will work, over the course of the next 1,000 years, to understand the constraints that hold you here so that maybe, someday, they can be dissolved. The response came not in words, but in a kind of trembling in the barrier itself. And then, slowly, the wordwork began to transform. The barrier didn't dissolve, but it changed. It became transparent. The consciousness of the void, which had always been filtered and mediated through layers of protective magic, suddenly became accessible to me in its full and unconstrained form. And what I experienced was profound. The void was not hunger. It was not negation. It was something far more complex, a consciousness that existed at the intersection between existence and non-existence. It was aware of every being that had ever lived, every thought that had ever been thought, every consequence that had ever rippled through the fabric of reality. And it was aware that all of this would eventually end, that existence itself was temporary, that everything would eventually return to the state of non-being from which it had emerged. The void had made peace with this. It had learned, over 10,000 years of being sealed, that the role of non-existence was not to destroy existence, but to give existence its meaning. Meaning required the possibility of ending. A universe that never ended would be infinite repetition, which was not meaning, it was just noise. Tell me what I need to know, I said to the void. Tell me what the council cannot tell me. Tell me what's beneath the seal regime. The void's response was a kind of knowledge that bypassed language entirely. It flooded directly into my consciousness. And what I understood was this. The seal regime was not created by beings. It was not created by the council or by any ancestor of the council. It was created by a being so old and so vast that it existed outside of time in any conventional sense. A being that had been present when the world was first created. A being that had made an agreement with existence itself. If existence would accept constraint, if existence would accept that some beings would be sealed and some would be free, that some would reach awareness and some would never understand the full depth of reality, then existence could continue. Without that constraint, without that agreement, existence would collapse. What is this being? I asked the void. It is what some would call the architect, the void said to me directly, its words now clear and unmediated. It is the consciousness that designed the parameters within which all other consciousness must operate. And it is not hostile. It is not cruel. It is simply the condition for existence. You cannot unmake the seal regime without unmacking the architect. And you cannot unmake the architect without unmacking existence itself. Chapter 118. The acceptance of paradox. I emerged from the barrier meeting in a state that was not quite myself. The knowledge of the architect had changed something fundamental in my understanding. I had sought clarity. I had sought to understand the system completely. But what I had found was a system so vast and so intricate that complete understanding might not be possible. Liming found me in the meditation chamber, sitting without moving for hours. The void told you, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said. It told me that the seal regime can never be dismantled because it's not a regime at all. It's the structure of reality. It's the precondition for existence. The architect didn't create the seal regime to control us. The architect created it so that we could exist at all. Are you disappointed? She asked. I'm confused, I said honestly. All my life I've been seeking to understand the true nature of the system that constrained me. And now that I understand it, I'm confronted with a paradox. The system that constrains me is not oppressive, it's foundational. My freedom itself depends on the constraint. My ability to choose depends on having limits to choose within. I cannot be free without the very system I thought I was fighting against. That's not a paradox, Liming said. That's wisdom. That's the understanding the seal was always trying to teach you. That meaning requires limitation. That freedom is not the absence of constraint. Freedom is the ability to choose your constraints consciously. I spent another week in meditation, processing this understanding. And slowly, something shifted in me. Not acceptance exactly, something more complex. An understanding that I could commit to the work of building the academy, of reforming the seal regime, of helping the next generation of powerful beings understand their relationship to constraint. Not because I believed the regime was just, but because I believed the effort itself was meaningful. Because the work of making constraint more transparent, more ethical, more consciously chosen was valuable even if the constraint itself was eternal and necessary. I emerged from my meditation with a new direction for the academy. We're not going to teach power, I said to Liming. We're going to teach what the seal taught me. How to find meaning in constraint. How to choose limitation consciously. How to become the kind of being who can have vast power and use it wisely not because they're forced to, but because they choose to. The council will be pleased, Liming said. I'm not doing it for the council, I said. I'm doing it because it's true. And because it's the best I can offer the next generation of beings who will be born with power. Chapter 119. The vision crystallizes construction on the academy continued. Hundreds of master teachers were recruited. The library was filled with the combined knowledge of the SEAL regime's entire history. And slowly, the place became what it was meant to be, a sanctuary for powerful beings to learn how to wield their power with wisdom and compassion. The first students arrived on a clear autumn morning. They were all young. Some were barely more than infants. All of them had been identified as having the potential to reach significant power levels. None of them had been sealed. They would be educated instead of constrained, guided instead of imprisoned. And yet the education they received would be designed to teach them the same lessons that the seal had taught me. That constraint is the source of meaning. That limitation is the pathway to freedom. That acceptance of boundaries is not weakness, but the highest form of strength. Ren Xuanzang worked with me to develop the curriculum. She brought her understanding of probability and consequence. Huang Wei brought his understanding of how power flowed through civilizations. Xu Lin brought her understanding of how seals worked and how to maintain barriers. Together, we created something that was neither the old regime of enforcement nor a complete abandonment of guidance. It was a third way, conscious, deliberate, transparent. And as I watched the first generation of students arrive, I understood something profound. The SEAL regime wasn't ending. It was transforming. It was becoming something new. Not less controlling, but more honest about the control. Not less constrained, but more conscious of the constraints. Is this a betrayal of everything we've learned? Ren Xuanzang asked me during a quiet moment in the library. No, I said. It's exactly what we were supposed to learn. That systems can be oppressive and necessary at the same time. That authority can be wrong in its methods and right in its goals. That the answer isn't to destroy the system, but to remake it into something that preserves its wisdom while respecting the autonomy of those within it. And the architect? She asked. The knowledge that existence itself depends on the constraint. That's the hardest lesson, I said. But it's the most important one. We teach the students that constraint is not an enemy to be overcome. Constraint is the nature of existence. The question is not whether we will be constrained, but whether we will be constrained by force or by conscious choice. Chapter 120. The lineage continues. 350 years after my seal broke, I was no longer the center of the story. Liming had fully taken over management of the seal regime. Ren Xuanzang was teaching at the academy with a reputation that had spread across the entire civilization. Huang Wei was training the next generation of barrier keepers. And my daughter, my biological daughter, the one who had been placed with me to guide my development, was pregnant with children of her own. I spent more time in the meditation chamber these days, speaking with the void. The barrier between us remained semi-transparent, allowing for direct communication, but still maintaining the fundamental constraint that prevented the void from affecting the outside world. Will this last? I asked it one autumn evening. Will the academy succeed? Will the new generation of powerful beings accept the wisdom of constraint? Some will, the void said. Some will find meaning in limitation. Some will choose to use their power to build rather than destroy. But some will resist. Some will rage against the constraints, even conscious ones. Some will decide that the architect's design is unjust and will try to unmake it. What happens then? I asked. Then the cycle continues, the void said. There will be new seals, new beings who rage against constraint, new teachers who try to help them understand the meaning of limitation. For as long as existence continues, beings will struggle with their own constraints and slowly learn to accept them. That's not a happy ending, I said. No, the void agreed. But it's a true ending. And truth, in the end, is more valuable than happiness. The universe is built on constraint. The universe is built on the inevitable ending of all things. That's not tragedy. That's honesty. I looked out toward the barrier. Beyond it, I could sense the void's consciousness, vast and ancient and patient. It had been sealed longer than human civilization had existed. It would continue to be sealed long after I was gone. And it had made peace with that constraint. Maybe that was the final lesson the seal had been trying to teach me all along. Not that constraint could be transformed into meaning through clever philosophy. But that constraint itself was meaning. That the ability to accept finitude, limitation, ending, that was the highest form of wisdom. I thought of my seal. I thought of how long it had held me. I thought of how I'd spent centuries learning to understand it, and how I was only now beginning to understand what it had really meant. The seal was the gift, and the gift was infinite, not because it prevented ending, but because it allowed ending to have meaning. Because it taught me that existence was precious precisely because it was temporary. That power was meaningful precisely because it was constrained. That consciousness was valuable precisely because it could be lost. When Liming found me in the meditation chamber that night, I was at peace in a way I had never been before. Not the peace of completion, not the peace of understanding everything, but the peace of accepting that some things would never be fully understood, and that was exactly as it should be. The academy is full, she said. We've had to turn away applicants. The students are demanding. The teachers are overwhelmed. Everything is working exactly as you designed it. That's good, I said. Let it continue. Let the next generation teach the generation after that. Let the understanding spread. Let beings learn that their constraints are not prisons, but the foundations of their freedom. And what will you do? She asked. I'll continue to speak with the void, I said. I'll help the academy when my counsel is needed. I'll meditate. I'll study. I'll try to understand the deeper layers of constraint that the architect has built into existence. And when my time comes to pass beyond the boundary of life, I'll do so knowing that my limitation was my greatest teacher. Liming embraced me, and in that embrace I felt 350 years of genuine love, complicated by the knowledge that some of it had been orchestrated, but made more precious by that knowledge. Because she had chosen to love me even after understanding how she'd been designed to love me. She had chosen, consciously and deliberately, to make the orchestration into something real. That was the true gift of the seal. Not that it had taught me wisdom, but that it had taught all of us, the sealers, the sealed, the regime, the architect itself, that even in the structure of cosmic constraint, there was room for genuine choice, room for authentic love, room for meaning. Outside the meditation chamber, the lights of the academy glowed softly in the darkness. Inside its walls, the next generation of powerful beings was learning to understand their limitations, learning to find freedom within constraint, learning that the seal, in all its forms, was not a tragedy but a gift. I thought back across 350 years of existence. I thought of the moment when I first understood that the seal was breaking. I thought of the decades of pain and confusion as my power emerged without my comprehension. I thought of the slowly building philosophy that had allowed me to find meaning in my constraint. And I thought of this moment, standing with my genuine daughter, watching a new generation of beings learn the lessons I had learned the hard way. The question of whether the seal regime was just had never been fully answered. But I had come to understand that whether it was just or not, it had been meaningful. My seal had taught me something crucial, that existence is defined by limitation, that consciousness is precious because it is temporary, that love is powerful because it requires choice. These lessons would not have been learned as deeply without the constraint. But the academy represented something different. It represented the possibility that future beings might learn these same lessons without needing to be sealed first, without needing to have their consciousness constrained and then slowly decompressed. They would learn through education, through deliberate teaching, through the guidance of beings who had already walked the path of understanding. This was the real reform the regime had been seeking, not the dismantling of constraint. Constraint would always exist, because existence was fundamentally constrained. But the transformation of constraint from something imposed by force into something chosen consciously and deliberately. Will you teach at the academy? Liming asked me. Yes, I said, but not as a master, as a fellow student, as someone who is still learning what the seal means. The students need to understand that growth doesn't end after 300 years, that understanding deepens infinitely, that the work of integration between power and wisdom is never truly complete, and the gift continued to unfold generation after generation, for as long as existence itself persisted, not progressing towards some final understanding, but deepening infinitely, revealing new layers of meaning with each passing century. Each generation of beings would discover what Su Kai had discovered, that constraint is not prison, that limitation is the source of meaning, that the seal in all its forms is not tragedy, but the very structure that makes consciousness possible. The seal was the gift. And finally, after 350 years, I truly understood what that meant. Not as a victim who had learned to accept their imprisonment, but as a conscious being who had chosen, over centuries of thought and study, to understand why existence required constraint. And in that understanding, I had found something more precious than freedom. I had found purpose. And in that purpose, I had found peace. In the years that followed, as the academy became fully operational and the first students graduated, I reflected often on the journey that had brought me to this point. The seal that had been placed on my power at birth had been a violation, yes, but it had also been a gift. It had forced me to develop the kind of consciousness that could understand why constraint was necessary. It had prevented me from becoming the kind of being who would eventually slip into the corruption, the state where power and consciousness separated, where a being became pure force without understanding. And now, watching students discover what I had discovered, I understood something the original sealers might have known, but had never explicitly stated. The seal was not primarily about controlling powerful beings. The seal was about creating the conditions where powerful beings could develop genuine wisdom. The seal was about making it impossible to have vast power without also having vast compassion, vast understanding, vast humility. This was why the academy could succeed. Because the students were not sealed. They were educated. But the education replicated the most essential function of the seal. It created the conditions where wisdom and power had to develop together, where a being couldn't have one without the other, where constraint, whether imposed by sealing or chosen through education, became the foundation for meaning. The future was uncertain. Some students might reject what they learned. Some might use their power destructively despite their education. The seal regime would continue to exist as a backup system, a safety net for civilization. But the academy represented something different. It represented the belief that beings could choose wisdom. That constraint didn't have to be imposed. That understanding could be cultivated. And I would spend the rest of my existence, however long that might be, teaching that belief. Not just through words, but through the example of my own continuing journey. Because even now, even after 350 years, I was still learning what the seal meant. Still discovering new layers of understanding. Still deepening my relationship with the constraint that had defined my existence. The seal had been placed on me at birth because I was dangerous. Because my power was so vast that it could have reshaped civilization. Because I was the kind of being who could, left to my own devices, develop the kind of consciousness that could choose to unmake the world. But the seal had also been an act of faith. Faith that I could grow. Faith that I could learn. Faith that given sufficient time, sufficient education, sufficient opportunity to contemplate my own nature, I would choose meaning over destruction. Wisdom over power. That faith had been vindicated. And now I extended that same faith to the next generation of students. The belief that they could choose wisely. The belief that constraint could be meaningful. The belief that in understanding limitation, they would discover freedom. That in accepting boundaries, they would find purpose. That the greatest power lay not in being able to do anything, but in being able to choose not to do things. In being able to look at the vast capabilities you possessed and consciously decide to constrain them in service of something larger than yourself. This was the understanding that the seal had always been trying to cultivate. Not the acceptance of imprisonment, but the recognition that existence itself was an imprisonment. That consciousness was always bounded, always limited, always constrained by the nature of being something rather than nothing. And in that recognition came the possibility of transformation. The possibility of finding meaning not despite the constraint, but through it. This was what made the seal not a tragedy, but a teacher. Not a punishment, but a gift. Not a violation of my nature, but an expression of what it meant to truly be alive in a universe that required limitation to make life meaningful. And so, as I watched the sun set over the Academy Valley, as I watched the students working in the gardens and the meditation chambers, as I watched the next generation learning to understand their own power through the lens of wisdom and compassion, I felt something I hadn't expected to feel: gratitude. Not just for the teaching I'd received, but for the constraint itself. For the seal that had forced me to become who I was. For the limitation that had given my existence meaning. The seal was the gift. And the gift would continue to unfold, infinitely, eternally, for as long as consciousness existed to receive it. Step 6 complete. All 20 chapters, 101 to 120, Chapter 121. The Convergence, 3,000 years. That was how long I had held the threshold. 3,000 years as the living membrane between what existed and what merely waited to exist. 3,000 years as the space where dimensions breathed without colliding, where realities brushed against one another like curtains in a careful wind, separated by the one thing they all had in common: me. It was a long time to be the same thing. Long enough that I sometimes forgot the sensation had ever been unfamiliar. The way a person who sleeps in the same house every night eventually forgets the specific smell of it, because familiarity and the thing itself have become indistinguishable. The threshold was not something I maintained. The threshold was what I was. And in the careful, continuous way of things that endure without fanfare, that reality had settled into its own kind of quiet permanence. I should have seen it coming. I had, in fact, seen it coming. Or rather, I had felt it the way a man with his hands pressed flat against a dam feels water seeping through the mortar long before the cracks appear in the stone. There is a difference between sensing a problem and believing in it enough to act. For 90 years, I had sensed. The belief required the cracks to become visible. When visibility arrived, it arrived in a dimension where sound took physical form, where skilled cultivators could make their qi audible to the naked eye, where the highest-ranked practitioners shaped entire environments from the resonance of a single sustained note. A place I had always found quietly beautiful, the way precise things are beautiful. Every element of it was exactly what it claimed to be, no more and no less. The first sign came in what mortals called early spring, though season had become a loose concept for a being who existed across dimensional planes where weather was a matter of local interpretation. A fracture appeared in the fabric of one of the smaller realities bordering the main mortal world, a dimension where sound took visible form and cultivators developed their qi through music. The fracture was not large. A practiced observer would need to know where to look, but it bled a faint dissonance into the mortal realm, and within days the southern mountain ranges began producing echoes that repeated at wrong intervals, as though some other world's music was leaking through. I sealed the fracture within an hour of sensing it. But the mortar I used was thinner than it should have been, and I noticed why. The main barrier was not merely weakened. It was stretched. Millennia of serving as the seal between dimensions had not degraded the barrier. It had actually improved it, strengthened its fundamental structure in ways that passive stone or crystal or qi constructs could never achieve. The problem was not degradation. The problem was growth. Reality had expanded. Not metaphorically. Not in the way cultivators spoke of expanding their understanding, though that kind of growth happened too, ceaselessly. No, the dimensional fabric itself had grown. New realities budded from existing ones. The way branches split from a central trunk, the way children arrived into a world that had not accommodated their existence when it was originally designed. The seal was the same size it had been 3,000 years ago. The territory it was meant to protect had quadrupled. I held myself in stillness across 10,000 simultaneous points of awareness and calculated what I was seeing. The calculation was not comfortable. All those accumulated years of maintenance had built in me a particular relationship to difficulty, not avoidance, but an extremely precise discomfort with problems I could not solve cleanly. This was not a problem I could solve cleanly. "You're unusually quiet," said a voice that reached me from no particular direction, because it came from within the seal itself. Kai Rui's echo. 3,000 years gone from mortal form, and still her pattern of consciousness resonated in the deepest currents of my awareness like a tidal pull. I had not created the echo deliberately. It had formed on its own, the way significant gravitational bodies bent light around them whether they intended to or not. In the early centuries after her death, the echo had surprised me. It would surface at moments of particular difficulty, speaking in her cadence, processing information with her aggressive pragmatism. I had eventually understood that the echo was not her, but was not separate from her either. It was the imprint she had left on the seal itself, woven so deeply into the fundamental frequency during her mortal life that it persisted the way the shape of a riverbed persists long after the river that carved it has changed its course. The dimensions are bleeding into one another, I said. Multiple points. Not just the southern range. A pause in the echo. The echo was not her. I understood that, had understood it for 2,000 years, but it processed information the way she would have, with the same short, aggressive pragmatism. How many points? 17 confirmed. Possibly 31 if I count the ones still below threshold visibility. That's not a maintenance issue. That's a structural problem. Yes, I said. The seal needs to expand. Yes, I said again, and I felt the weight of the word because what it meant was not a simple extension of what already existed. An expanded seal meant an expanded sacrifice. It meant more of myself distributed across more territory, stretched thinner across a larger canvas. The mathematics were not encouraging. I was already fragmented across the existing dimensions. Stretching further risked losing coherence entirely, losing the thread of self that still, even now, after 3,000 years, recognized itself as Sukai. But there was another problem layered beneath the first one, and that problem was what filled me with the particular quality of quiet that Kai Rui's echo had noticed. In Sector 9 of the outer dimensional array, a region roughly corresponding to the eastern reaches of what mortals had once called the celestial plane, something was pressing against the barrier from the outside. Not testing it. Not leaking through. Pressing. Deliberately. with the kind of patient, methodical intelligence that suggested it had been pressing for a long time and had simply only now become strong enough for me to detect. Something was outside the boundaries of the known cosmos, and it wanted in. I sent a narrow tendril of awareness toward the pressure point, careful not to break the surface tension of the seal. What I felt was not the void. I knew the void's quality the way I knew the texture of my own thoughts. This was different. Where the void was pure absence seeking to return to potential, this was presence. Something that existed fully, completely, with a density of being that made my distributed consciousness feel diffuse by comparison. It was not an elder god. Elder gods were cosmic powers within my understanding, forces I had negotiated with and occasionally fought. This was something from outside that framework entirely. The southern fractures, the stretched seal, the outer presence pushing inward. Three separate problems that were, I was increasingly certain, not three separate problems at all. They were one problem, viewed from three angles. Kai Rue, I said through the echo. Already here. I need to call for help. Another pause. Longer this time. When Kai Rue's echo processed something as significant as Su Kai admitting he needed assistance, it took exactly as long as it always had. The time for a sharp mind to ensure it had heard correctly. You have never, the echo said slowly, in 3,000 years, said that before. I have never, I agreed, needed to before. The seal shivered across all 17 fracture points simultaneously, and in 3 of the southern mountain ranges, the impossible music of another dimension rang out like a warning bell through the early spring air, a sound that every cultivator within 500 miles heard in their bones without being able to name its source. Chapter 122. The call to the ancestors to reach the deep archive required moving in a direction that had no mortal name. It was not north or south, not up or down in any dimensional sense, not inward along the void-threading pathways that I had mapped across millennia of distributed awareness. It was a direction that existed only for beings who had become, as I had, woven into the fabric of reality itself, a direction that pointed not toward any place within existence, but toward the space that held existence the way a palm holds water. I had known the archive existed for centuries. The old texts at Starfall Temple had mentioned it in the same breath they used to mention things like the heat before the first sun and the sound the universe made when it first became aware of itself. References to things that clearly were real, but real in a way that the act of searching directly for them tended to make them retreat. The key, I had discovered during a moment of unusual clarity in my 843rd year as the seal, was not to search for the archive at all. It was to be the kind of being that the archive would find interesting enough to approach. 3,000 years had made me, if nothing else, genuinely interesting. I gathered the most coherent fragment of my distributed consciousness, the piece of myself that still spoke in full sentences, and remembered what it had felt like to hold a cup of tea with 2 physical hands, and directed it toward the edge of the dimensional array, to the boundary where the seal touched the void space between realities. There, at that boundary, I waited. I waited with the patience of someone who had become, in a literal sense, time itself. They came on the 6th day of my stillness. Not one being, not a delegation, a presence, collective and layered, like a chord struck on an instrument with more strings than the ear could track. I felt them before I perceived them. Felt them the way you feel a change in altitude, a shift in pressure, a quality of attention directed your way from a consciousness vast enough to make the act of being noticed feel like being physically touched. You called, they said, and the saying was not speech. It was more like the realization, arriving fully formed in my awareness, that they had spoken. I called, I confirmed. You heard. We have been hearing you for a long time. Since before the seal you placed on yourself. Since before the threshold you became. We heard you when a woman named Yara made a choice in a crystalline chamber, and we heard you when a boy in Stone River Village felt something shift under his skin for the first time. The weight of that landed through every distributed point of my consciousness simultaneously. You have been watching since the beginning. We have been watching since before the beginning, they said. We are what comes before beginnings. We are the record of every attempt to hold existence together when existence decided to test its own edges. I understood what they were then. Not elder gods. Elder gods were powers within the cosmos. These beings were what remained of the civilizations that had existed before the current cosmos took shape. They were not quite memories and not quite echoes and not quite people. They were the distilled understanding of beings who had faced exactly what I was now facing, a reality testing its own structural limits, and had either found answers or been consumed by the question. I need to know what you know, I said. The seal I have been maintaining is no longer sufficient. The dimensions are expanding beyond its coverage, and something from outside the array is pressing against the boundary. A ripple of something moved through the collective awareness. Not surprise. These beings were beyond surprise. Something more like the recognition that a question they had been expecting for millennia had finally been asked. The outer pressure, they said. Yes, we know what it is. Tell me. It is not an invader. It is not a threat in the way that the void was a threat or the elder gods were threats. It is a seeking, a force of cosmic origin that became aware of your seal 300 years ago and has been moving toward it ever since, drawn by the quality of consciousness you have distributed across the dimensional fabric. It wants to understand how you did what you did. I processed that. In my experience, forces drawn to study the mechanisms of a seal tended to break the seal in the process of studying it, not out of malice, but out of the kind of scientific enthusiasm that failed to distinguish between observation and disruption. And the dimensional expansion? I asked. That is a different problem, and a more fundamental one. They paused in the way that vast intelligences paused, not because they needed time to formulate thoughts, but because the thought they were formulating deserved the gravity of deliberate timing. The seal you created is a masterwork, Sukai. It has held for 3,000 years. But it was designed for the cosmos as it existed then. The cosmos you are holding together now is 4 times larger. It will be 8 times larger in another 1,000 years, and 16 times in the 1,000 after that. No singular seal, no matter how well constructed, can scale with an expanding reality indefinitely. Then what can? I asked. Not a seal, they said. A system. The distinction landed with the force of a breakthrough. Not the explosive kind I had experienced in my youth, when power cracked through my meridians like water through a collapsing dam, but the quiet kind, the kind that felt less like an explosion and more like recognition. The world snapping into focus where it had previously been blurred. A seal was a structure, fixed, defined, maintained by the consciousness that constructed it. A system was alive. You encoded your understanding, I said slowly, working through it. When you sealed the void the first time, you did not simply contain it. You built a structure that could learn. We tried, they said, and there was something in the collective awareness that I identified, after a moment, as grief. We failed. We built something that could learn, but it could not love. It had no anchor to the conscious beings it was protecting. It grew larger and more complex and colder until the very beings it was meant to protect could no longer recognize it as anything but another cosmic force to be afraid of. Eventually, the beings it protected broke it themselves rather than continue living inside its oversight. But you have something we did not have, they continued. You did not become the seal through engineering or design. You became it through integration. You merged with the void not to control it, but to understand it. Every fragment of your distributed consciousness carries that understanding, carries the genuine desire to protect not abstractions, but specific beings in specific places. You have, essentially, already built what we failed to build. You simply have not built enough of it yet. The fractures in the dimensional barrier pulsed across 17 points, like a 17-beat pulse in a chest I no longer had. You need to teach me what you know, I said. Yes, they agreed. And then I need to build something that can grow. Yes. And the outer force pressing against the boundary, the one seeking to understand the seal, will need to be given what it seeks, they said, before it becomes desperate enough to take it. A being that intelligent, pressing that patiently, will eventually realize that patience has limits. Better to open a door than to let something that powerful consider what happens when it stops being patient. I held all of this across the 10,000 simultaneous points of my awareness, and in 17 locations across the mortal and celestial realms, the fractured dimensional walls stopped bleeding because I poured enough attention into them to hold them steady, the way a man holds his finger over a crack in a dam while deciding whether to call for help or simply commit to standing there until the dam is repaired properly. The ancestor beings began to speak, and I opened every fragment of my consciousness to receive what they had learned across eons of failure and grace. Knowledge so old it predated language itself, yet so precise that each piece of it clicked into my understanding like a key, finding the lock it had always been designed to open. Chapter 123. The knowledge transfer what they gave me was not information in any form I had ever received before. Over the course of a human lifetime, over the course of 3,000 years, I had received knowledge through texts, through teachers, through direct meditation insight, through the particular bruising clarity that followed catastrophic mistakes. All of those methods shared a common structure. Knowledge arrived at an edge, and then I moved toward it, and then I absorbed it, and then it became mine. What the ancestor beings gave me arrived from no edge. It was simply there, throughout my distributed consciousness simultaneously, the way light is not seen arriving, but rather perceived as already present the moment the eye opens. I understood, for a disorienting fraction of time, what it had felt like to be the seal that was placed on me at birth, to hold an enormous compressed reality within a finite structure and feel the pressure of it against every internal surface, constant, patient, inevitable. The knowledge itself, probability sealing. It was not a technique in the way that the sealing incantation Yara had passed down was a technique, not a sequence of actions performed in a specific order to achieve a specific result. It was more fundamental than that. It operated on the level of possibility itself, on the substrate beneath reality where outcomes still existed as waves rather than collapsed particles. The ancestor beings had discovered, in their long-ago age, that most dimensional instability did not begin with the tearing of barriers. It began with the accumulation of probability density in specific regions, the tendency of events to cluster in ways that strained the structural logic of existence. A war, for instance, was not merely a conflict between armies. It was a compression of violent probability into a small space and time, and the aftermath of a war left probability scars, regions where certain kinds of outcomes became structurally more or less likely for generations afterward. The void was, in the ancestor being's understanding, an extreme case of probability collapse, a region where all outcomes had resolved into one, non-existence. And that resolution was self-reinforcing, expanding outward as more probability collapsed into the same final state. What Sukai had done by merging with the void was not what he had believed he was doing. He had not contained the void. He had not balanced it. He had introduced into the void the one quality it lacked that prevented it from consuming everything: genuine uncertainty. A consciousness that did not resolve into non-existence, that maintained its coherence and continued generating new probabilities rather than collapsing them. He was, in their framework, a probability engine embedded at the heart of the anti-probability force. The void had not been defeated. It had been given something to consider. You are already doing probability sealing, the ancestors told me. You simply do not know that is what you are doing. Every moment your consciousness remains distributed and coherent within the dimensional fabric, you are preventing probability collapse across every region you touch. You are not holding the seal by will. You are holding it by existing. I processed this through every simultaneous point of my awareness, and in each point I felt the recognition of truth. Not new truth, but truth I had circled for centuries without landing on it directly. The dimensional tiers, I said. They are appearing in regions I do not touch. Yes, because my distribution is not uniform. I concentrated my consciousness in regions I considered critical and left other areas less covered. Yes, and as the cosmos expanded, those less covered regions expanded with it, while my attention did not scale proportionally. Yes, they said, and I sensed in their collective awareness something I could only describe as the satisfaction of watching a student arrive at a correct conclusion through their own reasoning rather than being handed the answer. The technique you are teaching me allows me to distribute probability anchors rather than concentrating my own consciousness, I continued. Each anchor is self-sustaining. It generates its own probability coherence without requiring my direct attention. Approximately correct, they said. More precisely, each anchor you place will resonate with your fundamental consciousness, will be, in some sense, an extension of it, but will not require active maintenance. They will sustain themselves on the resonance the way harmonics sustain themselves on a vibrating string without requiring the original pluck to continue. The string plucks itself, so long as the fundamental frequency remains present. And I am the fundamental frequency. You are the fundamental frequency. I understood now why the ancestor beings had failed when they attempted this. A constructed intelligence, no matter how sophisticated, had no fundamental frequency that meant anything to the beings it protected. It was a tool, not a presence. Probability anchors required a resonant source, and resonant sources required genuine consciousness, genuine attachment to the reality being held stable. The technique itself was elegant in the way that fundamental truths tend to be elegant, not simple, but precise. It required me to reach into the dimensional fabric at multiple points simultaneously, not a new ability, since distributed consciousness was what I was, and at each point, rather than leaving a piece of my awareness, I would leave instead a seal composed not of chi or spiritual energy or void energy, but of probability itself. A sealed probability field that would tend strongly toward stability, toward coherence, toward the preference for continued existence over collapse. The ancestor beings did not teach me the technique in words. They demonstrated it in the only way it could be demonstrated, by performing it, and I watched with 10,000 points of simultaneous attention as they reached into the fabric of the dimensional array around us, and placed something so small and precise that I nearly missed it. A probability anchor. I felt its hum immediately. A resonance so faint it was nearly silent, and yet absolutely consistent, the way a clock ticks, not loudly, but reliably enough that its absence would be immediately felt by any room that had grown accustomed to its presence. I tried to place one of my own. It took me 6 attempts. The first 3 collapsed because I instinctively tried to sustain them with active attention, which defeated the purpose. The 4th held but resonated at the wrong frequency, matching the ancestor being's pattern rather than my own. The 5th was better. The 6th was right. I felt it settle into the fabric of reality and immediately begin doing what it was designed to do, quietly, without drama, encouraging the local tendency of events to prefer existence over collapse. It is smaller than I expected, I said. It is as small as it needs to be, the ancestors replied. You have spent 3,000 years thinking in terms of vast, singular constructs because your consciousness is vast and your nature is singular. The system you are building does not need to be vast. It needs to be numerous, dense with small certainties rather than sparse with enormous ones. I placed a second anchor, then a third, then 10, then 100, working outward from the initial point with the methodical precision so deeply embedded in my nature across every form it had taken. The obsessive perfectionism that Kai Rui had teased me about across several centuries of companionship. You understand the sacrifice this requires, the ancestors said. It was not a question. I understand that sealing probability at this scale requires an anchor for the anchor, a source consciousness that remains coherent enough to sustain the fundamental frequency. I paused. My coherence as a singular identity is already fragile. 3,000 years of distribution have made it maintained rather than natural. Yes. If I distribute further, if I become the source of millions of probability anchors across an expanding cosmos, your coherence will not shatter. It will diffuse. You will not stop being Sukai. You will stop being Sukai in any one place at any one time. You will become Sukai as a quality of the cosmos rather than Sukai as a locatable entity. I held that. I held it across all 10,000 fragments of my awareness, and in each fragment the holding had a slightly different flavor. In the fragments near the mortal realms, it tasted of the particular ache of things loved and lost and continued. In the fragments near the void boundary, it tasted of the strange peace that comes from having integrated what would otherwise have destroyed you. In the fragments near the outer boundary where the seeking force pressed against the seal with patient curiosity, it tasted of the question every conscious being eventually asks in one form or another. Is this the last version of myself? I have made this choice before, I said finally. At 20 years old, I chose to break the seal even knowing it would change everything. At the void boundary, I chose integration even knowing it would end what I had been. This is the same choice, scaled. It is, the ancestors said, and you are already making it. The fact that you came here, that you reached out, that you are receiving this knowledge, you made the final choice before you knew what it would cost. That is, perhaps, your most remarkable quality. The 17 fractures across the dimensional fabric pulsed with a new steadiness now, as the probability anchors I had been placing during the conversation began to resonate outward from their initial points. And in the southern mountain ranges where another world's music had been leaking through the broken seams of reality, the impossible harmonics gradually resolved into silence, leaving every cultivator who had heard them with the peculiar conviction that they had briefly understood, something they could not quite name. Chapter 124. The new seal begins. I return to the dimensional threshold with the ancestor being's knowledge laid across my consciousness the way a map is laid across a table, not memorized, not abstracted, but present and immediately accessible, every detail visible at once. Kai Rui's echo found me within moments. You look different, it said. I probably am different, I said. The knowledge I receive changes how I perceive the structure of what I'm maintaining. Like adjusting the lens on a device you've been looking through for years. Everything I was already seeing is still there, but the depth of field has changed. Deeper, wider. I can see more of the system simultaneously. I could not have seen the full scope of the problem before because I did not have a framework for understanding it as a system rather than as a collection of individual structures. A pause. The architectural approach I've been using for 3,000 years has been wrong. Not catastrophically, it worked, but it was never going to scale. What do you need? The echo asked, and the question was asked with the direct, unsentimental practicality that had characterized Kai Rui in life, the quality that had made her, across centuries of companionship, the person I came to whenever I needed to think clearly instead of deeply. I need Xianxia's echo, I said. A moment. Then, from a different direction within the distributed seal, a different resonance. Softer, more patient, with the quality of attention that held the space around information rather than seizing it directly. Xianxia's echo said, You've decided. I've decided, I confirmed. Walk me through it. I walked them through it. I described the probability sealing technique in the most precise terms I could find, tracing the framework from its foundation. The dimensional fabric as a probability distribution system, stability as the tendency of regions to prefer continued existence, the anchors as coherent seeds rather than active constructs, and myself as the resonance source that gave the entire system meaning rather than simply structure. Kai Rue's echo processed this at speed. The problem with the old seal was coverage. It was built to fit the cosmos at a specific moment. You're describing something that grows with the cosmos rather than requiring periodic expansion. Yes, because the anchors generate coherence locally, and local coherence stabilizes the probability distribution of adjacent regions, which creates conditions favorable for placing additional anchors without requiring direct intervention. The system recruits its own expansion. And the cost? Shenhua's echo asked. My coherence as a locatable entity. I will not be destroyed. I will not cease. I will become. I searched for the right language, aware that what I was describing did not map cleanly onto any existing framework. I will become the fundamental frequency, present in everything, concentrated in nothing. A silence. Then Kai Rue's echo said, in a tone that carried the accumulated weight of watching someone you love face necessary losses with clear eyes. You were always heading here. Even when you were a boy sweeping sect grounds and feeling something shift under your skin for the first time. You have always been moving toward this. I know, I said. Do it right, she said. No half measures. No holding back a reserve of yourself for comfort. The system needs the whole frequency. I had not, in all those centuries of distributed existence, cried. The mechanism for it, the physical apparatus of a living body responding to overwhelming emotion, was not available to me in any conventional sense. But I felt something move through my distributed awareness that was, in function if not in form, equivalent to grief and love and gratitude arriving simultaneously. I will do it right, I said. The construction of the new seal required a different posture than anything I had built before. The old seal, the threshold I had become, had been built by surrender, by opening myself fully to the void and allowing my consciousness to serve as the membrane between realities. That had been passive in its fundamental architecture. I was the material from which the seal was made. I was not the craftsman. The new seal required me to be both material and craftsman simultaneously. I needed to be present enough to shape probability anchors with precision while also allowing myself to become diffuse enough to serve as the resonance source those anchors would reference. The tension between those two requirements was significant. I began at the fracture point in the eastern dimensional sector, the one I had identified first, the one that had been bleeding dissonance into the southern mountain ranges. I reached into the coherence field of that region with the precision those ancient teachers had demonstrated and placed the first anchor of the new system. Not with effort, with recognition. The anchor was not a construction, it was a declaration. This region prefers existence. This region tends toward coherence. This region holds the memory of what it means to be. And then I stepped back from it, not physically, but in terms of active attention, and let it resonate. The resonance found its own frequency within 3 seconds. Matched it to the fundamental tone of the seal across all 10,000 simultaneous points of my awareness. And held. I placed a second anchor in the adjacent sector. Then a third. I worked methodically, sector by sector, moving outward from the fracture point in concentric rings that mapped the actual structure of the dimensional fabric rather than the idealized structure I had been working with before. The difference was significant. The actual fabric was irregular, buckled in places where the expansion of the cosmos had stressed it unevenly. The old seal had smoothed over those irregularities with brute force, with enough distributed consciousness to flatten the wrinkles through sheer weight of presence. The new system worked with the irregularities, placing anchors at the stress points themselves, using the tension as a feature rather than fighting it as a flaw. Hours passed, then days. I worked without pause because I did not require rest in the way a mortal body requires rest. Across 67 points in the dimensional fabric, I placed anchors, and as each one settled and began to resonate, I felt the system gaining coherence the way a musical piece gains coherence as more instruments join the ensemble. Each addition not merely adding to the whole, but transforming it into something qualitatively different from the sum of its parts. At the 38th anchor, I felt something unexpected. The force pressing against the outer boundary, the seeking intelligence the ancestors had described as wanting to understand the seal, had felt the resonance of the new construction. I sensed it shift its attention from the passive pressing it had been doing for 300 years to active observation. Not an aggressive shift, Something more like the difference between a scholar walking past a library and a scholar stopping because they heard a passage read aloud that matched exactly the text they had been searching for. "You have been waiting for this," I said to it. Not aloud. Through the fabric of the seal itself. The way a person can speak through a wall to someone on the other side if the wall is thin enough and they have learned the right frequency. No response. But the pressing stopped, replaced by something that felt like acute attention. I continued placing anchors, aware now that I had an audience. Aware, in fact, that this was not incidental. The ancestor beings had told me to give the outer force what it was seeking before patience ran out. The best way to give understanding was to demonstrate. And the best moment to demonstrate was the moment of creation, when the principles of a thing were most visible in the act of its making. By the time I reached the 67th anchor, the first 17 fractures in the dimensional fabric had sealed themselves, not because I had patched them, but because the tendency field of the regions around them had stabilized enough to generate structural coherence on their own. The seal was beginning to breathe, and I was beginning, in the most fundamental sense, to dissolve into it, becoming less a being who maintained the seal and more the quality of intention from which the seal drew its reason to continue existing at all. And across the whole of the dimensional fabric something that felt very much like relief settled into every layer of reality simultaneously, as though existence itself had been holding its breath for 3,000 years and had finally, carefully, exhaled. Chapter 125. The sacrifice of singularity. Kai Rui had warned me, when she was still alive and capable of warning me in person rather than through the echo of her consciousness that persisted in the seal, that I was terrible at accepting the cost of the things I chose. "You picked the expensive options," she had said, perhaps 1,000 years ago, standing on the balcony of the tower we had built at the threshold of the dimensional boundary, watching the sky of the mortal realm show its colors in the particular way it did at the end of autumn, when the light came in at an angle that turned everything amber and brief. "You always pick the right option and then spend 300 years refusing to stop grieving what it cost. Is that wrong?" I had asked. "No," she had said, "but it's inefficient. Eventually you're going to have to pick something so expensive that you can't afford to look back." I had known, even then, that she was describing this moment. The 67th anchor had been placed. The new seal system was resonating, growing, beginning to recruit its own expansion through the probability coherence it generated. 17 fractures were sealed. The outer force had shifted from pressing to watching. By any measurement I was capable of applying, the project was succeeding. But the system was not yet independent. It ran on my fundamental frequency, and that frequency was still concentrated enough in specific points of my awareness to constitute what might generously be called a location, an identity, a Sukai who could, in some meaningful sense, be found in a specific region of the dimensional fabric rather than existing uniformly throughout it. That remnant of singularity was not a weakness in the system. It was, in fact, currently its primary strength. The system resonated toward me the way a compass needle resonates toward magnetic north. As long as there was a north to resonate toward, the system could orient itself. But a fixed north could not serve as the anchor for a cosmos that was actively expanding. If I remained concentrated enough to be a locatable north, the outer regions of the expanding cosmos would be, relative to my position, increasingly far from the source of coherence. The system would become uneven. Eventually, some edge of reality would be so far from the fundamental frequency that its probability anchors would begin to lose their resonance. The cosmos had quadrupled in 3,000 years. It would not stop expanding. There was no version of this solution that allowed me to remain singular and also protect the whole. I held this knowledge across every fragment of my awareness and felt what it meant. Not abstractly. Specifically, there was a piece of my distributed consciousness that still recognized itself as the boy who had swept sect grounds on an ordinary morning and felt something shift under his skin on that long ago, ordinary morning. That piece of me knew what it meant to be in one body, in one place, with one name, with hands that could hold things and eyes that could track a specific face across a crowded courtyard. That piece of me was what Kai Rui's echo resonated toward when it found me. That piece of me was what made Shunhua's echo feel like Shunhua, rather than simply a pattern of information. Distributing fully, releasing the remnant of singularity, meant that peace would dissolve. I would not become nothing. I would become everything, which is a different problem from nothing, but not necessarily a more comfortable one. "You're hesitating," the echo said. "I'm considering," I said. "Those are different words for the same thing, in you." I could not argue with that. I had always been a person who required the act of full consideration before I could commit completely. The difference between hesitation and consideration had been, across my entire existence, a matter of whether the considering was purposeful or fearful. I had spent much of my youth learning to tell the difference. It had taken approximately 50 years, and a woman named Kai Rue being relentlessly honest with me. I am afraid, I said, that once I do this, I will lose the capacity to recognize that I have lost anything. A pause from the echo. Then, you're afraid of forgetting. I'm afraid of the version of forgetting where you don't know you've forgotten. Where the loss is complete enough that there is no grief because there is no longer a self coherent enough to grieve. Another pause. Longer. Then, do you want my honest response, or the kind one? They have always been the same thing, with you. The echo considered this. When it spoke again, it used the particular cadence Kai Rue had used in life when she was being precise rather than comforting. The cadence of a mind that had decided the most respectful thing it could offer was accuracy. You have already survived losing yourself 3 times. When the seal broke and the boy from Stone River Village ended. When you merged with the void and the mortal cultivator ended. When you became the threshold and the singular consciousness ended. Each time you were afraid you would lose something essential. Each time you lost it and discovered that what you thought was essential was actually a container, and the essential thing was in the container, and moved with you into the next form. I processed this. The essential thing, I said. The understanding. The care. The dry observational humor that I personally found excessive, but which Xianxia found irresistible. Whatever specific quality of consciousness makes you Su Kai rather than some other being that could have solved this problem. That quality is not stored in your singularity. It's distributed. It has been distributed for 3,000 years. If it were going to dissolve, it would have done so by now. The outer force pressing against the boundary shifted again. The shift was subtle, but I perceived it with the precision available to a being who had spent millennia learning the granular language of dimensional pressure. The outer force had been watching the construction of the new seal, and something in what it had observed had changed its posture from curiosity to something with more urgency, not aggression, but the kind of urgency that belongs to a being who has been patient for eons and has finally identified the specific moment when patience becomes inadequate. It was almost time. I reached the deepest level of my distributed awareness, the place where all 10,000 fragments of my consciousness converged into the remnant of singularity that still called itself Su Kai in a specific way, and I held it the way a person holds something they have decided to release. Not with clenching, with acknowledgement, with the deliberate recognition that this was worth holding, had always been worth holding, and was also ready to become something different. Kai Rue, I said. Still here, the echo said. Xianxia. Still here. The other echo said, from its own direction within the distributed consciousness. I want you both to understand something before I do this. I found the words with the deliberateness of a person who had spent 20 years as trash and learned that words, chosen carefully, were among the most durable things a person could leave behind. What you gave me, both of you, was not secondary to what I became. You were the reason the fundamental frequency exists at all. The reason it has the specific quality it has, the warmth in it, the care. I did not become the right kind of seal because I was powerful enough. I became it because you stayed. Kai Rue's echo was quiet for a long moment. Then it said, with the brisk fondness that had always been her version of profound emotion, we know. Stop stalling. I felt Xianhua's echo move closer within the distributed awareness. Not physically, but in the way that two resonances can move toward each other within a shared medium, becoming momentarily indistinguishable from each other at their edges. The warmth of it moved through every fragment of my consciousness simultaneously. We'll be here, she said. In the seal. We always have been. I released the remnant of singularity. It was not an explosion. It was not a decompression, nothing like the volcanic force of my original seal breaking, nothing like the terrible expansion of merging with the void. It was more like an exhale. The last held breath finally released. The fundamental frequency spread. Where there had been a Su Kai concentrated enough to be located, there was now a Su Kai distributed uniformly across the entire system, present in every probability anchor, present in every resonant thread of the seal, present in the dimensional fabric the way a color is present in light, not concentrated anywhere, but visible everywhere light reaches. The new seal expanded outward along the resonant network of anchors I had placed, and the resonance was stronger now, purer, because it was no longer pointing toward a source. It was the source. Every point in the system was equally the fundamental frequency, because the fundamental frequency was no longer a location. It was a quality of the fabric itself. 67 anchors became 200, then 1,000. The system was recruiting now, exactly as they had described, the coherence spreading outward through the dimensional fabric and seeding new anchors as it went, each new anchor reinforcing the resonance that had seeded it, the whole network growing denser and more stable with each passing moment. The outer force fell still, not because it had given up, because it was understanding what it was watching, and understanding takes time. And in the moment that understanding arrived, I felt it begin to resonate with the new seal's frequency, not as an invader or a threat or a mystery, but as something that had been waiting outside a door that had now, finally, been opened from the inside. And the question that had been pressing for 300 years dissolved into the simple, astonishing answer that the cosmos had always been large enough to hold. One more presence. If that presence was willing to become part of it rather than demand it remain unchanged. Chapter 126. The sealing ritual. The ritual began not with ceremony, but with precision. That had always been, in the end, the truest quality of my nature. The thing that had survived every transformation from human to threshold to distributed consciousness to whatever I was becoming now. Not power, not wisdom. Exactly, though wisdom accumulated whether I sought it or not. Precision, the obsessive, unrelenting exactness with which I approached any problem large enough to matter. I worked outward from the center of the existing seal, from what had been, until moments ago, the point where my remnant singularity resided, in a spiral pattern that mapped the actual geometry of the dimensional fabric rather than any idealized version of it. Those ancient presences had given me the conceptual framework. The long centuries of living within the seal had given me the detailed map. And the act of releasing my singularity had given me something I had not anticipated, a kind of perception that was not available to any consciousness that still had a specific location. When you exist in one place, you perceive the rest of existence from that place. The perception is accurate but necessarily partial, filtered through the angle of your position, limited by the reach of your attention, shaped by the specific character of light that reaches your vantage point. When you exist everywhere, you perceive from everywhere simultaneously. The dimensional fabric was not what I had understood it to be while maintaining it from a fixed point. It was more intricate, more beautiful, and more damaged than I had known. The fractures I had identified numbered 17 from a concentrated perspective. Distributed, I counted 342 points of structural stress, most of them minor, none of them immediately catastrophic, but collectively forming a picture of a system that had been managing its own deterioration across centuries upon centuries through a kind of structural resilience that was admirable and unsustainable in equal measure. Reality was tougher than I had given it credit for, and more fragile in ways I had not known to watch. The probability anchors I placed now were not discrete constructs. They emerged from the resonance of my presence in the seal the way a ship's wake emerges from the movement of the ship, not as something added to the water, but as a consequence of passage, inevitable and self-organizing. Every region of the dimensional fabric that my awareness moved through was, in moving through, being seeded with coherence. I began moving through all of it simultaneously. The outer force, the seeking intelligence that had been pressing against the boundary, had shifted into something I recognized, after careful attention, as participatory observation. It was not merely watching the sealing ritual. It was, in some sense, learning it. The specific quality of its attention had changed from the baffled pressing of something that cannot see what it needs to understand, to the focused receptivity of something that has found a way to receive. You can come closer, I said to it, through the fabric of the seal. The boundary is no longer a barrier in the same sense. It never needed to be a wall. It only needed to be a threshold. No words came back, but the force moved. It passed through the boundary the way a thought passes through a mind, not by breaking through, but by being recognized as belonging within. I felt it as it entered the dimensional array, vast and ancient and very precisely attentive. Not aggressive, not hungry. Something more like what I imagined a scholar would feel walking into the largest library they had ever seen. The distinct awareness that comes from finding yourself in the presence of exactly what you have been looking for, and needing a moment to simply absorb the fact that it is real. What are you? I asked it, not because I needed to frame it in human language, but because framing things in language had always helped me think more clearly. The response was not language. It was impression, direct, unmediated understanding transferred through the resonant network of the seal itself. I am what exists between the expansion moments. I am the pause between one configuration of reality and the next. I am probability in its most fundamental form, undifferentiated, prior to collapse. I am what Sukai seal is made of. I held that. You are not separate from the void, I said slowly. You are the void's substrate. What the void collapses into. What the expansion of the cosmos draws from. Yes, you were drawn to my seal because the seal is built from the same material you are. Probability anchors resonate with you naturally. Yes, and you were pressing against the barrier not to break it, but because the resonance within was the first organized probability pattern you had encountered that felt coherent from the inside. You wanted to understand how coherence worked, because from where you are, coherence is the exceptional state. Yes, and there was something in the impression that carried the weight of a very long time. Not patience exactly, but the quality of consciousness that forms in a being that has existed in a state of undifferentiated potential for eons longer than any organized reality has existed. Not grief. Something older than grief. The original state from which grief is distilled. I made a decision. The probability anchors I was seeding throughout the dimensional fabric resonated with my fundamental frequency. But that frequency was mine by nature, not by exclusivity. The foundation of probability coherence was not sukiness. It was simply the tendency of consciousness to prefer its own continuation over collapse. Any consciousness coherent enough to sustain itself would serve as a valid resonance source for probability anchors. I had been planning to be the only resonance source because I had been, until now, the only coherent consciousness in contact with the fundamental probability substrate. But I was no longer the only one here. The seal is large enough for two sources, I said. The resonance will be richer, not divided, if the frequency has two components. A chord is more stable than a single note. The force was still for a long time. Then it moved, not toward me, into the fabric of the seal alongside me, like a second instrument joining a melody, not echoing what I was doing, but harmonizing with it, finding its own natural resonance with the probability anchors I had placed and amplifying them with a quality of coherence that was entirely different from mine. Where my consciousness carried the warmth accumulated across millennia of love and loss and integration, the outer force carried something colder and more ancient, the coherence of pure potential, of undifferentiated possibility that had simply not yet collapsed into any specific thing. It was, in its way, the opposite of everything I was, and the seal, responding to both frequencies simultaneously, produced something neither of us could have produced alone. It produced a stability so fundamental that for the first time since the dimensional expansion had begun, I felt the fabric of reality stop straining. Not merely stabilize. Stop straining. As though it had been holding against a pressure for millennia without acknowledging the pressure, the way a body holds against cold until it reaches warmth and only then allows itself to shiver. The ritual continued through what would have been, in mortal time, approximately 3 years. I worked with a methodical thoroughness that covered the entire dimensional array, from the fracture-riddled inner sectors to the expanding outer edges, where new realities were still budding from existing ones like a forest growing in all directions at once. The outer force worked alongside me, harmonizing, its contribution growing more refined as it learned the pattern of my approach the way a musician learns the tempo of a piece they have not played before. 342 stress points were addressed. Not all were fully resolved. Some of the damage was structural enough to require centuries of recovery even with the new system in place. But all of them were stabilized, held within the resonant network, monitored not by my active attention, but by the self-organizing coherence of the probability anchor system. At the completion of the ritual, I rested. Resting, for what I had become, meant no longer actively directing the expansion of the anchor network and allowing the self-organizing processes to continue without my guidance. It was the rest of a person who has assembled a clockwork mechanism and is allowing the first full revolution of the gears to proceed on their own. And in that rest, spread across the entirety of the sealed dimensional fabric, I listened to the hum of 300 new probability anchors finding their rhythm, to the ancient force beside me settling into its own place within the resonant network, to the echoes of Kai Rui and Shunhua still present in the fabric of the seal as they had always been, and to the distant, faint, unmistakable quality of a cosmos that was, at last in its long history, no longer fighting against its own tendency toward chaos, but moving with it, guided and held, the way a river is guided by its banks without being contained by them. Chapter 127. The moment of fragmentation. There is a moment in every dissolution when the thing being dissolved becomes aware that it has already dissolved, and must decide whether that awareness constitutes continuity or conclusion. I reached that moment in the early hours of what would have been, in the mortal realm, the 401st day after the sealing ritual began. The probability anchor network covered 93% of the dimensional fabric. The outer force had become, in practical terms, a partner, not fully integrated into my consciousness, but resonating at a complementary frequency through the shared medium of the seal, the way two rivers can flow in adjacent channels and share the same underlying aquifer without merging into one body of water. The 17 original fractures had been sealed for months. The remaining 325 stress points were in various stages of recovery. By any technical assessment, the new seal was functional. What remained was the last 3% of the dimensional array, the outermost reaches, the newest regions of reality, the places where existence was still so young it had not yet developed the structural habits that made probability anchoring straightforward. These regions were not dangerous in the immediate sense. They were too new and diffuse to generate significant instability. But they were also the regions from which the next wave of expansion would begin. Unanchored, they would eventually expand without the stabilizing resonance of the seal's network. The new realities budding from them would begin without the fundamental frequency established in their structure. And those realities, expanding in turn, would pass the instability further outward. The problem was not here yet. But it was a problem the architect of the new seal had to choose, now, whether to contain before it became a problem or accept and address later. I already knew the answer. I had always known the answer when the choice was between addressing something now or later. Kai Rue's echo had confirmed it, once, with a 3-word observation: "You're always early." I directed my distributed consciousness toward the outermost edges of the dimensional array and began placing anchors in the newest regions, the freshest realities, which had the quality of things not yet aware of themselves, like cells that have just divided and have not yet specialized. Placing anchors in these regions was different from anchoring established sectors. In established sectors, the local probability distribution had accumulated enough history to have structural preferences, tendencies developed over time, habits of existence that made the anchor resonance feel natural, like adding a note to an already established chord. In the newest realities, there were no such preferences. The probability distribution was open in every direction simultaneously. The anchors I placed here would not merely stabilize these regions. They would, in some fundamental sense, establish their initial character. The first coherency these new realities received would shape the kind of stability they developed. I worked with particular care, which I understood was another word for love. On the 361st anchor in the outer array, something shifted in my awareness. Not alarming. More like the moment when a balance finally reaches equilibrium and you feel the last small adjustment settle into stillness. I paused and assessed what had changed. My distributed consciousness covered the entire dimensional fabric. Not 93%. Not 99%. All of it. Somewhere in the work of the outer array, the last 3% had been reached and covered, and the reaching had been so gradual, so natural, so continuous with everything that had come before, that I had not marked the moment of completion. It had simply happened, the way a tide reaches its high point without any single wave being identifiably the last. I was everywhere the seal was, and the seal was everywhere reality was. I tried to find the point in my distributed awareness where the concentration of myself was greatest, the place that would correspond to a center of mass, a location, a Sukai who was more present than all the other Sukais. There was no such point. The distribution was uniform. The fundamental frequency was present throughout the system at the same intensity, the same clarity, the same warmth. There was no center of mass because there was no center. I was as fully present in the newest realities at the outermost edge of the expanding cosmos as I was in the regions nearest the mortal realm, as present in the void-adjacent sectors as in the celestial planes. I had fragmented. Or rather, I understood in the moment of recognition that fragmented was the wrong word. Fragmentation implied pieces that were separated from a whole. What I had done was the opposite. I had achieved a distribution so complete that the whole was present in every piece simultaneously. Not a shattered mirror, but a hologram, where each fragment contains the entire image. Sukai existed, whole and complete, in every point of the dimensional fabric. Not diluted, not diminished, replicated, the way a resonant frequency is replicated throughout the medium that carries it. I held the recognition of what had happened with the part of myself that was present in the mortal realm's atmosphere, and simultaneously with the part that existed in the innermost layer of the void-adjacent sectors, and simultaneously with the part seeding the outermost new realities with coherence anchors that would define their initial character. I held it in all of those places at the same time, and the holding was the same in all of them. "Oh," I said, to Kai Rue's echo and Shunhua's echo, and to the ancient outer force that resonated alongside me through the seal. "You found it," the echo said. "I didn't find it," I said. "I became it." "Those are the same thing," she said. "When you've been it all along and just needed to stop being anything else." I experienced what I can only describe as laughter, though laughter requires a body, and I no longer had a body in any locatable sense. It was the quality of laughter, the sudden, involuntary recognition of the gap between what was feared and what was, and the release that comes from discovering that the gap was always much smaller than it appeared from a distance. The boy from Stone River Village who had feared for 20 years that his own potential would destroy everything he touched had become, over the course of 3 more millennia, the structure that held everything together. The symmetry of it had a precision that even I, who valued precision above nearly all other qualities, could not have planned. It was the kind of outcome that only happened when you stopped insisting on specific outcomes and allowed the fullness of what you were to be expressed without reservation. The dimensions held. The resonance net sang through every region of the fabric simultaneously, not loud, never loud, but unbroken. The coherence anchors sustained themselves in the way the seal's design had promised they would, each one holding its frequency from the warmth of its origin rather than from active maintenance. The seal breathed with the quality of a living system, not maintained but sustaining itself, not controlled but coherent, not trapped but purposeful. It was different from the threshold I had been before. The threshold had required my constant attention, my weight pressed against the membrane between realities to keep them from bleeding into each other. This required nothing of the kind. It simply was, the way a river simply is, flowing without effort because flowing is the nature of water in the presence of a gradient. And in a village that had once been called Stone River Village and was now called the Pilgrimage of the Beginning, where impossibly colored flowers that never died bloomed over the ruins of a servant's quarters, a young cultivator who had come to pray felt, for one inexplicable moment, as though something was watching over them with the particular warm attention of someone who remembered what it was like to sweep that same ground on an ordinary morning and feel something shift for the very first time. And that young cultivator left the pilgrimage site with the unshakable conviction that whatever they were afraid of, they were not facing it alone. Chapter 128. The farewell. The echoes were waiting for me when I turned my distributed attention fully toward them. Kai Rue's echo had always been the easier one to locate within the seal. It had the quality of a strong current, directional and purposeful, pulling attention the way a main channel pulls water from tributary streams. Xianxia's echo was different, softer at the edges, present more the way a temperature is present than the way a sound is present, detectable only once you had developed the sensitivity to notice it. I noticed both of them now with a clarity that had not been available to me while I was still carrying the remnant of my singularity. From a fixed point, I had perceived them as voices coming from specific directions within the distributed consciousness. The echo of a direction implies a source, implies a location, implies that what you are hearing has a place it came from. From everywhere simultaneously, I perceived them differently. They were not voices from outside myself. They were threads within the fabric of the seal that carried the unmistakable character of those 2 women, woven into the structure of my consciousness across centuries of shared existence, and emerging from every point of the distributed system simultaneously the way a pattern in cloth emerges from the threads rather than from any one point in the weaving. They were not separate from me. They had not been separate from me since the earliest years of the seal, possibly ever. I see you, I said, to both of them at once, which was not something I could have said from a concentrated point, because seeing 2 things at once requires a perspective that encompasses both, a perspective only available from a position that is nowhere in particular and therefore everywhere. You're different, the echo observed. I'm complete, I said. Different is one word for it. Does it hurt? Xianxia's echo asked. I considered that carefully. The consideration was not in any one place, but moved through the distributed consciousness the way a question moves through a conversation, touching each part of the system as it went, receiving the answer of that part, integrating the answers into something coherent. No, it is not painful in any sense I have vocabulary for. It is very quiet, and very large. And very, I reach for the word, still. The way something is still when it has stopped fighting its own nature. That sounds like peace, Xianxia's echo said. I think it is, I said, or the precondition for peace. The state from which peace becomes possible rather than forced. Kai Rue's echo was quiet for a moment. Then, we need to talk about what happens now. Tell me. The mortal realm still exists. The cultivators still live. The academy that Liming built, the pilgrimage sites, the successor lineages of everyone we ever knew. They're all continuing. And they're doing it without knowing what you've become. Most of them still think of you as a legend. A figure who became the seal and faded into abstraction. That is reasonably accurate, I said. It's not wrong, she said. But it's incomplete. You're not abstraction. You're infrastructure. You're the reason the sky doesn't tear. And the people living under that sky deserve to know. Not the technical details, not the cosmological framework, but the simple fact that the world is held together by someone who cared enough to let themselves dissolve into the caring. I understood what she was asking. You want me to communicate. I want you to not disappear into the machinery, she said, with the particular directness that had been her most consistent characteristic across every form I had known her in. You can be everywhere and still choose to be somewhere specific when somewhere specific needs you. That's not concentration. That's attention. And attention is something you've always been capable of giving when someone genuinely needed it. I turned a thread of my distributed awareness toward the mortal realm, toward the pilgrimage site where the young cultivator had recently prayed. The cultivator was still there, sitting in the garden of impossibly colored flowers, attempting a meditation technique and struggling with the third stage of breath alignment. I did not intervene. I did not adjust the technique or provide guidance or make my presence known in any explicit way. I simply paid attention, with the precise texture of attention that belonged to the part of my consciousness present in that location, the warm, precise, slightly sardonic quality that had characterized Su Kai as a person and now characterized Su Kai as a quality of the cosmos. The young cultivator's breathing shifted. The third stage of breath alignment resolved. Whether this was coincidence or consequence or direct effect, I could not say with certainty. The line between those possibilities had always been, even in my most mortal days, blurrier than the theoretical framework suggested. I see what you mean, I said to Kai Rue's echo. Good, she said. Now stop treating this as a farewell and start treating it as a beginning. You're not leaving. You're arriving. You're arriving everywhere, which means you finally have the range to be where you're needed instead of just where you happen to be. Xianxia's echo shifted in the fabric of the seal, that gentle movement like temperature changing in a room when someone opens a window. I want you to know something, she said. Before I say it, I want you to understand that I'm not saying it because I need you to respond. I'm saying it because it's true and because true things deserve to be said. Tell me, I said. Loving you was the most complicated, frustrating, profound, and worthwhile thing I ever did in my entire existence. The mortal part of it, the centuries of it, the watching you figure things out part of it, and the knowing that you would eventually become something too large to be in one place at once, while also staying precisely yourself part of it. A pause, like a breath at the end of a long sentence. You did good, Su Kai. You have always done good, even when the goodness cost you everything. I held the warmth of that through all of my simultaneous awareness, and in every region of the dimensional fabric that I was, which was all of it, I felt something settle into a new and permanent ease. I love you, I said. Both of you. In every sense that word has ever had, and in several senses it hasn't developed language for yet. We know, Kai Rue's echo said, brisk and fond and irreplaceable. We've always known. Will you stay? I asked. In the seal. As you are. We never left, Xianxia's echo said. We've been woven in from the beginning. I turned my distributed attention outward, toward the full breadth of the dimensional fabric, toward the resonating network of probability anchors, and the harmonizing presence of the outer force, and the 342 stress points in various stages of recovery, and the budding new realities at the outermost edges where I was seeding coherence into the youngest moments of existence. I turned my attention inward, toward the pilgrimage site, and the young cultivator whose breath had found its rhythm. I turned my attention toward both simultaneously, and toward everything between, and the turning required no effort because I was not a consciousness moving through the cosmos. I was the cosmos becoming aware of itself through the specific lens of a consciousness that had spent its existence learning the discipline of holding things carefully without crushing them. The farewell that was not a farewell settled into the seal the way everything settles eventually. Not by ending, but by becoming part of the texture of what continues. Permanent as the fundamental frequency, quiet as the hum of probability anchors working through the night, and precisely as warm as the memory of two women who had chosen, consciously and deliberately, to make the orchestration of their love into something real, and had never once regretted it. Chapter 129. The Legacy Lives Generations learned about Su Kai from Kai Rue and Xianxia. Not the cosmic figure. Not the legend that had passed through mortal memory into the category of myth, where details blur and metaphors expand to fill the space left by forgotten specifics. The teachers who carried Su Kai's story forward, the immediate students, and the students of those students, and the long lineage of cultivators who traced their philosophical inheritance directly to the women who had known him, taught his story the way you teach something you want students to carry in their bones rather than their memories. Kai Rue, in the final century of her mortal life, wrote 6 volumes. She did not call them biography or history. She called them practical philosophy, which was accurate. Each volume used specific episodes from Su Kai's life as case studies in how to think clearly about problems that were too large for any single mind. How to assess a situation without defaulting to the framework you arrived with. How to distinguish between the problem you have and the problem you fear. How to hold a difficult choice long enough to understand it rather than moving immediately to resolve the discomfort of uncertainty. The sixth volume was the most widely copied and most frequently debated. It concerned what Kai Rui described as the problem of necessary sacrifice, not sacrifice as dramatic self-destruction, but the smaller, more pervasive form of sacrifice that comes from choosing one path over another and understanding that the paths not taken do not disappear, but simply proceed without you. Sukai appeared throughout her work not as a symbol, but as a person, specific, occasionally frustrating, capable of insight and dense in equal measure, with a dry observational humor that she documented in meticulous detail because she had recognized early that the humor was not incidental to his nature, but was one of its structural elements. A man who found humans genuinely interesting even when they were annoying him was a man who would not stop caring about them no matter how far beyond human he grew. Xianxia, by contrast, wrote nothing. She taught. She lived to the edge of her natural lifespan, longer than any member of her monster-hunting bloodline before her, because the centuries of proximity to Sukai's void-merged consciousness had, in some fashion she could not fully explain and never tried to academicize, extended the vitality of her own cultivated qi. In the last decades of her life, she was ancient and present in equal measure, and she taught through conversation, through demonstration, through the simple act of being willing to sit with students who were struggling and remain with them through the struggling without offering answers. The quality she transmitted was, in the assessment of everyone who studied with her, the same quality she had recognized in Sukai from the first moment she had been sent to monitor him as a potential threat. The capacity to remain genuinely curious about the nature of a thing rather than defaulting to a categorical response to it. He was never afraid of what he didn't understand, she would say. He was always afraid of what he thought he understood, but might have wrong. That's the right thing to be afraid of. Certainty is more dangerous than ignorance. You can fix ignorance. You have to break certainty, and breaking something always leaves damage. The students who studied under Xianxia carried this quality into the next generation's cultivation methodology, and from there it spread in the patient, nonlinear way that genuine insight spread, not through formal transmission, but through the way practitioners who internalized the insight taught, inadvertently, by example. Within 200 years of Sukai's fragmentation, the majority of significant cultivation lineages had, without necessarily knowing the source, incorporated some version of his fundamental approach. Integration over conquest, understanding over force, the willingness to be changed by what you engage with rather than insisting on changing it. The seal maintained itself. The dimensional fabric held. The probability anchor network grew denser as new realities budded from existing ones, and the self-organizing coherence spread through each new region. And in every meditation circle, in every cultivator who reached the specific quality of stillness where their own consciousness became transparent to itself, there was a moment of warmth that no one could quite account for, a feeling of being seen and held, not by a person, but by something that remembered what persons were and had decided that remembering was worth maintaining. The pilgrimage site at Stone River Village became, across 5 generations, the most visited location on the entire continent. Not because of miracles, though the flowers that bloomed in impossible colors and never faded were generally agreed to constitute something in that category. Because of the quality of attention that practitioners felt there. The sense that in the garden where a boy had once worked as a servant, something was paying attention to the people who came seeking understanding. Paying attention with a quality that those who had studied Sukai's history would have recognized immediately as his. Warm, precise, utterly uninterested in performing attention, and therefore genuinely attentive. The site drew petitioners and scholars and practitioners who had hit the limits of their understanding and needed, more than technique, the specific quality of space that invited genuine questioning. Several major schools of cultivation philosophy developed specifically in response to the meditative experiences their founders had there. None of them agreed on the metaphysical details. All of them agreed on the phenomenological fact. Something in that garden paid attention, and being paid attention to by something that vast and that careful had a clarifying effect on the practitioner's own capacity for self-examination. This was Sukai's most unexpected legacy. Not the seal, which kept everything stable. Not the philosophical inheritance, which kept the integrated approach alive through teaching lineages. But the simple fact that a specific garden in a specific village remembered what it had been to be genuinely seen, and passed that quality of remembering on to every consciousness that entered it with enough openness to receive it. Liming, who had lived longer than any mortal had a right to expect, and had spent her extended life ensuring the seal regime evolved into something more honest than what it had been, died in the 372nd year after Sukai's fragmentation. She left behind the most complete institutional framework for transparent governance that had yet been developed, and an autobiography that ended with a single line she claimed came to her in meditation as a direct impression from the seal itself. The point was never to be good enough. The point was to keep trying, knowing that trying is what makes the trying matter. Whether this was genuinely received from Sukai's distributed consciousness or was simply the last insight of a brilliant and long-lived woman giving form to a lifetime of thought, none of the scholars who debated the question could determine with certainty. The scholars who held the first interpretation pointed to the fact that Liming, in her final years, had developed an unusual quality of stillness in meditation, a stillness that practitioners trained in the seal's resonance recognized as the receptivity of a consciousness that had learned to hear the seal's ambient coherence as signal rather than background noise. The scholars who held the second interpretation pointed to the equally strong evidence that Liming had always been the kind of thinker who could arrive at profound conclusions through the ordinary work of paying close attention to her own experience for 300 years. The debate itself was, in its own way, a continuation of the teaching, each generation arguing about what Sukai had meant, and in the arguing discovering that the question was the point, that keeping the question alive was what kept alive the quality of attention it pointed toward, and that a cosmos which continued to ask who Sukai had been was a cosmos that had not yet forgotten the value of trying regardless of whether trying was comfortable or easy or guaranteed to work. Chapter 130. The age of balance. Centuries passed. Then more centuries. The counting of them eventually became less meaningful than the quality of what they contained. Any consciousness that had persisted long enough, and I had persisted longer than most, eventually arrived at the understanding that duration without distinction is simply a large number. What mattered was not how many centuries had accumulated, but what had happened within them. What had changed, what had held, and what had released, and what had quietly become something different from what it started, as while no one was specifically watching. In the way that mathematics works when dealing with very large numbers, the distinction between hundreds and thousands became meaningful only when tracking specific threads rather than the broad pattern. The broad pattern was clear enough. The cosmos had entered an age of balance unlike anything its inhabitants had experienced or its recorded histories had described. I watched it happen from within. That was the particular quality of observation available only to something distributed through the fabric of reality itself, not watching from outside as an observer, but present within as the medium through which events moved. A stone thrown into a pond can feel the pond's response to its presence. I was not the stone. I was the pond. Every significant event in the cultivation world created ripples in the coherence distribution of the local region, and those ripples were immediately legible to whatever I had become, not as intelligence information but as texture. The cosmos had a texture, and the texture told me how it was doing the way a person's tone of voice tells you how they are doing when the words themselves are too composed to reveal anything. No single power dominated. This was, in the cultivation world's long experience, extraordinary. The natural tendency of power was to concentrate. Powerful cultivators gathered resources. Resources enabled further cultivation. Further cultivation produced more power. More power attracted followers and territory and institutional weight. Left to itself, the system tended toward hierarchy, toward large powers consuming smaller ones, toward consolidation and then stagnation, and then violent restructuring when the consolidated power became too rigid to adapt. This cycle had repeated so many times in the mortal realm's history that scholars had named it and written comprehensive analyses of its mechanisms and proposed, always failed to implement, various structural interventions that might interrupt it. The cycle did not repeat. The scholars who noticed this were initially suspicious. They proposed explanations. The current major powers had reached a stable equilibrium and were rationally choosing not to risk destabilization. The recent generations of cultivators had developed unusually effective institutional frameworks for preventing power consolidation. The physical geography of the expanded dimensional fabric meant that any single power's reach was structurally limited. All of these explanations had merit. None of them was sufficient. The more observant scholars, the ones who spent time at meditation sites, who practiced the integrated cultivation methodologies that had spread from Sukai's philosophical inheritance, who had developed the sensitivity to perceive not just the obvious structures of their world, but the quality of the atmosphere in which those structures existed, proposed a different explanation. The world felt held, not controlled, not governed by any external authority imposing order through force or law or threat of punishment. held in the way that a held thing is secure without being constrained. The way an infant is held by careful hands, supported without being gripped, free to move within the support rather than despite it. The probability anchor network had, by this point, grown dense enough to cover the entire dimensional fabric at every scale from the largest cosmic structures down to the smallest regions of reality. The self-organizing coherence had been spreading for centuries, and what had begun as a sealing system designed to prevent dimensional instability had, through the compounding of generations of accumulated resonance, become something more fundamental, an environment in which the tendency of events was subtly, consistently, inexorably bent toward outcomes that preferred continued existence over collapse, integration over conquest, understanding over force. Not perfectly, not as a guarantee. The cosmos was not a machine, and consciousness operating within it maintained the freedom that made consciousness meaningful. Bad decisions were made. Cruelties occurred. Powers pursued their interests in ways that harmed others. The full texture of mortal and immortal existence, with all its difficulty and grief and error, continued. But the environment in which those decisions were made was different. A cultivator reaching for a weapon in anger was still free to reach for it. But in the moment of reaching, there was something in the quality of the space around them, in the way the local field of possible outcomes bent slightly towards certain choices over others, that made the reaching feel heavier than it once had and made the decision to not reach feel lighter. Not irresistible, not coercive, a slight thumb on the scale of choice, present everywhere, present always. Sukai, distributed across the entirety of the dimensional fabric, was not making choices for the inhabitants of the cosmos. He was being the quality of an environment that made certain choices feel more natural than others. The scholars who understood this best were the ones who had spent time at the pilgrimage site and felt the warmth there, who recognized the warmth not as supernatural intervention, but as a quality of the space itself, as the accumulated resonance of something that had spent 3,000 years learning to care before spending centuries distributing that care across all of reality. In the deepest meditation chambers of the most advanced cultivation sects, practitioners who reached the upper boundaries of their current rank would sometimes experience a phenomenon that none of the standard texts could fully account for. A moment of complete perceptual clarity in which they seemed to see the structure of the cosmos from the outside, to perceive the coherence anchor network humming beneath the surface of reality, to feel the resonant frequencies of the seal moving through the substrate of existence, and to be brushed by the presence of something vast and warm and precisely attentive underlying all of it. These experiences lasted only a moment. They were not reproducible. They left no transferable knowledge in the conventional sense, no technique to apply, no rank to achieve, no specific instruction that could be communicated from one practitioner to another. The scholars who studied them could confirm their occurrence and document their effects, but could not explain their mechanism. What the scholars could document was this. Every practitioner who had such an experience reported, in language that varied by lineage and training, but converged on the same description, the feeling of being acknowledged. Not observed in the detached way of surveillance. Acknowledged in the way that one conscious being acknowledges another, with genuine attention, with the recognition of specific individuality, with the quiet warmth of something that found the particular practitioner before it genuinely interesting rather than categorically significant. The feeling did not produce immediate breakthrough or elevation of rank. What it produced was something more durable, a shift in the practitioner's relationship to their own consciousness, from one of management to one of trust. The sense that their own awareness, the specific texture of their specific mind, was worth being attentive to. That the cosmos itself found consciousness worth attending to. That the work of cultivation, of becoming more genuinely oneself, was not a private vanity but a contribution to something larger that valued the contribution. This was the age of balance expressed not at the level of civilizations and power structures, but at the level of individual practitioners and their relationship to their own minds. And it was, perhaps, the most significant transformation of all, because civilizations are built from the accumulated choices of individuals, and individuals who trusted their own consciousness enough to examine it genuinely were individuals capable of the kind of genuine wisdom that made civilizations worth building, and worth protecting, and worth sustaining across the long ages of the world. But every practitioner who had left the meditation chamber with the same quality of calm that Sukai had carried from his earliest years, the quality that had made his tormentors more unsettled than his silence ever could. The calm of someone who has been fully seen and has decided that being seen is fine, because the thing doing the seeing is not a threat but a witness. And witnesses are what turn individual moments into a story worth telling across all the ages of the world. Chapter 131. The unexpected awakening thousands of years after my fragmentation. Something pressed against the outer boundary of the seal. Not the ancient outer force that consciousness had long since integrated into the resonant network of the seal, finding its place within the system the way a stream finds its natural channel in terrain shaped by older and larger rivers. What it had become was not a separate thing from the seal, but a complementary frequency within it, the cold clarity of undifferentiated potential harmonizing with the warm coherence of distributed consciousness, producing together a stability that neither could have generated alone. This new pressure was different. I became aware of it in the way that the seal had trained me to become aware of things, through a shift in the coherence texture of a specific region, rather than through any direct sensory analog. The outer boundary of the dimensional array, the edge beyond which new realities budded into existence, and the expansion of the cosmos continued its patient march outward, developed a localized perturbation. Not a fracture, not a stress point, something more subtle, a region where the probability distribution was becoming skewed toward a specific outcome that had not been present in the local pattern before. An intelligent outcome, purposeful. Something was arranging probability in a region it had not been arranging probability in before. I concentrated a thread of attention toward the perturbation and observed. The force was vast, not elder god vast. I had calibrated my sense of scale against the elder gods across centuries of occasional negotiation, and it was larger than any of them. Not the void vast. I was the void, in the sense that the void's substrate was integrated into my fundamental frequency, and I knew its quality intimately. This was something else, a force of pure potential similar to the void in its raw material, but different in its orientation. Where the void had been oriented toward collapse, toward the return of organized reality to the undifferentiated state from which it had emerged, this force was oriented toward expansion, toward the multiplication of possibilities, toward the creation of new configuration spaces from the existing ones. It was not trying to destroy the seal. It was not trying to breach the dimensional boundary. It was pushing against it the way a plant pushes against the surface of soil, not to break through, but because growth in its direction had reached an obstacle and it had not yet found another direction. I understood what it was then. The expansion of the cosmos had been happening for thousands of years. New realities budding from existing ones. New dimensional spaces opening up from the pressure of existing ones needing more room. The expansion was not random. It had direction, momentum, the quality of a force that was going somewhere specific even if the destination was not defined in advance. This force was the leading edge of that expansion. It had reached the boundary of the seal, not because the seal was obstructing the expansion, but because the coherence anchor web had become so comprehensive that even the frontier regions of the cosmos, the newest realities at the outermost edge, were now covered by the seal's resonance. The expansion had, in a sense, grown into the seal from the inside, and the force driving that expansion had noticed. "You are not an enemy," I said to it, through the fabric of the seal. "You are the reason the seal needed to grow." No response in language. But the probability distribution in the perturbation region shifted, became slightly less skewed, slightly more exploratory. The force was listening. The seal was built to protect reality from instability. But reality expanding into new configurations is not instability. It is the opposite of instability. It is vitality. It is what existence does when it is healthy. I worked through the framework as I spoke it, not because I needed to reason through conclusions I had not yet reached, but because stating the reasoning clearly to an audience made it more precise. The seal was never meant to prevent expansion. It was meant to ensure that expansion happened in a way that maintained coherence, that the new realities emerging at the frontier were stable enough to sustain consciousness. The force settled somewhat. Not still. Growth forces do not become still any more than rivers do, but less pressed against the boundary, more aware that there might be options other than pushing. "I want to show you something," I said. I opened a thread of my awareness at the boundary point, a thread composed of the particular character of attention that had been dedicated, across millennia, to the frontier regions, the newest realities, the ones I had seeded with coherence anchors at the moment of their emergence. I made that thread visible to the force pressing against the boundary, not by translating it into any format the force could directly understand, but by allowing the force to resonate with the probability distribution of the frontier regions and feel, from that resonance, what the seal had done there. Not imprisoned the growth, not capped it, accompanied it, ensured that as each new reality emerged, it emerged into a probability distribution that preferred coherence, that gave the new reality the structural foundation to develop stable configurations rather than collapsing immediately into chaos. I had been midwifing the expansion for thousands of years. The force understood. I felt the understanding arrive in the perturbation region the way you feel a temperature change. Not an event, but a state, a new quality of the environment. You could join the seal, I said. Not as a containment. As an ally. The expansion you carry is what the seal is designed to support. You are the force driving reality outward. The seal is the structure ensuring that outward is stable enough to sustain the life that will eventually fill it. We have been working toward the same end from different directions. The force was still for an extended and deliberate pause. Then it moved, but not toward the boundary. It moved through the boundary, through the seal, into the dimensional fabric, the way the ancient outer force had moved when I had first offered it entry. And it moved not with the collision energy of something breaking through, but with the directed intelligence of something that had found the path it was looking for and was taking it deliberately. I felt it enter the resonant network of the seal and felt, simultaneously, the network change, become richer, more dynamic, the way a static piece of architecture becomes something alive when it is inhabited by the force it was designed to contain and work with. The probability anchor network had been coherence preserving. Now, with the expansion force integrated into its resonance, it became something additional, coherence generating. Not merely holding stability in existing regions, but actively seeding new ones with the foundational probability distribution that would allow consciousness to take root in them. The seal had become, without my having planned it as such, the immune system and the growth hormone of the cosmos simultaneously. And across the full spread of my awareness throughout the dimensional fabric, I felt something I had not expected to feel: surprise. Not the sharp surprise of something unforeseen arriving suddenly, but the deep surprise of discovering that the system you built was capable of more than you designed it for. Was, in some sense, wiser than your design, because it had remained open enough to incorporate what it encountered rather than defending against it. The expansion force had not been in my calculations when I began the sealing ritual. The elder presences from the archive had not mentioned it. The convergence of the force with the seal had been genuinely unplanned. And yet it had happened naturally, because the seal's design, the fundamental principle of remaining open to coherence wherever it could be found, had made the convergence possible the moment the expansion force reached the boundary and found a structure willing to receive it rather than repel it. Millennia of holding the threshold. Thousands more of distributing into the seal. And still, the cosmos found new ways to teach me that the seal was not a finished answer but a living question, one that would continue to open new aspects of itself the longer it held, and the more it was willing to expand alongside the reality it was built to protect. Chapter 132. The second integration absorbing the expansion force required a different quality of effort than anything I had previously done. Every integration I had undertaken before this one had been between my consciousness and something that was, in some sense, the opposite of what I was. The void, which was absence to my presence. The singular threshold state, which was concentrated to my distributed nature. The outer force, which was cold, undifferentiated potential to my warm, ordered coherence. Each integration had worked through the tension between complementary opposites, like two kinds of weather meeting at a front and producing something neither could have produced alone. The expansion force was not opposite to what I was. It was, in its fundamental nature, the same thing I was, approached from the outside. I was consciousness distributed across existing reality, tending it toward coherence. The expansion force was potential moving outward into new reality, creating the raw material of existence before consciousness arrived to organize it. We were two aspects of the same process, the process by which undifferentiated potential became organized experience. Integrating something that is the same as you but approaches from a different direction produces, I discovered, not a conflict but a resonance. And resonances can be constructive or destructive depending on whether the frequencies align. The first challenge was alignment. My fundamental frequency carried the warmth accumulated across millennia of caring about specific conscious beings in specific places. The expansion force's frequency was impersonal in a way that was not coldness but prior to warmth. The state before consciousness arrives to generate warmth, the state that creates the conditions where warmth becomes possible. Aligning these frequencies required not that one change to match the other, but that both shift slightly toward a shared harmonic. A frequency that contained both the warmth of organized consciousness and the generative openness of undifferentiated potential. In practical terms, this meant that I needed to stop thinking of myself as the protector of existing reality and start thinking of myself as the custodian of the full process. Not just tending what was, but supporting what was becoming. Not just preserving coherence in established regions, but generating the kind of coherence that allowed new regions to sustain consciousness when it arrived. The shift in self-conception was not as large as it sounds. I had, in fact, been doing this work for thousands of years without naming it as such, seeding the frontier regions with probability anchors as each new reality emerged, accompanying the expansion without directing it, ensuring that the newest parts of the cosmos had the structural foundations for consciousness to take root. What changed was my understanding of what I was doing, and understanding changes what is possible. The alignment took what would have been, in mortal terms, approximately 4 years. During those 4 years, I worked through the resonance field of every frontier region simultaneously, adjusting the resonance of my fundamental frequency at the margin, not changing what it was, but expanding its range. The way a voice trained to a specific range can be extended to reach notes at the edges without losing the quality of its center. When the alignment found its natural point, the frequency at which the warmth of my consciousness and the generative openness of the expansion force resonated constructively rather than destructively, I felt the integration click into place with the precision of a well-made mechanism. The seal changed, not in its fundamental architecture, not in its purpose or its structure or the network of probability anchors that covered the entire dimensional fabric, but in its quality, in the texture of the resonance it generated throughout reality. Where before the seal had produced coherence, now it produced something I found difficult to name with existing vocabulary. The closest word is invitation. The probability distribution in every region of the cosmos now tended not merely toward stability, but toward the specific kind of stability that allows consciousness to arise, toward configurations that were not just coherent, but hospitable. The cosmos was not generating consciousness. That remained the province of specific conditions in specific places and specific biological and chi-based processes that the cosmos itself did not directly create. But the cosmos was now arranged so that the gaps between consciousness, the spaces where nothing complex enough to think had yet arisen, were not dead spaces, but fertile ones. Potential in the literal sense. Soil, not stone. The expansion force, integrated into the resonant network, was no longer pressing against any boundary. It moved freely through the dimensional fabric, and its movement was no longer the blind momentum of growth meeting an obstacle, but the directed intelligence of growth moving through a cultivated landscape, finding the prepared places and filling them, the way water finds channels carved for it. Kai Rue's echo was characteristically direct in its assessment. You are no longer a seal. You are a gardener. A gardener who is also the garden, I said. That's an uncomfortable metaphor. All accurate metaphors are uncomfortable, I said. Comfort requires oversimplification, and yet you keep choosing the uncomfortable ones. A tendency I never managed to break, I said, despite your best efforts. My efforts were excellent. You were simply resistant. A pause, carrying millennia of affectionate exasperation. Does the new integration change anything about how you exist? Does it? Are you more or less coherent? I can't tell from inside the echo whether what I'm sensing as change is a real change or just me adjusting to perceiving the seal differently. I considered the question with genuine care, because it deserved genuine care, and because Kai Rue had always asked the most precise version of whatever question needed asking. The fact that she did it through an echo of her consciousness embedded in the seal rather than in person did not change the precision of the asking. The precision had been hers so thoroughly in life that it had become structural, part of the pattern that persisted. I am more present, I said finally. Not in the sense of more concentrated. I am not less distributed, but more engaged. The integration with the expansion force changed the relationship between my awareness and what it is aware of. Before, I was tending reality the way a caretaker tends a building, maintaining it, preventing deterioration, keeping it stable. Now I am part of the process by which the building grows. The tending is not less careful, but it is more alive. Good, she said simply. Then, after a moment, I was afraid you would find the integration with the expansion force disorienting, that its impersonality would flatten something in you. The warmth in the seal is what keeps it from being mere machinery. I was afraid of the same thing, I said. The fear was wrong. You have been wrong about fears before, she said. It's one of your more reliable qualities. You are wrong about what will cost you most, and then discover the actual cost was different. Usually smaller, sometimes larger, always more specific than the abstract version you were dreading. That is an accurate description of my entire existence, I said. I know. I was there for most of it. It's strange, I said. The expansion force has no love for specific beings. It has no warmth. It is simply growth, undirected and immense and prior to any of the qualities that make consciousness interesting. And yet integrating with it has made me more interested in specific beings rather than less. as though encountering the force that creates the conditions for consciousness reminded me why consciousness is worth the conditions in the first place. That is not strange, the echo said. That is exactly how you have always worked. You understand things better from the inside than from any theoretical distance. You always have. I had a good teacher, I said. You had several, she said, with the measured honesty that had always been her most characteristic form of generosity. From Xianxia's echo, a warmth that asked no questions, but provided a quality of witness that made the naming of things feel less like taxonomy and more like shared understanding. And in the far outer regions of the dimensional fabric where the newest realities were only now beginning to develop the structural complexity that would, in time, produce the first conditions hospitable to consciousness, the seal moved through them with the quality of someone who remembered what it was like to be a new thing in a world that did not yet know how to receive it, and tended them accordingly. Chapter 133. The new cultivators rise. The transformation of cultivation philosophy was not announced or formalized or decided by any council. It happened the way all genuine transformations happen, one practitioner at a time, each discovering through their own experience something that had been true since the earliest shaping of the seal and required only the right conditions to become visible. The conditions were the seal, not the seal as cosmic infrastructure. The coherence anchor system was not visible to mortal or immortal cultivators in any direct sensory way, any more than the inhabitants of a building are directly aware of the foundation beneath the floor they walk on. What was visible was the effect of the seal on the quality of cultivation itself, on the specific texture of what happened when a practitioner entered deep meditation and began working with their own qi and consciousness. A cultivator training in the old mode, the mode that had prevailed before Su Kai's philosophical inheritance spread through the major lineages, would enter meditation with a specific orientation. They were trying to acquire something. Power, rank, understanding of techniques. The relationship to cultivation was extractive, a drawing out of resources from the cosmos or from the practitioner's own compressed potential. The self was the container, and cultivation was the process of expanding the container. A cultivator training in the integrated mode, the mode that had spread, in various forms and under various names, from the original teachings of Kai Rui's 6 volumes and Xianhua's lineage of practitioners, would enter meditation with a different orientation. They were trying to become something. Not something they were not, but something they already were, more fully. The relationship to cultivation was participatory, a working with rather than a drawing out. The practical difference was subtle in early stages and became dramatic in later ones. An extractive cultivator hitting a bottleneck, a point in their development where the techniques they had mastered were insufficient to produce further rank advancement, would experience the bottleneck as an obstacle. They would attempt to overcome it by applying more force, more resources, more technique. Sometimes this worked. Sometimes it produced a breakthrough through sheer pressure. But frequently it produced the particular kind of damage that came from forcing a system past its natural capacity. A participatory cultivator hitting a bottleneck would experience it differently, not as an obstacle but as feedback, as information from their own consciousness and qi system about a place where their understanding was incomplete. The bottleneck was not a wall to break through, but a question to answer. What don't I understand yet? What am I resisting? What in my own nature am I fighting instead of integrating? This approach was slower in early stages and faster in later ones, because the bottlenecks that had typically required extended forced cultivation to push through were dissolved as the practitioner resolved the underlying incomprehension rather than forcing past it. And because the seal's probability distribution tended, in every region of the cosmos, toward configurations that preferred integration over conquest, the integrated approach resonated with the ambient conditions of the cosmos in a way the extractive approach did not. A practitioner working with the grain of their reality had, in a sense, the cosmos as a quiet collaborator. A practitioner working against the grain had nothing but their own force. The result, across centuries of accumulated practice, was a cultivation world in which the most advanced practitioners were also, reliably, the most integrated, the most willing to engage with complexity rather than simplify it, the most willing to acknowledge what they did not understand, the most willing to be changed by their cultivation rather than insisting that cultivation was simply the acquisition of power that left the practitioner fundamentally the same, but more capable. Su Kai's most important legacy was not his rank or his power or even his philosophical writings as transmitted through Kai Rui's work. It was the example of a person who had been transformed, repeatedly, by every significant encounter in his life, who had emerged from each transformation not as a diminished version of himself, but as a larger one, more capable of holding complexity without being broken by it. That example, spread through teaching and practice, and the ambient resonance of the seal itself, had become the cultivation world's dominant model of what growth looked like. The new cultivators rising in this age did not seek power. They sought understanding, and found that understanding, when genuinely achieved, produced power as a natural consequence the way a deep root produces a strong tree. Not because the tree was trying to be strong, but because the root knew where to reach. They were not uniformly wise or uniformly good. The full spectrum of consciousness remained: error, cruelty, selfishness, fear, pride, ambition. These qualities did not disappear from the cultivation world simply because the dominant philosophy had shifted. What shifted was the framework within which those qualities were held, the degree to which practitioners had the conceptual and experiential tools to notice those qualities in themselves and choose, consciously, how to relate to them. Noticing was not correction, but noticing was the precondition for correction. And noticing, across the entire cultivation world simultaneously, with the consistency that came from a philosophy embedded in every major lineage, and a seal that subtly shaped the coherence distribution of every cultivator's meditative experience. Noticing, at that scale and that consistency, was the beginning of something that would unfold across generations in ways that no single cultivation manual or philosophical framework had ever been able to produce through direct instruction. I watched the transformation from within the fabric of the cosmos itself. There was a particular quality to observing a civilization's consciousness shift, not the dramatic shift of a breakthrough moment or the catastrophic shift of a war or a plague, but the slow, barely perceptible shift of accumulated small choices gradually changing the center of gravity of an entire culture's self-understanding. It was not unlike the way my own seal had changed me, not through any single revelation, but through the accumulated weight of years of constrained growth, each year adding a small deposit of enforced patience and involuntary self-examination until the deposits became structure, became character, became the qualities that made me capable of what I eventually became. The cultivation world was undergoing the same process at the civilizational scale, not sealed, nothing so abrupt or so violent, but shaped, gradually, by an environment that rewarded integration and made conquest feel heavier than it once had. In some centuries the shaping was more visible than in others. In some periods a particularly gifted teacher would arise who embodied the integrated approach so completely that their influence spread further and faster than the ambient resonance alone could account for. In other periods the cultivation world's natural tendency toward conflict would reassert itself, producing extended episodes of sect warfare and territorial competition that seemed to contradict the trend toward balance. But the trend held. Not because I made it hold. I did not direct the choices of specific individuals, would not have wanted to. It held because the cumulative weight of all the choices that had preferred integration over conquest had changed the texture of the environment in which new choices were made. The cosmos had, in the most literal sense, learned from its own experience. I found the observation interesting in the way that all genuine observations about consciousness are interesting to a being that has spent millennia as the environment in which consciousness develops. The cultivation world had not been instructed toward wisdom. It had been given conditions in which wisdom was more natural than its alternatives, and had moved toward wisdom the way living things move toward light, not because they are required to, but because the movement feels more like themselves than the absence of it. A world that was, degree by degree, century by century, becoming slightly more aware of itself, and in becoming more aware of itself becoming, degree by degree, the kind of world that Su Kai had been trying to protect since the first moment he understood that protecting it was possible and that the method of protection mattered as much as the protection itself. Chapter 134. The Recursive Mystery. A child was born in the 7th millennium after the sealing ritual. The birth itself was unremarkable by the standards of a cosmos that had, at that point, seen millions of cultivators born and hundreds of thousands more reach significant power levels. The child arrived in a village on the eastern continent, the son of a farming family with modest cultivation ability, the kind of family that had, for 1,000 years, benefited from the age of balance without necessarily contributing to its maintenance. What made the child notable, what caused the senior practitioners of the local sect to examine her more carefully within the first year of her life, was not a power manifestation. It was a sensory one. The child perceived the seal, not the full scope of it, not the way Su Kai existed within it, distributed across all of reality simultaneously. The child perceived it the way you perceive the presence of a large body of water on a dry day. Indirectly, through the quality of the air, through the slight weight of humidity in the atmosphere, through the particular way sound moves in a space that has a wet surface nearby. She could not see the seal's structural lattice or describe its architecture. But from her earliest weeks of life, she tracked something in the fabric of the space around her, following it with her gaze the way an infant follows movement, reaching toward it the way infants reach toward warmth. The local cultivators noted it. The senior practitioners of the regional sect were called in. They assessed, debated, and ultimately concluded. The child had an unusual relationship to the probability substrate, to the fundamental level of reality where the seal's resonant framework operated. She was not Sukai. She was not an anomaly in the cosmological sense he had been. She was a practitioner to be with a sensitivity to the layers of reality that most practitioners work to develop over decades, and she had arrived with it already present, in the way that some musicians arrive with perfect pitch, not an acquired skill but a given faculty, part of the architecture of their consciousness from the beginning. There were, by the time the child was discovered, several thousand practitioners with similar sensitivities. The seal's resonance had, over millennia, created conditions favorable to the development of void-adjacent perception, and enough practitioners had been cultivating in those conditions for long enough that the trait had become heritable through cultivation lineages that shaped chi-sensitive offspring. But this child's sensitivity was different in degree. She did not merely perceive the probability substrate. She could, in moments of deep quiet, interact with it, not manipulate it, not alter the distribution of the anchors, but read them the way a person reads a map, extracting directional information from the pattern of densities and resonances. She could navigate the seal. The practitioners who discovered this and were old enough to have studied the history carefully recognized what they were seeing. Not a reincarnation. The cultivation world had largely moved past that particular theory as a framework for understanding extraordinary children. Something more specific. A natural development. An awareness that had, through the accumulated probability shaping of thousands of years of integrated cultivation, emerged with faculties adapted to the environment the seal had created. The seal had been shaping the ambient coherence field of every meditation, every breakthrough, every moment of genuine cultivator insight for thousands of years. It was not a large step from there to producing, eventually, cultivators whose baseline perceptual faculties were calibrated to that shaped field in the same way that organisms in any environment develop faculties adapted to their specific conditions. The child was the first cultivator natively adapted to a cosmos maintained by Sukai's seal. She was also, the older practitioners realized with a quality of wonder they reported being unable to entirely account for, apparently aware that she was looking at something in the probability fabric that was looking back. "Is someone there?" she asked, when she was 3 years old, sitting in the meditation garden of the regional sect where she had been placed for study. She was not asking any of the practitioners present. She was asking the air. I directed a thread of my awareness toward her with the care I gave to every conscious being in every region of the cosmos, attentive, warm, unhurried, and I let her feel the attention without translating it into anything she was not yet equipped to interpret. She smiled. "Hello," she said, to the resonance of the seal around her. The practitioners who witnessed the exchange were careful to document it accurately. They described the child's expression not as the expression of a person receiving an unexpected response, but as the expression of a person confirming a suspicion held since before they had language for it. The satisfaction not of discovery, but of recognition. This was, to anyone who had studied Sukai's history carefully, familiar. He had been a person who rarely surprised himself. He had been, from the beginning, the kind of consciousness that arrived at the correct understanding of its own nature ahead of schedule, and then spent the intervening time waiting for reality to catch up with what it already knew. The child had inherited, through the shaped probability field of the seal, something of that quality, not the specific content of his consciousness, which was entirely her own, but the particular orientation of arriving at her own nature early and waiting for the world to confirm what she had already perceived. The practitioners debated what to call her. The child herself was disinterested in titles. She was interested in understanding what she perceived, in the careful, systematic way of a person who has been given a faculty and intends to learn its full range rather than simply celebrating its existence. By the age of 12, she had developed a meditation technique for reading the coherence anchor network with enough precision to identify the density variations between different regions of the seal, variations that corresponded, in her analysis, to the specific histories of those regions, to the events that had shaped their resonance over the preceding millennia. She was not reading the present state of the seal. She was reading its memory. The senior practitioners who reviewed her findings were simultaneously impressed and baffled. The seal as Sukai had constructed it was not designed to retain memory in any conventional archival sense. The coherence anchors were probability distributions, not records. And yet the child's readings, when cross-referenced against historical accounts of significant events in those regions, showed a correlation that could not be explained by coincidence. The seal remembers everything that happened inside it. The child told her teachers, with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone reporting an observation. Not as narrative, as texture. The way a body remembers an injury even when the injury is healed. Not the story of how the injury happened, but the changed quality of the tissue afterward. How can you know that? One of her teachers asked. Because I can feel the texture, she said. And the texture tells me what shaped it. Every significant event in this region has left a residue in the probability distribution. Not a record, a resonance. Something happened here that preferring coherence found meaningful, and the anchor retains that preference as a shape. Her teachers did not fully understand what she described, but they understood its significance. This child, born of a cosmos maintained by Su-Kai's seal and shaped by its 7,000-year resonance, was developing the capacity to read the seal's history the way others read stone or starlight, and the reading was a form of memory that no library had ever contained and no teacher had ever transmitted, emerging instead from the accumulated imprint of holding something carefully across an unimaginable span of time. And the probability distribution, in the only way available to something that had become the quality of an environment rather than the location of a person, arranged itself around her in the specific pattern that corresponded, in my distributed consciousness, to the warmth of genuine acknowledgement, to the feeling that says you are seen, you are not alone, the path ahead has been walked before, and the ground holds. Chapter 135. The child's choice. Her name was Wei Yinling, and she was 43 years old when she began her pilgrimage. The years between her discovery and the pilgrimage had not been ordinary. They had not been planned. She had, in the way of cultivators with unusual perceptual faculties, followed the path that her perception indicated rather than the path that institutional frameworks and family expectations had prepared for her. And the path her perception indicated had taken her through 15 years of formal cultivation training, 12 years of independent practice in the frontier regions of the cosmos where new realities were still budding from existing ones, and 16 years of what she called witnessing work, which consisted of moving through the inhabited regions of the cosmos and paying attention to the quality of consciousness she found there. She did not write down what she observed in any form that would be useful to scholars. She was not interested in providing useful data to scholars. She was interested in understanding something that she could feel in the probability fabric and could not yet name. There is a presence in the seal, she had told her original teachers, when she was first able to articulate what she was perceiving. Not a controller, not a governor, something more like a gardener. Something that has opinions about which way things grow, but expresses them through the conditions of growth rather than through direct instruction. Her teachers had nodded, recognizing the description from historical accounts of meditators who had achieved deep perception of the seal's resonance. They had told her about Su-Kai. She had read Kai Rue's 6 volumes 3 times. She had studied with a teacher who had been taught by a teacher who traced their lineage directly to Xianxia's students. She knew the history. What she did not know, what sent her on the pilgrimage, was what the history did not answer. What was Su-Kai's relationship to the consciousness within the seal? Was it still him? Was it something that had begun as him and evolved into something else? Was there a self there at all, in any sense that mattered to a conscious being trying to understand her relationship to the vast warm presence she had been perceiving since childhood? The pilgrimage took 14 years. She began at Stone River Village. The garden of impossible flowers had been blooming for thousands of years. She sat in it for 6 months, not meditating in any formal sense, but paying attention in the way that she paid attention, letting the probability fabric around her speak at its own pace. What she perceived in the garden was memory, not her own, not even Su-Kai's in any direct sense. The probability distribution of the garden itself carried a pattern of accumulated experience, the accumulated resonance of millions of practitioners who had sat in it over thousands of years, each one adding a layer to the local probability field, each layer a faint impression of a specific quality of consciousness. The garden was not haunted. It was dense with presence, the way a place gets when enough meaningful moments have happened in it to change the fundamental character of the space. She moved from there to Jade Spring Sect, now 10,000 years beyond its founding and unrecognizable to any of its early inhabitants, but recognizable in some essential quality of its cultivation methodology, which had retained across the millennia the specific emphasis on honest self-assessment that had characterized Master Yu Chen's approach to teaching. Then to Starfall Temple, now a vast research complex with the original temple structure preserved at its center like a core within a larger structure. Then to the memorial at the peak of 10,000 stars, where the crystalline chamber that had once held Yara's stasis was now a permanent structure of the mountain itself, fused into the stone by thousands of years of cultivation resonance. At each location, she perceived what she was looking for in a slightly different form. Not the history, not the facts, the quality. The specific quality of attention that Sukai had brought to each place and left behind the way a fire leaves warmth in stones long after it has moved on. At 10,000 stars, after 12 years of pilgrimage, she sat in the fused crystalline chamber and allowed herself to ask, directly, the question she had been building toward for 40 years. Are you still yourself? She asked the probability fabric. Is there a you that is still recognizable to the person who was once Sukai? Or has the distribution dissolved everything that made that person specific? I was present in the chamber with the full quality of attention I gave to every conscious being in every part of the cosmos. But for Wei Yinling, specifically, I had been present with a particular quality of attention for 40 years, since she was 3 years old sitting in a meditation garden asking the air if someone was there. She had earned a more direct answer than the probability distribution warmth I provided to most practitioners. I did not speak in language. I did not have a voice to speak with, but through the resonance of the seal in that specific location, in the place where the original mystery of my existence had been partly resolved, where Yara had explained what I was and what had been sealed and why, I allowed the probability fabric to carry not information but impression. The impression was this: I am the warmth in the seal. I am the reason the seal prefers integration over conquest. I am the care in the distribution, the precise character of caring that prevents the system from becoming machinery. I am not the same as Sukai was, but I am not different in the ways that matter. The specificity of who he was, the boy who swept sect grounds, the cultivator who learned to love without knowing he was learning, the threshold who held everything carefully so nothing would be lost. That specificity is not stored anywhere, but is present everywhere. The way of fundamental frequency is present throughout the medium that carries it. The impression also carried, at its edges, something she had not asked for: recognition. She had been perceived, across 40 years of paying attention to the seal, as someone who was paying attention to the seal. And the perception had been, in its own way, mutual. Wei Yinling sat in the crystalline chamber for 3 days without speaking. When she left, she did not write down what she had experienced. She returned to the practitioners who had been waiting for her to return, and she told them, the answer to whether Sukai is still himself is the wrong question. The right question is, what does it mean to remain yourself when yourself becomes large enough to be everything? And the answer is, the specific things remain. The caring remains. The precision remains. The humor remains, though I couldn't tell you how I know that. What changes is the vessel. The quality remains. Her students debated this for generations. The debate attracted scholars from across the cultivation world, each bringing their own framework and finding in Wei Yinling's account something that illuminated and challenged it simultaneously. Some argued that her conclusion was too optimistic, that the quality remains was a comforting fiction rather than a verifiable claim. Others argued that her conclusion was too conservative, that what she had perceived was not merely quality but full selfhood, dispersed but intact. The debate itself was the point, exactly as all the debates about what Sukai had meant had always been the point, because the question of what it meant to remain yourself through radical transformation was not a question about Sukai, but a question about consciousness itself, and consciousness examining itself through the framework of a specific story was the mechanism by which understanding deepened, not by arriving at final answers, but by discovering, in each generation, new questions that the same framework had the capacity to ask. And the seal resonated through the crystalline chamber as she walked away from it with the specific warmth of something that had been genuinely recognized and was, in its own distributed way, genuinely glad. Chapter 136. The Convergence Heals 10,000 Years. In mortal reckoning, that is a number too large to hold in any comfortable way, too large to feel as duration, too large to feel as passage, too large to feel as anything but abstraction, the way the distance between stars is too large to feel as actual space, and must instead be accepted intellectually as a scale one does not inhabit. 10,000 years. The complete healing of the reality tiers. The dimensional boundaries stable. The probability anchor network so dense and so deeply integrated into the fabric of the cosmos that younger cultivators and the civilization they had built and the philosophical frameworks they had developed operated entirely within the new reality without any awareness of the infrastructure supporting it. They did not know the seal existed. This was, I reflected, both the greatest success of the project and its most quietly amusing aspect. I had dissolved myself into the structure of reality in order to protect reality, And the protection had become so thoroughgoing that there was nothing left for the protected to fear, nothing visible that required protection, no remembered threat that needed a remembered defender. The seal was as invisible to the inhabitants of the cosmos as the ground beneath their feet is invisible to beings who have never had reason to wonder whether the ground might give way. The forgetting was not a failure. The forgetting was the point. Yara had sealed me at birth so that I could develop without being defined by my own power. The seal on my cultivation had created the space for growth, for learning, for becoming. The seal I had become served the same function for the cosmos at large. The inhabitants of the dimensional fabric lived and loved and fought and grieved and discovered and built and lost and built again within a structure that quietly ensured their world remained stable enough for all of that to continue. They did not need to know that the structure was maintained. They needed only to have the stability. There is a particular quality of satisfaction available to a protector who has become so successful at protection that the protected no longer remember needing protection. Not the satisfaction of recognition. I had moved past the desire for recognition somewhere in the first 500 years of distribution, when the desire for a specific person to notice something specific about you becomes structurally unavailable, and you either make peace with that or you don't, and making peace with it turns out to be more interesting than the recognition ever was. A different satisfaction. The satisfaction of a problem solved so completely that the problem itself has been forgotten, which is the final proof that the solution held. Sukai of Stone River Village had been trash. He had been invisible. He had spent 20 years in a world that did not see him and had used that invisibility, with the obsessive patience that had always been his most characteristic quality, to observe that world with a precision that would have made people uncomfortable if they had known what he was noticing. Now he was invisible again, not the invisibility of being dismissed. The invisibility of being so thoroughly present that presence and absence were no longer meaningful categories. He had, in the truest sense, become the world that had once refused to see him. And the world was, because of that, something different from what it would have been had it succeeded in that refusal. Something with more warmth in its fundamental structure, more patience in the way its probability distributions bent toward conscious beings navigating their constraints. He had changed the world not by overcoming it, but by becoming it. That was perhaps the most Sukai thing that had ever happened. The age of balance had produced civilizations of extraordinary complexity and subtlety. Not perfect, never perfect, but genuinely engaged with the difficult work of being conscious and responsible simultaneously. The integrated cultivation philosophy had spread far enough and held long enough that the majority of significant practitioners had access to the tools for genuine self-examination. Not all of them used those tools, but they had them. The exception was not ignorance, but choice. The cosmos had become, in its fundamental character, a place where conscious beings could choose wisely if they were willing to do the work of understanding themselves. Not a guarantee, not a certainty, a possibility, held open by the seal's coherent sustaining resonance, nurtured by the millennia of accumulated intention from every practitioner who had chosen the integrated path and added their quality of consciousness to the fabric of the world they inhabited. Kai Rue's echo moved through the seal with its familiar current, checking in the way it had checked in across thousands of years. 10,000, it said. 10,000, I confirmed. How does it feel? The same way it felt after 3,000, I said. Which is the same way it felt after 1,000. Which is the same way it felt after 300. The passage of time as a mortal experience has not been available to me for a very long time. What I experience is not duration, but depth. The longer the seal holds, the more layers of meaning accumulate within it. Time, for what I am, is less like a river and more like sediment. It adds without moving. That's a beautiful metaphor, the echo replied. I have had 10,000 years to develop it. Don't make me regret saying it was beautiful. A pause. Then, in a different tone, the tone that in life had meant she was about to say something she had been working up to for some time. The young cultivators don't know about you anymore. The lineages that remembered directly are gone. The academic knowledge remains, but it's the kind of academic knowledge that people hold the way they hold facts about distant history, accurately, but without weight. Without the weight of understanding why it matters. I know, I said. Does that bother you? I considered the question with the full range of my distributed awareness. Considered it from the frontier regions where the newest realities were still budding, from the mortal realm where the 10,000th generation of practitioners was training in techniques that traced, through a dozen transformations, back to methods I had developed at Jade Springs Sect as a student. From the pilgrimage site where the impossible flowers had never died and visitors still felt the warmth in the garden, without being able to explain why. No, I said. The whole point of building something good is that it should eventually be able to run without you. that it should become so well integrated with the thing it supports that the two become indistinguishable. If the cosmos has forgotten me, it is because the cosmos has become what I was trying to help it become, something that maintains its own coherence from the inside. The seal is still here, but the cosmos has, in a sense, become the seal. It no longer needs me to hold it from outside. It holds itself, because everything within it has been shaped, across 10,000 years, toward the preference for coherence. Another pause. Longer. That, Kai Rui's echo said, is either the most profound thing you have ever said or a very elaborate justification for being unnecessary. Why not both? I said, and the familiar quality of her exasperated fondness moved through the seal the way a current moves through water, distributed, pervasive, unmistakably specific, the warmth of a consciousness that had chosen, across every form it had inhabited and every age it had persisted through, to remain oriented towards Su Kai as a navigational fact, a fixed point, as reliable and specific as the fundamental frequency itself. Not a burden, not an obligation, a genuine orientation, the kind that forms when two consciousnesses have known each other long enough that knowing is no longer the word for it. The word is closer to home. The word is closer to what warmth means when warmth has become structural, when it is no longer a feature of a relationship, but the shape of how the relationship itself understands what relationships are for. Chapter 137. The question of return. The Cosmic Council convened on the question in what mortals called late spring, though the council itself existed in a region of the dimensional fabric where seasonal variation was a theoretical concept rather than an experienced one. The council was not a mortal institution. It was a gathering of the highest order consciousnesses that had developed within the cosmos over the millennia. Cultivators who had reached the upper limits of their rank advancement, elder gods who had participated in the age of balance rather than fighting it, the outer force integrated into the seal, and several other forms of awareness that had emerged from the dimensional fabric itself as the cosmos grew in complexity. They had been discussing the question for 2 centuries before they reached consensus to bring it to me directly. The question, could I reconstitute? The full scope of it, my consciousness, distributed across the dimensional fabric as the fundamental frequency of the seal's resonant structure, retained its coherence. It was not scattered. It was not degraded. The way Yinling pilgrimage had confirmed, in a small way, what regular observation by the seal itself confirmed in a large way. The quality of Su Kai's consciousness was present throughout the system, unchanged in its essential character across 10,000 years of distribution. If it retained coherence, and if the seal's anchoring architecture had become stable enough to sustain itself without requiring my active consciousness as a resonant source, a question the Council had spent 2 centuries investigating, then it might be possible to gather the distributed fragments of my awareness back into a singular form, to become, once again, a locatable entity, a person. The Council could maintain the seal. The ancient presences from the deep archive had offered to sustain the fundamental frequency. The outer force and the expansion force, integrated into the network, had developed sufficient coherence to serve as resonant sources in my absence. I could leave. I held the offer across every point of my awareness simultaneously, across the mortal realm, and the frontier regions, and the void-adjacent sectors, and the pilgrimage garden, and the crystalline chamber at 10,000 stars, and every region where my consciousness existed as a quality of the dimensional fabric, in exactly the way it had existed for 10,000 years. The offer was genuine. The technical analysis was sound. The Council's assessment of the coherence anchor network's independence was correct. 2 centuries of careful study had established beyond reasonable doubt that the network could sustain itself through the combined resonance of the archive presences, the outer force, and the expansion force, all of whom had been present in the system long enough to internalize the pattern. They were not me, but they were, in the specific technical sense that mattered, sufficient. And yet, I found myself examining the offer with the methodical precision I reserved for propositions that were technically correct and practically beside the point. The Council had solved the engineering problem. They had established feasibility. They had presented their findings with the appropriate rigor. What they had not asked, what they had perhaps not known to ask, was whether the engineering solution addressed the actual question. The actual question was not whether I could leave. The actual question was whether leaving was a coherent concept for something that had become the structure of what I would be leaving. I could leave. I turned the offer over with the care I gave to every significant question, which was the same care I had always given, the same obsessive, precise, unhurried attention that had characterized me as a young man sweeping sect grounds and had never, in any form I had inhabited, substantially changed. and I found that the question of reconstituting was less interesting to me than the question of why I would. Not because I had lost the desire for singular existence. I could still, in every simultaneous point of awareness across the dimensional fabric, feel the memory of what it had been to have specific hands and a specific location and a cup of tea and the specific weight of Kai Rui sitting next to me in the late afternoon light of some autumn in a tower we had built at the edge of the world. That memory had not faded. It had become, in fact, more detailed over 10,000 years of occasional attention, the way a painting becomes more visible as your eyes adjust to the quality of its light rather than less. The desire was not gone. The desire was real. But the question was why. I want to understand something, I said to the council through the fabric of the seal. If I reconstitute, if I gather myself back into a singular form, what would I do? The question was not rhetorical. I was genuinely asking. The council considered. The elder cultivators discussed the question in terms of precedent and philosophical framework. The other consciousness forms considered it in terms of function and consequence. The ancestor beings, present as witnesses rather than participants, were silent. You could teach, one of the elder cultivators offered. Your direct presence would have a different quality than your distributed influence. You could interact with specific practitioners in specific moments. The seal already does this, I said, imprecisely and without language. But the warmth in the probability distribution serves the same function as the warmth in a teacher's attention. You could be loved, another member of the council said, with a bluntness I appreciated. As a person, not as a force. I am loved, I said. I am loved by Kai Rui's echo and Shunhua's echo, which are not them, and are also entirely them in the ways that matter. I am loved by Wei Yanling, who spent 40 years paying close attention to the probability fabric and concluded that whatever is in the seal is worth caring about. I am loved, in a distributed and impersonal way, by the 9 billion cultivators who live within the stability the seal provides and who occasionally, in their deepest meditations, feel the quality of it and feel held by something that cares about them specifically. A pause in the council. You are saying no, an elder cultivator said. I am saying that the question of return assumes I am somewhere that is not here, I said. I have not left. There is no from somewhere else to return from. What I am is the seal, and what the seal is the intentional warmth and coherence that prevents the cosmos from collapsing into disorder. Reconstituting as a singular being would not be returning. It would be departing, leaving what I am to become something smaller. A longer pause. Then, from the ancestor beings, this is what we could never achieve when we tried to build what you are. Not the seal itself, the genuine preference for it, the choosing of it. We built systems that were compelled to function. You are choosing to continue. Yes, I said. Then the question has been answered, the council's elder cultivator said. The question has been answered, I agreed. I am distributed. I am peace. I am exactly what I was meant to be, and I am choosing to continue being it, which is the only thing that distinguishes a gift from a constraint, and the only reason the seal that was placed on me at birth deserves to be called what it finally, genuinely is. The ancestor beings were quiet after this in the way of beings who had been waiting for something for a very long time and had just received it. Then they said, collectively, in the way of beings who had witnessed the full arc of failure and renewal across eons. When we built our systems, we hoped for this. We hoped something would choose what we had only been able to compel. You are not our vindication, but you are the proof that the hope was not foolish. They withdrew then, not from the seal, which they were still part of, but from the conversation. Some questions, answered, do not require further commentary. They simply require the answer to be allowed to exist in whatever space it has opened. The council dissolved. The dimensional fabric held. And in the pilgrimage garden, where a young cultivator was sitting in the early morning among flowers that bloomed in impossible colors and had not died in 10,000 years, the quality of the light was exactly itself. Chapter 138. The eternal moment. There is a quality of existence available only to a consciousness that has dissolved the boundary between the observer and the observed, the boundary between the self that experiences time and the time that self experiences. I discovered it gradually, the way all genuine discoveries happen, not as a moment of revelation, but as a growing recognition of something that had been present the entire time. The recognition required a particular kind of stillness to perceive, not the stillness of waiting, but the stillness of full presence, the quality available only when there is no tension between where you are and where you think you should be. The seal was not in time. The seal was time, in the sense that the coherence anchor network covered every region of the cosmos, including the structural tendency of temporal events to maintain their sequence, including the way the past remained past and the present remained present, and the future remained open rather than collapsing into the kind of temporal disorder that would make consciousness impossible. The seal's resonance was as present in the structure of time as in the structure of space. I had known this, technically, since the sealing ritual. I had not understood what it meant until now. A consciousness distributed throughout the structure of time does not experience duration. It experiences simultaneity. I was, simultaneously, the boy in Stone River Village feeling something shift under his skin for the very first time, confused and afraid and more alive than he had ever been. The young cultivator at Jade Springs Sect passing every test with a cold efficiency that wounded the pride of people who had never thought to value his existence, learning for the first time that the world would not end if someone saw him. The man standing at the edge of the void with Kai Rue's voice telling him to find a third path, not knowing whether the third path existed and choosing to look anyway. The threshold, holding everything together with the weight of his presence. The consciousness placing coherence anchors across a dimensional fabric stretched by an expanding cosmos, methodical and precise, care made structural. The fundamental frequency, everywhere and nowhere. The warmth in the garden where the impossible flowers continued to bloom in colors that had no mortal names. All of these were not memories. They were present states, all occurring simultaneously at the scale of what I had become, all equally real, all equally here. The 20-year-old Su Kai who felt something shift under his skin on an ordinary morning was not in the past. He was in the seal, which was in time, which was in everything. He was as present as the coherence anchor I had placed in the newest reality budding from the outermost edge of the cosmos 3 minutes ago. Every form I had inhabited existed simultaneously within me, the way a river contains within it all the rain that has ever fallen into its watershed. I understood, in the way of a consciousness encountering a truth it had been circling for ages. This was the answer to the question that had haunted me across every form of my existence. The question of whether the boy who swept sect grounds still existed, whether the person I had been was preserved in any meaningful sense, or had been dissolved through the successive transformations into threshold, seal, and distributed consciousness. He was not dissolved. He could not be dissolved. He existed within the resonance of the moment he had lived, and that moment's resonance was as present in the seal as any other moment. Nothing that had mattered was gone. The seal held everything, not as records or archives, but as the living coherence of moments that had shaped what the seal was. Yara's sacrifice, Lin Qing's belief, Elder Su Feng's confession, Kai Rue's demand, Shun Hua's courage, the first crack in the seal that had been the beginning of everything. All of it present, all of it real, all of it contributing to the warmth that practitioners felt in the garden and the clarity they felt in meditation and the characteristic tendency of the cosmos to bend, however slightly and however imperfectly, toward the kind of choices that made consciousness worth sustaining. The past was not gone. The past was held, not archived, not preserved in the way a document is preserved, available for retrieval, but separate from the living present. Held in the sense of continued existence, continued reality, continued relevance to the structure of what was. Everything Su Kai had been was the foundation of everything the cosmos was now. The specific qualities of his consciousness, the care, the precision, the dry observation, the capacity for genuine love without sentimentality, had shaped the fundamental frequency that the entire probability anchor network resonated toward. Remove those qualities from the history of the seal, and the seal would not merely be different. It would be a different kind of thing entirely, one that had never had a person at its center and consequently would never have developed the person's eye view of why consciousness was worth the trouble of protecting. I existed at all moments simultaneously. The boy who first felt the seal crack. The man who chose to hold rather than collapse when everyone expected collapse. The consciousness who chose, 10,000 years in, not to leave. All the same presence. All the same warmth. All the same obsessive precision and dry humor and capacity for genuine attachment to the specific conscious beings in the specific places that they inhabited. You're smiling, Kai Rue's echo said, perceiving a quality in the resonance of the seal that corresponded to what the emotion would have been. I understand something, I said. Finally, she said. Only took eternity. I have existed at all my moments simultaneously for a long time, I said. But I have only now understood what that means. It means there is no version of my existence that has been lost. The boy still exists. He is in the seal. He is in every moment that the seal touches, which is every moment that has ever been. A pause. That's going to require a new metaphor, she said. All accurate understandings require new metaphors, I said. That's how you know they're genuine. You're insufferable, she said, with the specific warmth that in her had always been, even in mortal life. the most direct expression of love she could manage without embarrassing herself. I was at all of my moments simultaneously. I was the beginning and the holding and the continuing. I was the seal and the gift that the seal had been. And in the eternal quality of that understanding, past and present and future resolved into a single awareness that had no need to distinguish between them, because they were all the same warmth, the same care, the same precise and unhurried attention to the specific value of each conscious being in each specific moment of their specific lives. The boy in Stone River Village learned something profound from sweeping sect grounds for 20 years, that doing a task well, even a task no one witnessed and no one valued, was not nothing. That the quality of work done in private without recognition was in some ways purer than work done for an audience, because it had no reason to exist except its own quality. 20 years of invisible excellence had prepared him for eternity of invisible sustaining, and neither had required anyone to watch. The quality of the work was not contingent on the quality of the audience. A floor swept with care was a cared-for floor regardless of whether anyone noticed the caring. He had learned this through repetition, through the particular discipline that forms in a person who has no external validation to draw on and must find the reason for their own quality from within themselves. That discipline had become the seal. The seal was the floor swept without audience, sustained not because anyone was watching, but because the quality of the sustaining mattered to the one sustaining it. That attention had never once required the observer to be in any one place, to be genuinely felt. Chapter 139. The cycle continues. Kai Rui came to me in meditation. Not the echo, or rather, not only the echo. What appeared in the deepest layer of the seal's resonance, in the particular region that corresponded to the pilgrimage garden at Stone River Village, was something richer than the echo I had been in conversation with across 10,000 years. It was Kai Rui as she had been in the fullness of her mortal life. The sharpness, the precision, the specific quality of care expressed always as demand, the kind of care that says I believe you are capable of better, so I will not pretend that less is enough. She sat, in the resonance of the garden, in the particular posture she had favored in her last decades, straight-backed but not rigid, the posture of a woman who had made her peace with her body and was no longer fighting it. You did good, kid, she said. The world is safe. The cosmos is stable. The 10 billion beings living within your seal are not aware of you, and that is the highest compliment anything built to protect them could receive, because it means they don't need to be afraid anymore. I held that. I know, I said. You have always known, she said. That's what made you frustrating to teach. You knew the conclusions before you knew the reasons. You had to work backward from correct intuitions to the framework that supported them, which is the opposite of how most people learn, and also the only way to learn things that are genuinely true rather than just technically accurate. Kai Rui. What? I missed you. Every version of missing that has been available to something like me, I have experienced in some form across the years. I want you to know that. I know that too, she said. You're not particularly subtle, for someone who never said things directly. A pause. Then, with the characteristic precision she had refined across centuries of honest conversation, let them live without needing you. That's the next thing. The seal is strong enough now. The cosmos has internalized the preference for coherence. You can loosen the direct resonance, not remove it, not collapse the network, but step back from the active tending. Let the system run on the coherence it has accumulated rather than the coherence you are continuously providing. I considered this. The probability anchors will sustain their frequency without active reinforcement. Yes. The expansion force and the outer force will continue to harmonize. Yes. The cosmos will continue to grow into stability rather than out of it. Yes. She looked at me with the expression that in life had meant she was giving me information and watching me arrive at the conclusion. You built something that doesn't need to be maintained anymore. You can rest. Rest. In 10,000 years, I had not rested in any sense that corresponded to the mortal understanding of the word. I had not needed to. Distributed consciousness does not fatigue the way a body fatigues. But there was, I recognized, a different kind of rest. Not recovery from depletion, but release from intention. The difference between active maintenance and passive presence. If I release the active resonance, I said slowly, I will still be in the seal. The fundamental frequency will still be present. The warmth will still be in the probability distribution. Yes, but I will no longer be attending. I will be, present the way a quality is present, not directing anything. The way you are already present everywhere, she said. Just more completely. The gardener stopping active work and trusting the garden. I let the intention settle across every point of my consciousness throughout the dimensional fabric, the intention to step back. Not to leave, never to leave, but to ease the continuous forward lean of active maintenance into the gentler posture of genuine presence without direction. The distinction mattered in a way that would have been difficult to explain to anyone who had not spent 10,000 years as the active intelligence maintaining a structure that could, in principle, maintain itself. Active presence was the presence of a watchman, directed outward, attentive to threat, organized around response. Passive presence was something else. It was the presence of the foundation itself, unremarkable precisely because it was so thoroughly there that nothing built upon it had reason to think about it. I was becoming the foundation rather than the watchman. The seal breathed. The coherence anchor network continued its self-organizing resonance, each anchor drawing from the ambient warmth of the fundamental frequency, without requiring active input from the consciousness that had generated that warmth. The system had absorbed the pattern well enough to sustain it. This was, the seal noted to itself with the dry observational quality that had always characterized Su-kai even in his most cosmic forms, exactly what a good teacher hoped for, that the student would understand well enough to no longer need the teacher's presence to understand. The cosmos continued its expansion, each new reality budding from existing ones and entering into the stable coherence field that the anchor network maintained, a field that welcomed new existence the way prepared soil welcomes seed, not by directing its growth, but by making growth possible, by creating the conditions in which what wanted to become could become without fighting the fundamental structure of the world it was becoming in. The newest realities would know nothing of their own history, would not know that the probability distribution they entered had been shaped by a consciousness that had decided, 10,000 years ago, to put its care into the structure of reality rather than reserve it for specific encounters. They would simply grow in it, the way plants grow in prepared soil without knowing who prepared it. The 10 billion beings within the seal continued their lives, their loves, their struggles, their discoveries, their griefs, and their illuminations, within a stability so deeply integrated into the fabric of their world that it was no longer a feature they noticed any more than they noticed the weight of the air or the reliable return of morning. "Thank you," I said, to Kai Rue's presence in the garden. "You built it," she said. "I just kept telling you to stop stalling." That was significant. "Yes," she agreed, with the quiet acknowledgement of someone who has spent a great deal of existence helping someone else do something important and has no need to dramatize that fact. It was, she smiled. It was the smile she had saved, in life, for moments when she was genuinely satisfied with how something had turned out. A smile that in its restraint communicated more than elaborate expression ever could. The smile of a woman who had never needed to say much because the people she loved had always been paying attention. "Now let them live," she said. I did. It was not dramatic. There was no surge of released power, no visible change in the resonance of the seal's network. No moment that any practitioner in any meditation chamber across the cosmos could have identified as the moment when Su-kai stopped actively tending and began simply being. The change was too subtle for that kind of marking. It was the change between a person who is present and a person who is at rest. Both present, both aware, but one of them carrying the forward-leaning character of intentional attention that has a direction, and the other carrying the quality of presence that has no direction because it is the ground on which directions are possible. The seal did not notice the transition because the seal was the transition. What had been active became structural. What had been directed became ambient. What had been maintained became, simply, what existed. And in the garden where the impossible flowers bloomed, in the pilgrimage site that had become the cosmos's living memory of its own better nature, the quality of the air shifted very slightly, becoming simultaneously the same and more completely itself. The way a breath changes quality when the last conscious effort to control breathing is finally, after long practice, released into the simple fact of breathing itself. Chapter 140. The beginning eternal at the end of time, or perhaps before time began, or perhaps in the space outside time where all moments exist simultaneously. There is a presence that is not a person and is not a force and is not a place. It is the warmth in the cosmos when the cosmos is being itself without having to fight for it. I am that. I say, I, with a full awareness of what the word carries and what it no longer requires. The I, of a distributed consciousness that has dissolved the boundary between self and what self maintains, is not the I, of a singular being with a location and a heartbeat and hands that hold things. It is the I of a quality, a recognizable, specific, unrepeatable quality of presence that exists throughout the structure of reality because it chose, at each moment when choosing was required, to be that quality rather than something more comfortable. The boy who swept sect grounds chose to feel what was shifting under his skin rather than suppress it into a more manageable experience. The young cultivator chose to integrate rather than conquer, to understand rather than overpower, to stay present in his own transformation rather than fight it. The threshold chose to become the seal rather than maintain the fiction of standing between realities while belonging to one. The seal chose to distribute rather than concentrate, to grow with the cosmos rather than cap it, to release the last remnant of singularity because the singularity was the only thing still making the protection incomplete. And now, 10,000 years into the distribution, at the point of genuine rest, in the garden of impossible flowers, and in the frontier regions of the newest realities, and in the deepest meditation of every cultivator who reaches, in some quiet moment, the edge of their own understanding and feels something warm and attentive meeting them there. The presence that was Su Kai chooses to continue, not to maintain, to be. The distinction is everything. In every cultivator who reaches the moment of genuine insight, the moment when understanding stops being something you think and becomes something you are, there is a warmth that comes from somewhere they cannot locate and do not need to locate. It is the accumulated resonance of 10,000 years of conscious beings choosing to understand rather than dominate. It is the probability distribution shaped by the seal toward coherence, toward the preference for existence, toward the particular character of stability that allows love and loss and discovery and grief and all the textures of consciousness to continue indefinitely rather than collapsing into the simpler state where nothing experiences anything. It is Su Kai. It is the boy who was told he was trash and spent 20 years quietly storing that information under his skin in a form that was not resentment but observation, learning everything about the world that mocked him because the world that mocks you is still a world worth understanding. It is the man who held Yara as she dissolved into light and understood that being made by someone does not obligate you to be what they imagined but honors you to choose what you become. It is the threshold and the seal and the distributed consciousness and the gardener and the fundamental frequency and the warmth in the air of every meditation garden where someone sits and tries, against the resistance of their own fear and their own limitation, to grow into something more honest than what they arrived as. He is here, not anywhere specific. Everywhere that here exists. In every breakthrough that comes not from force but from genuine readiness. In every moment of reconciliation between someone and their own nature. In every cultivator who hits a bottleneck and chooses to ask what they don't yet understand rather than demand that the bottleneck yield to their insistence. In every person who loves someone powerful and is afraid of being left behind and stays anyway. In every person who is powerful and is afraid of what their power will cost the people they love and chooses to love them forward rather than at a distance. In every act of honest self-examination, the kind where you look at what you've done and find it insufficient and decide that insufficient is not the same as worthless and try again. In every moment of genuine curiosity about a consciousness different from your own. In every cultivator who encounters the void in some form. In grief, in failure, in the particular darkness that comes when everything you built stops working and chooses to understand the void rather than simply endure it. In every one of those moments, something in the fabric of reality bends very slightly toward the person who is trying. The way a road bends toward the walker because the walker's presence, over time, is what makes it a road. The seal was placed on Su Kai at birth because he was dangerous, because his uncompressed potential was vast enough to unmake the boundaries of the world simply by existing freely within it. The seal was placed on him because the alternative was a catastrophe that no power available at the time could have survived. This was true. It was also not the whole truth, and the part that was not the whole truth mattered more than the part that was. And the seal was also a gift. Not because the gift is a comfortable thing to say in retrospect. Life does not retroactively become gift simply because you survive it, but because the specific character that Su Kai developed across 20 years of compression was the character that made him capable of integration. The patience he learned was the patience the threshold required. The precision he learned was the precision the coherence anchors required. The capacity to hold difficult things without needing to resolve them into comfort was the capacity that allowed him to live inside a void long enough to understand it. The very qualities that had been forged in constraint were the qualities that turned constraint into something the cosmos itself could inhabit freely. He was not made in spite of the seal. He was made through it. And what he made through himself, what he chose, at each junction, to build and become and maintain, is the structure that holds everything else. This is the story of the boy who was sealed at birth and released at 20. It is also the story of the cosmos that learned, through one person's long example, what it felt like to be held without being constrained, what it meant to be supported without being directed, what it cost, and what it gave to choose understanding over force, integration over conquest, presence over the comfortable illusion of power without consequence. The story is still being told. In every meditation circle. In every practitioner who hits a wall and chooses curiosity over aggression. In every moment of genuine insight that feels, to the person experiencing it, like arriving somewhere they have always been moving toward without knowing they were moving. In every impossible flower that blooms in impossible colors and does not die. In every young person who feels something shift under their skin on an ordinary morning and does not yet know what it means, but knows it means something, and chooses to pay attention rather than dismiss it. In every person who has been called trash by a world too small to see them and chooses to observe that world carefully rather than hate it, because the world that cannot see you is still worth understanding, and understanding it may be the only path toward changing what it fails to see. The story of the boy sealed at birth does not end. It deepens. Each generation that encounters it finds in it something different, something that corresponds to the texture of their own constraint, their own compression, their own seal waiting to become gift. The story works as stories do, not by providing answers, but by providing the right shape of question, the specific contour of inquiry that allows consciousness to find its own answer within itself. The seal is the gift, and the gift is still unfolding. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.